The Beaufort County Board of Education work session is now called to order. We have a motion to approve the agenda. Dr. Wisniewski, second. Any discussion? I was going to make a suggestion that Dr. Rodriguez give us an informational update on the trash pile that's burning 8/10 of a mile from Ocotillo Elementary School. That's rather urgent information. School starts on next week. Any discussion about that? Ms. Orshak?
Is that a motion to add it to the agenda today?
Yes. Before, yes.
Okay, so your motion. I move we add, due to emergency circumstances, to the agenda today, an update on the Jasper matter as it affects our schools.
Thank you. Second. Okay. All right. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Mr. Kimball, are you abstaining or you're approving? Thank you. Unanimous approval of the agenda. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
The United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll have a moment of silence. Please be seated. The media was properly notified. Dr. Rodriguez, if you would like to give that informational update first, that might be helpful.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Great to see all of you today. Just a briefing on what we've been doing to monitor the situation, as well as where we are today. And so earlier in the week, we spoke with DHEC and requested that we have a sensor put on site at Ocotillo Elementary so that we could more closely monitor. That sensor provides readings every 15 minutes. They're monitoring it as well. At this time and throughout the week, the sensor hasn't really given us any measure that is of concern to DHEC at all. And what we saw today, this morning, the sensor was reading at Ocotillo Elementary the lowest that it's read all week. Okay. Additionally, I went there this morning. I went to the site. I have a command center there at just behind the Riverwalk area, and spoke with a gentleman there. Requested a phone call from Matt Heiser, I believe is his name, who's overseeing that from EPA. Matt spoke with him a little while ago, and again, the same information. They're continuing to monitor, as are we. And additionally, I know at 2 o'clock today we have an open house at Ocotillo Elementary, and we requested a representative from DHEC be there to speak with parents at 2 o'clock. So we're monitoring it very closely. To date, we haven't seen anything that DHEC is concerned about, and so we're also in communication with them regularly. Okay.
Any questions? Ms. Fidrich?
Dr. Rodriguez, if there is a concern Monday morning, what's our contingency plan?
So what we're seeing and what DHEC is seeing as well is that the levels are at their highest in the morning, okay? And they drop off, which they see as a normal and natural occurrence due to weather and wind, as generally happens in the evenings, okay? So essentially, even with that, when they're at their highest levels, DHEC hasn't seen anything that's a level of concern, okay? In the mornings either, right? So one of the things that we are looking at, we're going to be monitoring, we will inform parents as well today to keep an eye on this, and we will continue to communicate. But that one option from DHEC is to move that start time that we've been communicating with them, move that start time 2 hours back, a little bit later for Ocotillo Elementary, where we see the lowest readings, right? Typically. So that's a current contingency plan that we have in place.
Ms. Orshak and then Mr. Dowling?
Dr. Rodriguez, have any of our families, our students' families, been displaced or moved as a result of this that we know of?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay,
I have not heard that.
okay.
Mr. Dowling?
Can I just add one more thing that I think is relevant to that? To my understanding, the only area that they had spoken to about moving is the immediate right around the site. I believe the businesses were still open around it, and then they were looking and monitoring that as well and speaking with them. But
May I respond?
please.
I just read a comment today
Okay.
that the businesses, excuse me, in Riverwalk, which I think is near
Yes.
there, have
Well,
been, you know, it's not voluntary that they were asked.
They were told.
Yes.
Okay.
So I didn't know.
The gentleman I spoke with today didn't mention that at all. When I speak with him, I have another call with them later today, and when I speak with them, I will specifically ask them.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Dowling?
Yes.
Statistical levels about what's hazardous and what's a warning are based on averages. Are we communicating to parents that if their child has any kind of breathing issues, and if they're concerned about going to school, that they shouldn't feel guilty about the student not attending Monday or et cetera, et cetera?
So at this moment, that hasn't been communicated, but that is part of our communication plan. We're still monitoring really closely and giving a little more time, but obviously, we would want to, harm any student as a result of something that's not anybody's fault, right?
Mr. Stripinger?
Just to follow up on Mr. Dowling's thing, more than having them feel guilty if they don't send their child, is there a way we could not count that as an absence? That we...
So I will look into that to see what realm of possibility we have to be supportive of the situation.
Yeah, because I wouldn't want that to pile up if the parents worried because
Yep.
the child has asthma or something.
Absolutely.
And then all of a sudden,
Absolutely.
Ms. Fidrich?
And Dr. Rodriguez, what about the staff? I mean, of course, we're very concerned about the children, but obviously there would be staff members too that might have some health concerns or whatever. I did speak with a teacher from that, and she said that by the end of the day, I mean, that there are certain parts of the building, it's their eyes are stinging, and I mean, there are some ramifications.
Yeah, so one of the things that we're exploring and looking at today in one section of the building was related to what they described as a fan belt smell, that the burnt fan belt smell. Okay, only in that one section of the building, and they shared with us that was something they had at the end of the year last year in that same hallway, in that same room. So we are, but nonetheless, it doesn't matter. We don't want that, period, right? Regardless of a trash pile or not. So our maintenance team is headed out there to look into that and work through that as well. Okay?
So there are fans and there are, I mean, is the plan to keep the children inside, not go out to recess?
So
I mean,
two
are
things
those
additionally
types of
about that.
plans?
That's correct. There will be no outdoor activities, and we're going to continue that in place until this is no longer an issue. But additionally, I've requested that we send a couple of extra nurses to the school site during the week, just so we have more staff on site to support and help.
Mr. Mel Campbell?
Yeah, as a follow-up question, and the specs with DHEC, is that our guideline and that's our threshold, and is that relative to children?
DHEC is aware that we're operating a school, and that is our primary concern. And so their information to us is that they're going to continue to monitor as well, but that they hadn't seen anything around our sensor at the school that was a concern for them.
Ms. Orszag?
So if this should, accelerate or elevate to a different level, are we working on a plan, Mrs. Fitridge, following up on Mrs. Fitridge's question, are we working on a plan for what we would do for those families and students at the school?
Yes,
Should the school be uninhabitable for an unknown period of time?
yes,
We are working on that.
yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Dr. Wojciechowski?
Do we have, like a PSA? Sorry. Do we have like a PSA or something posted on our social media that I could maybe shoot out also to people in my district that might be interested in all this information, about the support for children with respiratory issues, extra nurses, no outdoor play, that kind of stuff, that kind of lists out all that?
Mr. Foster, do you have that yet?
Our plan had been to communicate in depth with parents today at OPT. We accelerated that a little bit last night because of the story in the Island packet that referred to the hydrogen cyanide. Anticipated that that would cause some immediate questions. And so we crafted a message that went home to parents last night that talked about that and said you're going to be hearing more today. In fact, we're going to communicate with OPT parents every day over the next 3 or 4 days, so they'll have updates. Today, there's going to be that kind of detail provided. Last night, there was a message on their Facebook page, on OPT's Facebook page.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Stewart has one last question?
Just to follow up on Jim, I realize we're communicating with the parents that are affected, but there's all these other people in Beaufort County who want to know what we're doing. So along with that, like the PSA thing, if we could just let
Out to everybody.
the whole county know what we're doing.
That's going to be on the district Facebook page today.
Okay. Oh, okay. Not. So
Last
that's
night was targeted and quick because of we just knew that article was going to raise some eyebrows. We wanted to get something out immediately. So within an hour or two after that story posted, we had something out to parents. Today, it's going to be more widespread.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Crosby?
Good morning.
Good morning.
So a few weeks ago, as we were thinking about the work session, I felt like it was a really good opportunity to update the board on where we are on the financials. It's not a scheduled update, but in lieu of the discussions of millage surcharge, it was timely to update the board in preparation for a meeting that we're going to be having on Monday with County Council Finance Committee. So as far as I'm going to start with the budget update, where we are with the 2018-19 school year and our still projected actuals. And then I'll move into what our plans are for County Council meeting on Monday. So you would think at this time of the year in mid-August that all the financials would be done for the prior year, but we are still probably a couple of months away from the final, getting a really good idea of what the final numbers are going to look like. The majority of them are in. For example, tax revenues are all of the June information through June 30 are in, but in July and August, we also accrue the delinquent tax revenues that are received. So we code those back to the previous year. We have received July, but we have not received August. So at this point in the year, we have another month to receive that information. But our projections, we've collected all but about 1.4 million of what we believe we're going to collect at this point. So as you can see on the budget update, one pager that I provided in board docs, of the $143.7 million budget in local tax revenue, with another projection of delinquent for August, we are expecting about $134.9 million of revenue. So that is, at this point, a projection of an $8.7 million shortfall in tax revenue, which is about $1 million more that we had been discussing or estimating earlier in the process. So that number obviously could change. We don't know what those collections will be in the month of August for delinquent sales. And so we'll have those final numbers toward the end of September, and we'll be able to start reconciling the year-end numbers there. So at this point, the local tax collections are looking a little worse than we had originally estimated. As far as state revenues, they too, I zero in sort of on the Education Finance Act, EFA dollars, and those two are down about $800,000 from what we originally projected. And it is due to the adjustments in the index of tax-paying ability and all the components that go along with the EFA calculation. So as our wealth increases, our revenue decreases, but it also has factors such as weighted pupil units and other factors as well. So the bottom line is, with our total revenues, we were projecting $239 million for the year, all revenue sources, and we're looking at $230.8 million. So there is some good news in this, relatively good news. Our expenditures are showing a $5 million savings. So in the early discussions, although we did not as a district formally make any policies or procedures in regard to freezing positions or tightening our belt, we still did that internally. So, and one of the areas, this was not the result of tightening a belt, the merger or the transition from SCE&G to Dominion experience was not something that we had projected during the budget time a year ago, and we experienced a savings in energy costs of $1 million. We believe it's directly as a result of that. The solar energy, the farm, we had projected for some reduction in our costs as a result of that, so we don't believe that those savings are as a result of the solar farm, but definitely a result of that transition from one energy provider to another. So you may have experienced some, I think I received a check in the mail yesterday from SCANA. So the districts, can you imagine, are on a much larger scale as a result of those that transition. Other areas of savings were in the salaries and benefits. We did, as part of the belt tightening, we did postpone some positions that we were able to postpone, and then some services as well. One early decision that was a decision we made in April around spring break was to forego the spring break floor waxing. That is budgeted normally for $100,000 district-wide. And that's something that Robert and I decided early on in April not to follow through with in order to save those funds. So it's a combination of savings throughout, but the end result is expected to be about a $5 million savings in expenditures, which has definitely helped to offset the impact of our TAP shortfall. So what does that mean for our fund balance? Our fund balance is expected to be a use of fund balance of $5 million instead of the $9 million that was originally projected. So we are in a better position by having the savings, and it definitely helped with the discussions with Moody's. So Moody's is a bond rating agency that we have to meet with or speak with annually as we get ready to go out for bonds and sell bonds in order to pay for any summer or other capital improvement projects that we undertake. So every year as we pass the $20 million of projects for capital improvements for summer work, we have to reach out to Moody's in New York and get a credit rating. It's like a credit score that you would get personally right before you go get a mortgage or a new car or whatever. So it's the same thing, just on a bigger scale and maybe a little bit lengthier process. One of the factors that they look at is economy. How's the economy doing in the area? Is there growth in the tax base? And those factors were very good. And there is population growth, which will eventually result in student growth, student enrollment growth for the district. And the unemployment is low, retail sales are growing, and that sort of thing. The only negative aspect of our rating, which ultimately was able to be offset by some of the other factors, was the fund balance. Our fund balance was significantly lower than others of our peer districts, and I shared that information with the board, I believe, a week ago or so. And but as they felt that the other factors offset it well enough to be able to hold our bond rating at a AA1 rating, which is a tremendous accomplishment for us. It is something to celebrate leading up to a potential referendum, and that is very favorable to the district. So the importance of keeping our fund balance was very evident in that conversation. And so I am thankful that we were able to maintain the fund balance relatively well, considering the challenge we faced with our tax revenue this year. So fund balance will be going from somewhere up from $39.6 million at the beginning of the year to the June 30, 2019 balance of approximately $34.5 million, which is about 13.6% of fund balance. And just a reminder, the board's policy is 15 to 17%, so we're not quite there, but I think it is important for the direction of our budgets and our planning to move toward the 15% and get into that range. So that is definitely something that is noticed by outside the credit rating agencies and something that is a good business practice for the district. Just a quick note, I just wanted to know, what is the budget for the next year? As the budget is approved, we would be there was a $1 million use of fund balance as approved in the 1920 budget. So that would be a slight dip in the fund balance percentage back down a little below 13%. Customarily, we're able to save enough to not have that dip actually occur. And so it will be our goal this year to either maintain or bring that fund balance up by the end of the new school year. So Monday, so we have discussions about a millage surcharge. The millage surcharge is a request that was made to restore the loss of tax revenue, what we believe now to be an $8.7 million tax shortfall. So an $8.7 million tax shortfall is around approximately 6.6 mills. Of course, that is a big number to be added to the increases that were already occurred on the tax bills this year. It is something that we have proposed to achieve over a 2-year period. So a letter that went out a few weeks ago, I believe it was July 31st, from the board chair to the council chair, I believe you were all copied on, was that we are requesting support from county council to recover that shortfall in 2 installments, basically put a 3.3 mil surcharge on tax bills for a 2-year period of time. And it would be clearly indicated on the tax bill a 2-year period. So we're going to continue that discussion on Monday. And we're going to provide this budget update that you see on the screen right now has been provided to council already in preparation for Monday's meeting, along with some details of the tax revenues that come directly from the treasurer's report. So it spells out the $8 million shortfall in numbers with lots of details for those who are interested in seeing that. The information comes directly from the treasurer's office. Basically, it is our current year revenues by month, by category, automobiles, current taxes, and delinquent taxes. So there hopefully will be no question of the actual shortfall. And so we will go, Mr. Geyer and I will be attending the meeting. It's at 4 p.m. on Mondays. It's a joint County Council Finance Committee meeting and another committee, I believe, Public Works or Facilities. So it is a combination meeting. It's held at the Executive Conference Room in Beaufort. As the other meetings, it should be televised, and then I can provide an update coming back to the board in a future board meeting. So we'll determine which meeting I'm able to and get on an agenda to discuss. So our message will be very similar to the letter that was received, our feeling of a need for a surcharge to make up for all or a portion of that shortfall, and the data to support it, along with the current year projected actuals. So we'll provide all of that information on Monday. So,
Mr.
that's all I have.
Are you finished?
I'm
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Geyer?
Just to remind the board, when Tanya briefed us about the projected shortfall, and we made a motion that the board would take all necessary action to restore the funds that we were short. So that's why a surcharge is what we have proposed. Getting a surcharge passed by the county council will be difficult because it takes a 3/4 majority to pass a tax surcharge. But what I want to remind you about is how we got there. In 2018, the county council, the county sets the millage rate that we are all taxed for school operations funding. We don't, the county does, based on the budget that we submit. And because last year was a reassessment year, they reduced the millage from the previous year from 13.5 mils to 104.6 mils. That's a 9.4 mil decrease. So that meant that second property owners, businesses and so on, got a tax reduction of approximately 9.4 mils. Okay? This year, we have a budget passed, and they have not said officially yet, because they don't actually put it out until when? October? October. But in our budget discussions and the 3 readings that we made to the county council, they said that the 2020 millage would be 114 mils. So from 2018 to 2020, that's a 0.5 mil increase. But if you look at it from 2019, it's a 9.4 mil increase. So that's the unprecedented millage increase. But they took it away. The previous year, they cut too much. And so it's not. If you look at it from 2018 at 13.5 to 2020, it's a 0.5 mil increase. 0.5 mils. Okay? Now, I've heard county councilmen say that, well, this is a burden on the landlords and the businesses and so on. But did they give that decrease back to their customers, to their renters? They stuck it in their pockets. Let's just be blunt about that. And we want it back. Now, we have gone to the board, and I have reported as the Finance Committee's representative to the County Council. As an individual board member, I gave them this data at the budget meetings. When we go to this meeting on Monday, I think it's important that the board, not the one board member, provide them with the board position on this surcharge. So what I'd like to propose is this evening, with your approval, Tanya and I will sit down and prepare a letter to be read to the county council on Monday. Copies provided to the county council on Monday and to the press on Monday, stating why this surcharge is necessary. And using the best facts that we have, facts that can be audited, and say this is the board position. Now, do I think that's going to make this pass? I'm not sure. Logic says it will, but logic and politics don't always go hand in hand. If they do not do this, remember, this is the third time during a reassessment year we have been shorted. Now to the tune of $19 million. $19 million the county says they're going to give us that they haven't. That impacts our operations. It impacts our classrooms. It impacts our teachers. Remember, this is operational funds. This is salaries. So there's been an impact. The law says that the governing authority sets millage. And in this county, the governing authority has been the county council. And that makes sense if you were in a county where the county council appoints board members, because they are the governing authority. I contend that we are a governing authority. And if the county council won't support the district, then we must, as a governing authority, take that millage setting responsibility away from the county and give it to us as elected officials. Now, that's not going to go over well with the county council because they like having their hands on the purse strings. I hope we don't go to that. But we cannot continue to be shorted in operational funds by the county. So we start with a letter, if you approve that we give them, and read it to them and say, this is the will of the board, not of an individual board member. These are the facts, this is the data. And then it has to be read 3 times, correct, before a surcharge can be
That's correct.
put on. So we have to get it done now because they have to set it in October. And if they pass it and we get over the 2 years, we get the money back, fine. If they don't, I believe we need to look at other options, but that's a discussion down the road. Thank you.
Ms. Orszak, Mr. Dowling?
So just a question for Colonel Geyer, a process question here. The letter would need to be produced and reviewed by the board before the board could vote on it and approve it and agree to go forward. The meeting is Monday. So do you have a proposal as to how that would play out?
Well, what I suggest is that we work on the letter tonight, and tomorrow, each member of the board get a copy, edit, discuss it, come up with a final and a vote to approve it.
So just a follow-up question. We would need to add it to the agenda for tomorrow.
Correct.
Who would produce the letter?
Ms. Crosby and I will, with your approval, we'll work that up this afternoon after the board meeting is over, and have a draft for you in the morning.
One more follow-up question, if I may. The board took action a month or so back, directing the superintendent to use something to the tune of use all legal means in regard to this particular matter. Can we review that motion, Molly, at some point, just to see? I believe that's the only action thus far the board has formally taken on the surcharge, or the other verbiage we're using to describe this. But if we could just, if you can call that up at some point for us, just to be, refresh our memories as to what we've done thus far as a board on this matter. I don't remember which meeting it was at. Maybe someone else has a recollection.
Mr. Dowling?
I can't be sure, but I think it was the June 18th meeting. But anyway, just a couple of quick questions. Has the agenda for tomorrow been posted yet?
Yes.
Okay, so we'd have to add approval of that letter to the agenda. The letter will or will not discuss us taking the millage rate setting authority. Okay, so that's, all right, we're not gonna mix issues here. Okay, good. All right, thank you.
Mr. Stripinger?
Can I get back to this, or do you want to finish that first?
I have one other comment about this, and that is, since this is a two-day agenda with a recess in between, I don't see why we can't have the board budget as unfinished business on the agenda tomorrow, and that would therefore allow this to occur without having to repost an agenda. It's part of the same discussion.
Okay, now I want to.
Now go ahead.
I'll just ask a kind of a nitpicking question. But our actuals came in 5.5 under,
Yes.
but then we developed the budget for next year, and the question I would anticipate would be, can you anticipate your actuals coming in at 5.5 next year? Because if so, that changes your fund balance percentage, blah, 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 blah. I just think that's a question that you could probably anticipate coming from somebody smarter than me.
Right. And certainly we can prepare for that sort of questioning. I don't, the 5 million, or the 1 million of energy costs specifically was not projected a year ago. We did budget for some savings, but probably not the amount that we have received. So I can anticipate that we won't use the $1 million go dip into the fund balance, but beyond that, we'll have to analyze where we are this new year. And $5.5 million savings is larger than any I have seen in 18 years. So that is not something that was something that was intentionally done. We generally have some savings, perhaps about 1% of the budget, which is about 2 million or less. But 5 million is something much larger than I have seen in the past. So I would say we don't anticipate normally something that large, but we will certainly analyze it through the year. The beauty of the 2-year millage surcharge is that we know we are at least half of that short. So there would be an opportunity to, if when we get further through the budget year And into this time next year, there would be an opportunity to forego the second year of the millage surcharge and remove it from the tax bill. So that's the beauty of the 2-year millage. And so it would be a collection of $4.5 million in the new year, and then the other. So it provides opportunity to make the numbers, shore up the numbers and see where we are.
Right. I think that beauty should be emphasized more than it is.
Okay.
That second
Wheels.
year, I think that's important, and maybe everybody else knew it, and I didn't, but I mean, that seems real important to me. And I understand the energy is a one-time, so you certainly can't anticipate that, but I think somebody's going to ask that question.
So I'd just like to follow up on David. So the ending fund balance right now is estimated at 34.5 million, correct?
Yes.
And I did the calculations to figure out what would it take to get to 15%, since we're at 13.6, and that comes out to be basically 38 million. So we're talking a difference of 3.5 million, and you just stated that in the past you have been able to find savings of approximately 2 million. So that's okay. What do you think about that? Do you have any comments with what I just pointed out?
2 million of savings. Well, our fund balance is projected to go down for the new school year, so June 30, 20, to 12.7%. So as our budget rises, that you're still, you've kind of an uphill battle there. So by adding back 3.5, we might be able to stay at 13.6 or some number slightly above that. So it's a moving target uphill. And so I can certainly crunch the numbers to see what it would take as our budget increases and what would it take to achieve that.
Thank you. I think Mr. Guyer next, Mr. Dowling, Ms. Orszak.
I think we also have to realize that we had a de facto hiring freeze, really, since we started knowing. So there was positions that did not get filled. There was more than just not doing the waxing of floors. It also put some technology purchases on hold. So basically, we kicked the expenditure can down the road, that we're going to have to pick that can up in the future. So it wasn't because we had fat and we cut away some lean. It was because we put off purchasing some things and hiring some people that we feel that we needed. So, that's what you do when you have to tighten your belt, hoping that you will have a recompense later on down the road.
Ms. Orszak?
So I do recall the board discussions about changing the specifications on the fund balance, increasing it. But I'm having trouble locating it in the newly renovated manual. Was it an administrative regulation that was created, or was it a policy, or both? I also can't find the reg, but I know we did determine this.
We did, and it's actually a performance expectation that was specifically designating the fund balance. Although in the administrative rules, was going to add language in those, since they are online and visible to the public, to mirror the language in the performance expectation. So the Finance Committee will be seeing that very soon.
Excellent. So you're going to mirror that in a regulation, and I would assume at some point it would be also in a board policy to align with that. Thank you.
Mr. Dowling?
In light of what Dick was saying about kicking the can down the road, we certainly did that, and we do have to pay that piper. But I also hope, this is just an observation, I also hope that every organization in the country, every department manager has a mantra: use it or lose it. Okay? I really hope that every month, when people look at what they've got in their budget to spend, they're also taking a look at what can I get away with not spending and not jeopardize my mission during the current year. Is that an exercise that is normally gone through? Or do the people spending the money figure, well, I got it in the budget now, it's sacrosanct, I can use it? Do they review it to see if they still need it 9 months after the budget's been approved?
I can't speak for the other department heads or the schools. As far as myself, inside of the departments that I manage, we monitor the spending throughout the year, and we build a budget for the things that we need. We don't build a budget for the things that we might need or want. It's generally, especially with the budget reductions, the tightening of, the 10% reductions in the departments and the 50% reductions in travels, they're going to be facing, and are already facing, some are significant reductions in their budgets. So we are tasked them with, we are monitoring them in the finance department, but we have bookkeepers and office managers who are monitoring those throughout the year. I would certainly think that they would, if I announce that we have a shortfall and we need you to hold off on any or postpone any purchases that can be postponed, then they will do it. And that is evidenced by this budget, by the prior year budget. So is it a normal practice? I would say government is often a use it or lose it kind of mentality. And so it's something that we will have to change, especially in years where we need it. So.
Okay, so who would speak for everyone? You said you can't speak for everyone. Who in the organization can speak for everyone?
Well, you're talking about individual managers of each department, so department heads in each area, every principal, and so the message comes from me and Dr. Rodriguez as to how the spending occurs. So it all comes from the top, and so when that we will deliver the message that is needed and continue to monitor the budgets.
Thank you.
Mr. Mel Campbell?
As a follow-up and clarification to a neophyte like myself, what happens to the money that we possibly could save? That goes into the fund balance? Okay, but the only caveat about that is now county council sees that we didn't need the money that we, asked for. So next year has a bigger fight to get that budget, approved again, right?
Well,
Am
the
I
money
correct?
that we saved, we needed to be in the fund balance in order to offset cash flow purposes, to reduce the TAN, and to put us in a better position for our bond rating. So we needed it. We were able to shift it and hold on to it in our savings in order to.
I'm talking future. I'm talking like this year.
Mm-hmm.
If we save money somehow, John, every department cuts $500,000 and we save $2 million, that goes to the fund balance, correct?
That's correct.
Now, but what it does is it gives a reading to the council that we didn't need what we asked for this year. So when we go back next year looking for a certain amount more, because we really became very frugal, they'll look at it and say, we don't need it. Is that correct?
If that is possible.
Yeah, okay. It's almost mute, prospect in my mind.
Mr. Guyer?
Let me kind of review the fund balance. The fund balance is our reserve. Most common practices is for a business to have 2 months' worth of reserves so you can operate. If we had the necessary reserves to handle our expenses from the 1st of July until December and January, when we get most of our local revenue, that's more than 2 months. Because we have, every month, we got to turn on the lights, we got to pay salaries and so on. So we borrow money on a short-term loan every year to pay up that difference, and that costs the taxpayer, because that's part of our budget, because we have to budget that interest that we have to pay on that short-term loan. Secondly, about this is so critical, I believe 16% or 15, 16% is about all we can expect to get. But in my belief, that would be fine if we lived in Phoenix, Arizona. They don't have hurricanes there. If we have a major hurricane, that fund balance is how we could get the trees off the buildings, pay for mobiles to come in, and get our kids back in school. We can't wait for our insurance. We can't wait for the FEMA or the state to bail us out. We have to write checks right away. We have to have the money in the bank. Now, the county council has a larger fund balance than we do, because rightfully so. They have to put roads in and infrastructure in and so on. But I think they seem to forget that we have children that have to go to school. And we have to have the money to pay for that. So that's why this is so critical. And if we can build it up, and I really believe if I was king, we'd have about a 20-25% fund balance, simply because we've had 2 hurricanes in the last 3 years, and we got lucky. I hate to plan on luck. I like to have something in reserve. So that's why it's so important.
Ms. Robine?
I certainly support your effort, Mr. Guyer, to get with Ms. Crosby, draft a letter, bring it to us tomorrow so that we can look at it and move forward with this. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to have that part will be unfinished business for this topic today.
Yes. Thank you.
Morning, board members. I've been asked to do a brief history of your school board sponsored State of the Schools event. It's an annual event. I think in board docs you have a list of the invitees. That generally does not change much from one year to the next. It represents, for the most part, educators across the district, but also organizations in the district that work with us, all elected officials. That includes the state legislative delegation, county councils, town councils, mayors, town managers. So that's your invitation list. The event began back in 2012, and I think in board docs you've got the agendas for every one of those events since 2012. It's been an evolution in terms of the content of the event. You can broadly divide it into 3 parts. It began back in 2012 based around a keynote speaker. And that was sort of the organizing principle for 2 or 3 years. And then it changed to become a retrospective look at the previous year in the school district that was presented by the superintendent. At the time, that was Dr. Moss. And then the last couple of them had been much shorter presentations, much shorter remarks, no keynote speech, and then recognitions of either students or educators or members of the public, organizations in the public, that had done good things for the school district. If you look at last year's, for example, 2018, those recognitions were the Foundation for Educational Excellence, which has given tens of thousands of dollars to our teachers over the year in their grant program. The robotics team from Hilton Head Island High, which had won the world championship. Our 3 lighthouse schools, which is an amazing number for any one district in South Carolina to have. And finally, the Archaeology Club, which we felt was a wonderful example of students using their academic skills that they've gotten in the classroom to solve a real world problem. So that's how it's progressed up to now. The event can basically be whatever the board members want it to be, or if the board member wants it to continue to be. And that's all I have as a presentation. I can answer any questions you have, but that's about the sum of my knowledge.
Ms. Orshak?
Tim, as you know, for years we put together an ad hoc committee to assist made up of board members, and can you just explain what that looked like in years past and how that might have helped shape the State of the Schools breakfast?
I think if Robin's not here, she's probably a better person to answer that question than me, unfortunately. I do know that a board group was created, it was ad hoc, and every year that group got together with staff and sort of decided what it would look like in that year. I don't know who was on that committee last year, because I'm generally not involved with that.
Ms. Cushingberry will be back on Monday. She's celebrating the birth of a grandchild. Mr. Strivenger?
I think Mrs. Cushionberry said she's gonna be back tomorrow.
Oh,
actually.
okay, yeah, that's right.
Excuse me.
Yeah, this is under, board budget.
Budget.
So how much does this cost?
Molly, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's in the area of food is the major expense, around $1,000, is that a good starting point? In years when the event occurred off-site, that I think ran anywhere from $700–800, depending on the site. Last year, I think to save money, we brought it back in, we held it in this room, and so the only expense last year was the food, and that was, again, $1,000-ish. I assumed it was on the board agenda under budget because there was some consideration being given to whether it was worth continuing as an annual event.
I hadn't even thought of that, but, and which line item, Tanya, is this on our budget?
It's generally in a purchase service, so it's, I'm gonna say 539900 is the second part of the account number. So I don't have that budget in front of me.
It's miscellaneous on here.
It's a miscellaneous purchase service, and generally compiled with any service, other services. Generally, it's catering.
Okay. I'm impressed that you knew the 539.
Memories.
All right, thank you.
I'd like to hear Dr. Rodriguez. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, just listening to Jim talk about the history of it and how it's progressed. I know where I was come from in Palm Beach, we did do State of the Schools presentation, and was generally, it was data driven with a lot of conversation about where we are and where we're headed, and conversation around plans to get there. That's generally the way we've done it. We had it actually as a part of a luncheon where community members and business partners actually bought tables, and it was done at a typically like at a hotel ballroom type of thing, and that offset the cost of the event by doing it that way.
Dr. Wisniewski?
I was going to ask, is this something that generally the media is invited and encouraged to attend?
Yes. But do they attend? No. As a matter of fact, I can think of maybe 1 or 2 years when we had a TV station attend, but generally no, there's no media attendance. They're invited. I personally, the two I found that were the most interesting were the ones where there was a data-driven presentation made, the type that Dr. Rodriguez was referring to, and then there was a panel discussion with 4 or 5 people. Then one year, that same idea of a discussion morphed away from a panel discussion into a table discussion, the type of discussion that you had, for example, with the ecumenical partners, where there's a data-driven presentation, and then on each table there's a list of talking points, and the tables discuss those issues. So it became more interactive. Those were the ones I thought were the most productive and the most interesting from a participant standpoint.
Mr. Val Campbell?
Is the question whether we're gonna continue this or not, or in what form? Do we have a reason for a presentation?
Well, since it's under the budget, as Mr. Strivenger pointed out, we certainly, if you look at the budget here, we have the
the available budget of 16,000 in that category, and if it's a cost of about 1,000, I guess we can vote about it if you would like. We can instruct the superintendent to set it up the way he thinks it would be most beneficial. I have a question too for you, Dr. Rodriguez. So in Palm Beach, did you typically do it in October or in the fall?
No, we typically, actually it was around October, November, yes. The first year, when we started doing it, it was more of a January event. We had a new superintendent, and we spaced out some time, and we ended it in January. But after that, we really moved to around an October, November event, just so that we could sort of recap, the year, the previous year, where we are, where we're headed.
So bear that in mind with our referendum in early November. Would you feel that it'd be preferable to do it prior to that, after that?
I think it's a good question. I'd like to give it some more thought, but I really, I could go either way on it at the moment.
All right, I believe Dr. Wisniewski, Mr. Dowling, Mr. Scrivener.
I'm just gonna throw something out there to see if this gets things closed up and moving on this. I'm gonna make a motion for the chair to create an ad hoc committee to work with the communications department and the superintendent to explore the state of the schools breakfast for 2019. That's all I got. I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion?
If I could add, regardless of when it occurs, whether it's October or November, the creation of that ad hoc committee, the timing of that would be good. If it, if we're going to do that, whether it's October or November, then we need to start thinking about it now.
Mr. Dowling and then Mr. Strivenger?
Do you need a second for that?
I think we already have one.
Joanne.
Yeah, Joanne already seconded it.
To me, it's not the $1,000. To me, it's that the stated outcomes of the seminar give us, are worth the time that we have to make people spend preparing for it. Taking them away from other tasks, are the outcomes worth it? Not, do we have the money in the budget? That's use it or lose it.
I think, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, I think if the goal and the focus of it is around community engagement and community information about where we are, there's a value in that's probably greater than the cost, that we might be spending, It's kind of that communication about our system and about where we are and where we're headed, so.
Mr. Strivenger?
I'm not quite sure what the committee would do, but I'm not opposed to that. But on the timing, I believe your 90-day plan ends October 1st. I believe you're going to have an assessment of the district involved. I think that'd be perfect topic for this. I mean, that is
Correct.
the state of the schools. You're gonna have that report. So I think that's the feature, and I think it should be before the referendum, because people want to know what you've discovered, as an outside thing. So
Yep.
That's what I would suggest. I just think it's a perfect fit.
Dr. Wisniewski?
So getting to what the committee would do was basically to give the goals of what the state of the breakfast is, the board goals, what they intend or see the breakfast actually including in its programming. That's what I see the board members who serve on the committee doing, is making sure that it's facilitating intended purpose for the public to see and for constituents to see.
Mr. Will Smith?
And I do support Dr. Wisniewski on that, because of the fact that I think that in the past, I'm glad she said what the board vision is on the state of the breakfast, especially basically because it seems to me that from sitting back listening for a while that y'all have brought this out because basically y'all want to know whether the board wants this because obviously this is coming out of the board's budget, correct? Correct? On the record?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so with that being stated, I think it should definitely be with the board because too many times I feel that we give things away to different tasks to other people to formulate what the board wants, and the board needs to be more not vigilant. The board needs to be more precise in actually dealing with things that we want and not passing things off to other staff members to represent us. And I see a big problem in that, so I definitely will support that because the fact that this is the board mission and goal, then the board should have some say-so on it. I find a lot of times in this district when they just say, well, yeah, the board has something to do with it, but someone else is doing it. The board they have nothing to really do with it. So therefore, I really think that at this time that I will be supporting that, and that's a good thing, and that it would be good for the board to be involved.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
In the past, Mrs. Cushenberry and the board was involved in this, along with Mr. Foster. There was no other staff member. And it went well. We invited every schools, private schools, religious school, to all of these. It went well.
Ms. Orchak?
So my understanding is that this is our single most important event in highlighting our successes in the district. And as Mr. Campbell said, there was board input. They would hash out the theme. They would talk about the venue, where it was. And so it was driven by the board, really, to speak to Mr. Smith's point. So.
That's great.
The one piece, if we're delving into data-driven conversation and that kind of thing as well, remember that currently data is embargoed, right? And the best information we have is that we would be looking at October, but that could change is also what I heard. So, okay.
All right.
I also have another comment. And also, correct me if I'm wrong, so we do have a community formally luncheon from time to time that we do have with community members, don't we? Is that right? That's not true?
I'm not aware of a board lunch.
No, I'm not saying the board, I'm talking about as a district. As a district, I believe that we invite the pastors and community leaders.
Ecumenical partners, they come twice a year. Yes.
Oh, okay, so
Yes.
okay, and
That's the superintendent.
And that's the superintendent stuff,
Yes.
right? Okay,
Yes.
so I just wanted to make sure that we do have another component, and I want to question, do we have another component for the actual superintendent or for the staff to basically hold what they want to hold at those meetings? I do remember coming to one and Dr. Berg telling, well, I think that's when he did, who is Beaufort County, correct? Okay. Yeah, right. That's my point. Thank you.
Ready for a vote? So the motion is for an ad hoc committee to be formed to explore the state of the school's breakfast with the communications department and superintendent.
I would add, I think, Ms. Cushenberry as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Everybody all right with adding Ms. Cushenberry? Any objections? All right. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All right. Motion carries unanimously. So I'll ask for the board members to submit me via email if you're interested on serving on this committee, and perhaps we should have it. Can you please submit your requests by the board meeting Tuesday night?
And what is that?
I just asked if you would please submit a request if you're interested in serving on this committee by email to me by the board meeting, by the time of board meeting Tuesday night. All right, the next topic is out-of-state travel. Maybe, Ms. Crosby, it might be helpful if you were at the podium. So as you can see on the board's budget, we have $13,000 approved for out-of-state travel for this coming year. And we've already had one board member who's requested to go attend a conference out of state. Well, 13,000 is not going to go too far because Ms. Cushingberry told me that, like for example, the National School Board Association, when you put in the cost of a member attending, that's approximately 3,000, and I believe that did not include your mileage reimbursement, but it included the other things like the hotel, the registration, the per diem meals. So we need to decide as a board how are we going to divvy up that 13,000. Do you have any comments,
I do not.
Ms. Orszak?
So just a question, what is the requested out-of-state travel that you're referring to in your comment? What is that event?
I don't know. Dr. Wisniewski submitted it to Robin, and I don't know the details.
Yeah, I actually asked Robin just to find out the cost for me because I didn't want to attend anything out of state if it was going to be exorbitant amount of money. Actually, the one that I'm looking at attending it's in California this year. Last year it was on the East Coast, so I knew that it would probably be potentially more expensive. She told me that it's going to run, I think, like $1,700, so it's less than NSBA. And I actually am going to be probably at NSBA for something else already, so that would not be a board cost. So just putting that out there that the cost for that next year probably will not come out of my expense for out-of-state travel. And that's it. Did you want me anything else?
No, thank you.
Ms. Fidrich, then Mr. Dowling.
I was hoping that at this work session, we would discuss more than just out-of-state travel. When I saw the board budget, I thought maybe we would be discussing the board budget. And in light of all the conversation that we were just having about tightening our belts and looking at budget and everything, I had several questions that I was hoping to address, but it doesn't relate to just out-of-state travel. Okay, so may I ask some of those questions? The overall title of this agenda item was board budget.
Exactly. So we can either finish our discussion about out-of-state travel and then let you ask your questions. That might be the better way to do it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Dowling?
Do we have a feel for, when you think about out-of-state travel, the national convention comes to mind, I think, first. What other typical out-of-state functions have board members been attending besides the national conference?
I think Mr. Campbell, you can speak to that. If there was a security, wasn't it a security conference?
That's the one I attended in Florida. But under the National School Board Association, they have CUBE, which is, they're going to have it in Miami this year in September. And then they used to have the regional, Southeast Regional, which they stopped having now. They don't have that anymore. So the only two is CUBE and the National School Board Association Convention. Those are two large ones. And security. And next year they're going to have the security in Miami, Florida.
Would anybody like to speak that is not spoken? Mr. Dowling?
For myself, I'm not going to attend any conference that requires overnight accommodations. I think that with $13,000, we could consider setting up a protocol that any and all applications to spend that budget money show a proven benefit to the board as a whole, not just general interest in the person wanting to attend it. None of this nebulous makes me a better board member. Quantified cost benefits, just for that out-of-state travel segment, and come to the board with it. That would be my proposal.
Mr. Melvin Kimmel?
Along the same lines, I would suspect that any out-of-state travel would be supporting the board's agenda, the board's academic agenda, which, things directed at where we're trying to go and what we're trying to facilitate as a board. So, and these become specific things as we set our academic agenda. example, K-8 programs or, security. All of the things that we have focused as our priorities should be the things that we focus on a yearly basis in terms of out-of-state travel, even in-state travel. I think these things need to be targeted, not just anybody willy-nilly decide. I think the board has to agree upon the direction of these conventions and which one's appropriate.
Ms. Orshak and Mr. Earl Campbell?
I'll take Mr. Campbell's comments one step further, that they should align with our newly approved or reapproved goals, 5 goals. And there should be some protocol in place, per Mr. Dowling's comments, where the individual who attends comes back and reports to the board so that we can all share in the good information that they found at this. So I'm not opposed to out-of-state travel, but protocols do need to be in place, and I agree they should be aligned with the board's goals.
Mr. Campbell?
Yes. When you go to these conferences, you sit down and talk with board members from different parts of the country and find out what they are doing, how they are making advances in student achievement. And many times I brought all that back to the board, but it dropped on deaf ear. Nobody want to listen, Even the school district in the state of South Carolina, a lot of school districts are doing good, have good programs, but you come back and it's the same thing, But many of the ideas that this district have, some of it came back from the other districts in the United States, and also in the state of South Carolina. So it's up to the board member to bring it back. You go and sit down and then you complain, well, we don't do this in Beaufort County. But a lot of times, stuff you don't do in Beaufort County can help you, what other districts are doing.
Mr. Strivenger?
I think a lot of good ideas have been put forward. What we have to work against is the optics of these being boondoggles. So whatever we have to do to blow that out of the water, we have to do, whether it's bringing a report back or, because, people see Miami, and, the first thought is the same thought we would have if we saw county council going there. We would think, yeah, it's a vacation, it's a boondock, oh, they're going to Italy. We need to put whatever we can in place to nip that in the bud and have a product that comes back, have authorization ahead of time. These are all really good ideas, but how do we actually start implementing?
I can answer that a little bit in the sense that Ms. Cushenberry told me in the past for the National School Board Association conferences, and none of us went last year because that was when we were doing our superintendent search interviews, but in the prior years, basically she would just query who wanted to go, and it would, half the board could go one year and the other half the next year, and it usually worked out well that way. And if somebody didn't want to go, and then there was an extra person that wanted to go, fill in or whatever. So it was basically just alternating years. But I know nobody had the opportunity last year. Mr. Smith?
As I had listened to this conversation, and it's been playing around in a long time in the background, and so this has kind of been one of the issues with some board members and some even community members. This is my question. We're talking about education. When you talk about education, education is priceless. You can't put a price on education. So where am I going with this, William? Some of you are saying, where am I going? Let me tell you exactly where I'm going at. How in God's good name do you want the superintendent to go to a conference? You want Mrs. Walton to go to a conference? You want Tanya Crosby to go to a conference just to figure out better and quicker ways or easier ways how to bring money to this district? Because when you go to conference, you go to conferences to sharpen yourself, to learn different things. You go to educate yourself. You go to bring tools. You go to those conferences to get tools to put in your tool bag to help you do the job. And so if this is the education realm that we're in, how do we not want board members to go out and get educated and say, oh, we have to buck with people talk. Yeah, I understand we have to have transparency. But I think some of it is about I'm just gonna go ahead and put it out there about some board members saying, well, only one board go. That's not other board members' fault that other board members don't go. And I'm quite frankly, since I've been on this board, I've been hearing it, and I'm kind of tired of hearing it. Because at the end of the day, it's our job to go out there, and the reason why the district doesn't change is because the top doesn't change. It's our job that board members, and I'm not lecturing nobody. I ain't telling nobody. I'm telling you, William Smith believes it's our job to go out there and learn and see what other counties are doing, what other ideas are doing, and here to, like Mr. Campbell said, talk to other board members and see what's going on in other places in America besides Beaufort County. That's the only way we're gonna change it. If we educate ourselves and we go to these conferences, we send teachers to conferences, we send principals to conferences. So what's the problem with sending board members to conferences?
Ms. Fidrich, Mr. Dowling.
Mr. Smith, I agree with you, but we just cut $500,000 from our district travel budget. There have to be protocols in place in order for travel to occur. And I don't think there's anyone, I'm certainly not saying that people should not go to conferences outside the district, outside the state, so on and so forth. I'm just agreeing with a lot that's been said, that one, they should be aligned with either the school's mission and vision, if it is a teacher going, a district vision or mission, a board's goal aligned with that, and there's got to be processes in place. If we're expecting our schools, our district to have cut $500,000 from their travel budget, we also have to look at our own practices, since we cut over 50% of our travel budget, and to determine how best to spend that money. Yes, it is incumbent upon us to continue to educate ourselves, but it is also incumbent upon us to use our tax dollars wisely. And in many, many instances, our schools have to use the train-the-trainer model. That means not everybody goes to a conference, but you bring back, as Mr. Campbell said, the critical and cogent information, and you train those that are unable to go. And so that's why I asked that the board budget be put on the schedule for this agenda, so we could talk about those processes. We could look at our practices and say, are our practices aligned with good fiscal conservancy?
And I do understand that. However, at the end of the day,
Hey, Mr. Smith, you can't.
I'm responding to what she
You
said.
can't
She
do
responded
that.
to me.
No, you can't do that. You can get in the queue and I'll let you respond.
No problem.
Mr. Dowling, then Dr. Wisniewski, then you.
In 1984, when I first was elected to a school board, the conferences were very important, both the state and the national. There's been advances in technology since that time. I would venture that you don't necessarily have to fly to Des Moines to attend a conference and learn something. I would venture that practically everything that is offered at most conferences are available also in web seminar and self-learning. So I think the content of the seminars are totally available. How much you gain after the day's sessions while having a pork chop with a fellow board member or from another state, I think is marginal compared to what the experts are giving you during the day. And what's available during the day, and I've often said it about the schools. We can send people to conferences, or we can have them view it on their computer screen in their office and learn just as much. So I would be the first one years ago to say that we should be going to conferences. But if the question is what you learn from a conference, I would maintain that we can get that just as much here on a computer.
Dr. Wisniewski, Mr. Smith, Mr. Mel Campbell.
I'd like to make a motion, however, I'm not really sure how to, because I was going to direct this possibly to the policy committee to explore creating policies surrounding out-of-state travel so that we can align it however, the board thinks fit. So I'd like to make a suggestion that we create a policy that aligns with our board stated goals and also that, I know we don't, so I'd like to make that motion, but we don't have a policy committee to direct it to. So I guess I'm just going to make the motion that the board, I'd like to make a motion that the Board of Education adopts a policy that aligns out-of-state travel to meet the board's stated goals and requires a brief report back to the board of key takeaways from out-of-state conventions and travel.
Well, second for discussion.
I'll second that if I can.
So, okay, Ms., would you like to speak?
Yes, I would love to. As you were speaking, I thought of something procedurally we could do very easily, and that is our travel document, our travel request document is rather extensive, but what we could do is add goals to that document. And so if you have 4 goals or 5 goals, we could state the goals on the document, and then you could put goal number 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 right on that document, so that it would relate procedurally, wouldn't necessarily need a policy. We could enact that, and actually we could do it for district staff as well on other goals of the district. So that's something to consider and wouldn't require a policy. We could do that procedurally very easily.
And can you explain, because I think probably some of the board members and probably also the public's not aware that in order for us to attend a conference, et cetera, there has to be a request made, like it's made actually by Robin on behalf of the board member, with an estimate of what the cost of that travel is going to be before you go. It has to be approved. So
Yes.
Could you address that?
Yes, we have a travel policy for employees, and board policy states that the board will actually adhere to the employee travel policy. So the travel request is the same for staff as it is for the board. It requires an estimated cost of all items involved in travel, whether it's local, state, or in-state or out-of-state. For purposes of in-state, Savannah is considered in-state for those purposes since it is so close. So it is a request that includes mileage, whether it be to and from an airport. For an example of out-of-state travel, it includes parking costs, it includes luggage fees, it includes hotel, registration, and any other ancillary costs regarding travel. It's an estimate, and so you come up with a grand total of what the absolute cost would be, and then it is approved I believe it's by the board chair or for the board members, or the appropriate chief officer would approve out-of-state travel in that respect. So, and then when the travel occurs, that request must be attached to every receipt. When an employee or a direct board member is provided a reimbursement for mileage or per diem, a receipt of all receipts and that request are attached to every single document.
So Mr. Smith, you are next in the queue if you want to respond to Ms. Fidrich.
I pretty much did my response in my own responding. Yeah, I do understand that, but however, actually no, I'm just gonna leave that alone. I will support Ms. Wisniewski motion to. I mean her motion, but also I would like to add to send it to the ad hoc committee to review and to bring that up to date. And also stating that if we're going to set the standard for the board, then we need, and it was already some conversation, then we need to set the standard for everyone, to the staff and everyone under, because it seems like a lot of times that, some board members say, well, we need to start from the top. We start attacking each other and start attacking the board, and we forget about everybody fall under us. So if we're going to start having all these rigorous things for the board members, to do so we can rule out, then we need to let it trickle down to staff members. And that might be tough for some people. But at the end of the day, everything that board members are doing, I understand there are some protocols and stuff that are already being done with staff members. All the stuff need to be done with staff members as well. And that's basically that's my thing. If it's good for the board members, my mama said if it's good for the goose, then it's good for the gander. So if it's good for board members, then it's good for staff as well. That's my thing moving forward.
Okay, is there anybody who hasn't spoke on this topic that would like to speak? And did you speak, Earl? Okay, you're first, Earl, then Kathy, and then we'll go back to people who've already said something.
Oh, sorry. Earl, go ahead.
I just want to say this. We spent how long, almost over half an hour talking about this? If what the chair said and what Robin recommended and what we did in the past, so many members go 1 year and so many members go the next year. We don't need a policy to tell us how to go. The chair can do that. You know, you get all these policies and half of the time you don't abide by them. It had worked in the past, it can work now. We make things so difficult. Half go, or how many board members want to go this year? Then the board member that didn't go this year, they may go next year. Simple. And if you don't have the money, you don't go.
Mr. Robine?
Ms. Crosby, if I understand you correctly, were you suggesting that to the forms that are currently being used, that we add a section that requires the requestant to indicate what goal that their attendance at this conference would be meeting?
That's correct. And at the bottom would be a legend with a brief summary of each of the goals.
And that would go to apply to everyone across the district, to Mr. Smith's point. It wouldn't just be for board members, it would be for everyone?
No problem with that, because actually everything we do should be aligned to the rules. So,
Right.
and we should be able to talk about how when we're going to conferences or spending money, whatever it is we're doing is aligned to our goals within the system. So I think it makes sense.
All right, Mr. Stribner, did you speak on this topic yet?
I'm not sure.
If
I know we have a motion on the floor, I believe.
Okay, well, let's have you wait, because these guys were, then, if you have already spoken, we're going in order. Mr. Dowling, Dr. Wisniewski, Mr. Campbell again?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Okay.
I'll wait.
You'll wait.
I'll wait.
Okay. Go ahead.
I support Dr. Wisniewski's motion. The question that has not been asked and answered yet, though, the protocols are all for what happens after the trip. The question is, who's going to approve the trip?
Mm-hmm.
You shouldn't be nobody approving the trip. We're board members.
You have to wait your turn.
I got
Okay.
it. I'm not waiting.
Dr. Wisniewski.
I've got nothing on that. But what I was going to do was amend my motion, because I think Tanya's idea simplifies it. It gets away from some of the lengthiness that may occur the other way around. So I'd like to amend my motion to include the board goals on the travel documents.
It's pre-approval document.
Pre-approval document, I'm not sure what it's titled. But also to still include a synopsis or a takeaway report from those that attend, so that everybody can benefit.
Did you get that, Molly?
Just put it in.
Yeah, Mr. Campbell.
To John's point, yeah, the autumn technology should be utilized to the max. But to support Earl, I mean, it's very important that educators collaborate personally sometimes, particularly about situations that are relevant to their particular school district. Sometimes you run into a person who, you went to a conference to focus on a certain item, and then you run into a person who got the same situation and is already using that particular system that you might be intended to. You can get personal feedback then, as opposed to just a general overlay of what goes on. So a lot of times that interchange is immeasurable in terms of how you get that. And to the other points, I agree with adding that on to the travel document or the request for travel, but I still think we need to vet the idea of what the travel purpose is for and how it aligns with the board. Somebody writes something down there, like John said, who's gonna approve it? If they write it down and it's okay, who does the approving? That's my question. Who suggests that fact that you're going to Texas for a conference, that it aligns itself with us? Despite the cost and everything else lines up, I think in that application process, you gotta write in how it aligns itself, and that'll give us the expectancy for the return report.
So Mr. Strippinger's next.
I thought the approval was pretty well established, that the chair approved it. I'm not sure that we need to change that, but given the scrutiny the chair is normally under, what do you need to make that decision?
My answer to that would be I would sit down with Robin Cushenberry and go through the requests and look at the conference schedules and, make a judgment. That's what it would require. I personally support the revised motion because I just think it will be a streamlined way to get this accomplished. I think we're trying to make a mountain out of a molehill. And let's have the travel documents align with the board goals, add that to it. And so the members are submitting more information when they're making a travel request. And there has to be some, Robin is usually the one that contacts the members to see what they're interested in going. And there has to be some limitations, and there has been in the past. Basically, as I mentioned, half and half for, half the board goes 1 year and half the next year. This is now to a national conference, not in-state. All right, I think Ms. Orszak was next.
Right. First, we need some direction by you, Madam Chair. We had a motion on the floor that was seconded. It was dramatically different, almost a completely different motion than the amended one. The first one was to create a board policy. This one is really a whole new motion, and I don't know that it had a second. Could we just, can you please direct us on how we should be managing these motions?
My opinion would be that Dr. Wisniewski's, I guess you'd say, struck something and add something. Basically, that it's to accomplish the same thing. So I do think it would be allowed actually via Robert's rules because it's addressing the same topic. She was also the maker of both motions. Ms. Robine, who seconded this one?
It did not have a second, but I will second it.
Okay.
All right, I'm not finished with my comments. First, I'd like to know where I can find the documents for out-of-state travel. I'd like to just review them. I think the board should review them. I seconded the first motion to develop a policy because I do believe there should be some guidelines in place. I can assume we have an administrative regulation which details how employees apply for out-of-state travel. I don't know. But if we do have an administrative regulation, I would imagine we should also have a board policy that mirrors that. So I was very much in support of Mrs. Wisniewski's first motion. So that'll be why I'm voting against this one. If this one were a separate standalone motion that the form would now include those other areas, I would support it. But this, in lieu of the other one, I won't be.
I think I can answer one of your questions, Ms. Orshak, and that is the travel document is actually what you fill out for mileage reimbursement if you do it that way. It has two boxes at the top. One is travel request and one is travel, I believe, reimbursement. So it's the same form. And then it is Robin Cushenberry who has to, add the documents that, or the pricing as to what the registration costs, what the hotel costs, blah, blah, blah. But it's the same form, it's not a different form.
So where can I find that form? I never submit,
Mr.
I really
You can find it on the
only
district.
mileage.
You can find it on the district website
Okay.
as an employee, because that's where I found it. Mr. Dow.
I think for the simplification, if we deal with things one at a time and not have two-pronged motions, the first motion is, should we establish a policy? Question mark. Let's decide that. Then we can talk about what's going to be on the form, et cetera, et cetera. And then it's clear what we're talking about and clear what we're voting on. Because you can have an objection to the form, but favor having a policy, and then you're stuck on a vote. So let's go back. I would suggest we go back to the original question is, will we have a policy? And if the answer to that is yes, then we can discuss how the policy will be formulated and enacted. That's my suggestion.
Mr. Strivinger.
I would ask Dr. Wisniewski, did you withdraw the first motion?
I amended it.
You amended it.
I amended it.
So we need a parliamentarian to tell us what's going on here, although we all know the intent here. So we can bounce around quite a bit on this. I think the cleaner way would have been to withdraw the first one. And this is just retrospective. We all have greater insight to withdraw the first one. And then, but that's, I think that was the intent of what you were doing.
Madam Chair, can you provide some direction on this?
I believe I already answered. My thoughts are that it's the intent is the same end result. That is, how do we get travel approved for board members? And I do believe that this would be allowed by, or in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, because it is, accomplishing the same intent or end result. So, Dr. Wisniewski, as I mentioned, has withdrew her, or didn't withdraw it, but amended it, excuse me. So you could say she struck out and added to get to this document. But I guess we could ask Wendy Cartledge if that's a good interpretation, or maybe that's not a good interpretation. All right, Mr. Dowling.
So what will we be voting on? Will we be voting on a motion that travel documents include board goals and synopsis and doesn't mention a policy? Or what is the motion that you're suggesting we vote on?
Well, the motion is up there, but I'm not sure what the word synopsis is there for. Or you mean when we return? Okay. So motion that the travel documents, I think I will allow Dr. Wisniewski to.
Okay, so there'll be no policy.
And then we can have a vote on policy. Dr. Wisniewski removed policy from her motion, so are you gonna,
I'm gonna ask that we let Earl talk, and then
Okay.
I'm gonna.
Mr. Campbell.
Like I said, we spent almost an hour talking about this. When we fill out our travel, turn it into Robin and Marty, they go over it, they give it to the chair, she signs it. As far as out-of-state travel, if we don't have enough money in the budget, you don't go. That's simple. Why do we have to go through these things every time? It's simple. All you have to use common sense. It worked in the past, it will work now. If the money is not there, you don't go. We don't need a policy to tell us what we need to do. And I agree with Mr. Smith. If the board don't wanna go somewhere and the money is there, he should be able to go, or she should be able to go. Now, all of us should not, all of us should go to one conference, because that's a lot of money. I remember the first out-of-state conference I went to was in New Orleans. And I turned my stuff in there. And the chair says, wait a minute. Because I was gonna drive. And they told me, no, we will give you so much money, but that's it. You're not getting for the total mileage. New Orleans and back to Beaufort. And that's what I did. You know, we make a mountain of a molehill. And we don't need to do that. We go to conference, we sit down and talk to other board members from different parts of the state. I talked to people from Nebraska the last time I went to the conference. And you bring that information back. And sometimes it's good information, sometimes it's not. As simple as that. But I'm not gonna move this motion. Thank you.
Dr. Wisniewski.
I'm gonna try to get rid of that mountain, Earl. I'm gonna withdraw my previous motion and make a new one, okay? My motion is to adopt a policy that aligns board goals to all out-of-state travel and requires a report afterwards, and that this policy is evidenced on district travel documents.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, second.
So, goals?
Can you read it again?
Yeah. Okay. Motion is to adopt a policy that aligns board goals to all out-of-state travel, requires a report afterwards, and that this policy is evidenced on district travel documents.
Do you have that in writing?
I do.
Can I have it?
Mr. Smith?
I got one last comment, and I'm gonna end it with this right here.
Thank you so much.
Over the summer, Mrs. Crosby, you don't mind if I ask Ms. Crosby a question? Okay, over the summer, there was a Lean On Me trip, and there were a couple other trips where teachers went to conferences. There were a couple other where principals and do you off the top of your head, do you know about how much money we spent over summer from going to conferences?
No, sir.
You don't know?
I
But
don't have it off the top of my head.
okay, but you couldn't make educated guess either about.
No, sir.
Okay.
I'd rather pull the information and find out for sure.
Okay.
Just do that.
Okay. Great. Well, could you when you do that, could you email it to me, please?
So what specifically are you asking? All out-of-district travel?
Yes, ma'am.
All out-of-state travel for everyone in the entire district?
That's fine. Yeah, that'd be fine.
And what, you're looking for a dollar amount? A
Yes,
total?
ma'am. Total amount. Yes, ma'am. And the reason why that was all. And the reason why I asked that is because of this. I remember when we were in the process of hiring the superintendent, and I was saying, we were talking about how much it costs and or how much the salary should be. I remember someone saying, we're a district of 7,000 employees, and we have some amount. That's a quarter to what the district really spends for that person's salary. So is that what you're crying about? And I said that to say this: we have 11 people. We are elected officials. Every one of us should be able to go and shopping, ourselves. It shouldn't have to be when half of us pick to go this year, half of us pick to go next year. If you want to go, you go. That's why, as an attorney or in general, you have what they call CLEs, where you're required to go to sharpen your skills. These are no different than CLEs. It's not a requirement to go to some of these conferences, but as board members, we still have to do things to stay up to par. So everyone should be able to go and do that. That's the gist of what I'm saying. And I just think that we go through too much, and it's too much. We want to have control over this. Listen, you want to have control over board members. Well, let me see some of the same control and some of the same rhetoric when it comes to staff doing different things and telling board members what to do. I mean, that is some of the stuff of what I would like to see in the future.
Before you speak, I'd like to say I won't support this because I just think it's making it too complicated. And I liked the compromise that Tanya Crosby suggested at the beginning with writing down the board goals. Somebody's got to look at it and make a decision about it, and we're going to have a whole board vote about each person going to travel somewhere. I just think it's getting very complicated, and we have in place already a way to an approval, I guess you'd say, procedure. All right. No, I think Mr. Dowling's first. Sorry.
Just a technical point. I'm not bringing this up to be argumentative or to pick hairs, but we pass policies so that we'll have expectations and protocols to do the same thing the same way every time. This motion does not create a policy. This motion sets in forth the fact that we will create a policy. Okay? I just want to be clear on what we're voting on. And the reason I'm trying to draw that distinction is that because policies have to be worded like a policy and they have to go through 3 readings. Okay? So we're not adopting a policy. All we're doing is setting a direction that somehow, that someone, I don't know who, because we don't have a policy committee, will talk about this and bring forward a policy recommendation to the committee. That is the question. Will there be a policy? Not, is that the policy? And I'm not trying to be argumentative, I'm just trying to draw the distinction that we have to create rules and procedures so that we'll know how to do things every time.
All right, Dr. Wisniewski, and then Ms. Orszag.
I just wanted to add a point of clarification with regard to my intention with the motion and what it is supposed to do. It was not for out-of-state travel to then be, the approval of the out-of-state travel to be taken away from the chair and then brought to the board every time someone wants to, go somewhere out of state. It was simply to say that there is a policy in place. If we change the travel documents, they can simply be changed again. I think if we have a policy in place whereby then we can point to and say that travel document was crafted based on this policy, that everything aligns with the board goals, and that a report is supposed to be given afterwards. That was the intent, not necessarily to take it away from the chair. The travel document would just simply have those, it's still having those goals indicated, like Tanya said, on the travel document, and the report coming afterwards, just giving it a policy behind it. I think that there may have been some misunderstanding with that.
Ms. Orszag?
I just want to say that the creation of a policy, should the board, if it's the board's will, would provide consistency and a set of guidelines and what that would look like. Whatever the policy would include, we don't know. It might even, go so far as to provide further details about the report, So I like the consistency it provides, so I'll be supporting it.
Can you gentlemen come back to the dais so we can vote?
Second. It wasn't Kathleen. I think so.
All right, so the motion is up there on the board.
I'm voting for it.
Hold on, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Mr. Dyer?
I'm bored, I'm abstaining.
Okay, so the motion carries, let's see, 7, 3, 1, I believe.
Who voted no?
Mr. Campbell, Mr. Stripier, Dr. Guad, and Mr. Geyer abstained.
Can I ask a question? How are you gonna know when you're at the out-of-state conference, whether the conference gonna be,
Point of order, Madam Chair, we took the vote.
I understand that, but I'm asking a question, okay? Please. you don't know what's gonna be discussed, basically, at some of these conferences, until you get there. So how do you wanna say the
Well-
Lions board goes?
I think they're gonna have to go by the agenda. All right, so now, let's go on to, board devices. And then, Tricia, you still get to ask your questions.
Yeah. My questions, thank you. My questions had more to do with process and everything and making sure that we're remaining within our stated budget. I mean, and it's gonna take, I withdraw my questions.
Okay. All right, so, so Robin told me that each board member, when they are elected and come onto the board, they are issued a device. You get to choose between an iPad or I believe it's a Hewlett Packard or Dell. She's called it a tablet, but to me it looks more like a mini laptop. I have the iPad, so I'm not really sure about the other one. We've had a request by a board member who's had their device for less than 2 years, who wants to switch to the other device, which would entail a $1,000 cost to the board. You can't turn the other used device in. You do not get a credit. The board doesn't get a credit. It's another $1,000 expense, and actually they're slightly different. And there's 2 quotes here. So we need to know, are we going to allow that? Does somebody want to switch with this board member? I gather the board member has an iPad and wants to go to the Dell or HP device. Okay, Mr. Dallin?
I did not make that request to swap. I asked Robin if it would be possible and to investigate the possibilities for it. I did not ask her to swap. I don't know why that's up there.
So would you like us to just eliminate this conversation?
No, there's nothing to illuminate. I said, Robin, I made a bad choice. I made a bad choice in selecting a tablet. Is it, if we get a reissue that was presented as a budget, is it possible to get an HP? I didn't ask her to get me an HP. You got no business presenting this.
I also have a comment. The motion that you made was, I mean, the comment, what you said about the point of that we were asked, I don't ever be remembered ask of what I want, and particularly, what computer I want, or whether I wanted an iPad or a laptop. I don't really remember being asked that question. So I'm not sure. Maybe other board members were asked that question, but I was not really asked that question because I remember me telling the chair on several times that I had specifically said also that I wanted an iPad, and the chair told me that she didn't see nothing that came to her in requesting of an iPad because if we had bought it at that time, that she would have to approve for the iPad to be purchased. So I remember being told that the person who I replaced, this is what they had, and this is what I'll be receiving. Something of that magnitude. That's just what I remember.
So you're interested in an iPad?
Well,
you guys could switch.
No.
It's got no business before the board.
Right, and then also, once again, since y'all bought this out, I don't see a problem with a board member if he maybe want, because I'm sure there's several employees. There's some employees, once again, who have 3 computers. You got some employees who have a desktop. You got some employees who have a laptop, and you have some employees who have an iPad. So with that being said, once again, y'all, and I'm gonna tell y'all from here on out, y'all bring these situations to the board members, and we have to start treating each other in the district treat us like we're professional board members. If Mr. Darling wanted an iPad and HP, and he wanted to just use that for his board meetings or certain meetings, I don't have a problem with that. If you want 2 gadgets, we're not too. If he once again, if you feel he needs 2 things to work, then let him have 2 things to work. If that's what he needs to help his district move forward or make sure that his kids are getting educated, I have no problem with that. And I'm done with it. That's my iron in the fire.
Mr. Stricker.
I'm assuming we don't need a motion on this. I'm assuming we don't need to have an ad hoc committee develop develop a policy on this, I'm assuming that we can move on to the next item.
Well, they voted for it, not addressed it. They voted for it, not addressed it. It's something, it's something that's.
Wait, that's
Wait.
not a side conversation.
That's a side,
We're not
can't have
supposed to
that.
have
All right, Ms. Robine.
I was just saying, I thought we were gonna talk about our technology budget and if we had parameters for spending it. So, if we don't need parameters for spending it, then, that's what I thought the discussion was gonna be about.
So, do you want to speak again?
That was just it, right?
There's nothing to speak about.
Okay.
I agree with Mr. Stripinger. There wasn't anything to speak about in the beginning. Never should have come here.
Your FOIA proposal?
Fellow board members, Weston Newton is a representative in the county to the state legislature, and he has been a legislative force in the Freedom of Information Act legislation and was instrumental in the reform that was passed last year. He's also the former chair of our county council. After our board in May expressed its will and decided not to allow me to bring Mr. Bender into the policy committee, I had a conversation with Mr. Newton to sound him out on ideas of a possible source of training to deal with the more ambiguous sections of the Freedom of Information Act and board attorney relations in general. I stressed to him that I was just coming to him as a board member. The board had not sent me. I was not conducting board business or anything like that. But I was asking for his opinions based on his expertise in history with the law. He asked me if I had reached out to the Attorney General's office. I told him I couldn't do that because that would be board business and I'm not authorized to conduct board business as an individual. He took it upon himself to contact Attorney General Alan Wilson personally. And the Attorney General has indicated that if he's invited by the whole board from board action, he would be inclined to work out an arrangement for a representative of his office to come to the board and conduct a workshop with us on open government. I hope that we view that the AG office, even though it's still opinions, is a rather neutral opinion, and they are the highest law enforcement agency in the Commonwealth, so I think that their opinion carries good credence. Accordingly, I move that the board approve moving forward to arrange a workshop with the Attorney General's office on the topic of open government.
I'll second.
Mr. Stripinger?
I have two comments. One, who is going to arrange, who do you envision arranging this?
I'm sorry?
Who do you envision arranging doing the communication with the Attorney General's office?
I don't follow your question.
Who is going to make the arrangements with the Attorney General's
That's
office?
to be determined. My
Okay,
question is, can
okay.
we agree to move forward with the idea? I'm presenting a concept here.
I'm just looking for clarity.
Yeah, if it's concerned you, don't worry, I'm not.
I'm not looking for an argument, I'm just trying to get clarity. The second.
I said it with a smile there.
Can you repeat your motion?
The second, my second
you have it in
point
writing?
is,
You need my motion again? Okay. Move that the board approve moving forward.
Can you
to
just give her
arrange-
you have it written out, why don't you just give it to her? Okay. David?
can I finish? The other motion is, my other question is, we have a motion that we were going to reschedule Jay Bender for when the legal issue was resolved. We need to do something about that motion. Either we dispose of it somehow. Are we just assuming that that legal thing is never going to be resolved? I mean, somehow, we've got to finish that.
May I comment on that, Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
I agree with David there. There was a motion. I believe that you asked Mrs. Cartledge to contact Mr. Bender. Is that true, Madam Chair?
I believe she offered to contact him. I didn't direct her to do that.
Oh, okay. All right,
Dowling,
fine. I was just asking a question.
I did
Answer.
contact his office.
I asked Mr. Bender a month ago, had he heard from the district, and he said he had not.
No, I called his office and.
The mic's not on.
It's not on.
I did call his office, and he was out. I asked for him to call me back, and then you told me in a policy meeting that he was out west, so I'll follow up again, because I
Yeah.
offered, when I called, I
Yeah.
told his office that I
Yeah.
would be happy.
I offered his email.
That I would be happy to come to Columbia to meet with him in person or something.
So, if I may respond to Mr. Stripping's comment, because I agree with it, we should dispense with that. And I believe that common sense says that asking Mr. Bender to swear that he's not going to do any more business representing the Island Packet is a question with a guaranteed answer, and it's going to be no, and we'd never have it. So what I'm saying is that Mr. Newton's suggestion, which I agree with, is the Attorney General's office is a pretty neutral party. It's very generous of Attorney General Wilson to offer his department's services to us. And I think would be well, given the degree of, not conflict, but disagreement that some of us have about certain aspects of the law and certain aspects of attorney-client relations, that it would be good to get somebody from the highest law enforcement agency in the state in to talk to us about it.
Dr. Wisniewski, then.
Just a quick question. Did they indicate that there would be any cost involved with having someone travel here?
I refused to negotiate a thing about it. I'm here to pitch an idea.
Gotcha. So we don't know if there would be a cost?
No, we don't. No, we don't. I don't know any details. All I know is that Attorney General Wilson said he'll come if we ask him.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Strivenger?
I still don't sense that we've closed that motion out on Mr. Bender. I hear a lot of assumptions, but it seems to me like we've got to close it out. Is it true that the motion we made was fantasy because it had never had a chance of really being enacted, because there would never be a resolution to the legal issue? I hear that now. I didn't know that prior to that. It just seems like we should get it out in the open, not just an opinion of one or two of us, but why aren't we pursuing that?
Ms. Orshak?
Well, the two questions aren't mutually exclusive. You could have one and the other. You could have one or the other. I think it would bode well for the board to be receptive to the idea that that we would have somebody from Alan Wilson's office come on down and address us. I don't see any harm in it. If there's cost and it's prohibitive, then obviously we would consider that. I'm certainly open to the idea. So I think we could probably pursue both. I don't think logically one, excludes the other. I'll support it.
Okay, does anybody want to speak that hasn't spoken? I think Mr. Earl Campbell.
For me, I don't have a problem with Attorney General coming down, but, that's just an opinion. Everybody has an opinion, Now, since I've been on this board, I have went to training with some of the top parliamentarians in this country. And a lot of things that I've held since I've been on this board, they would disagree with. And they're the major firms and school boards, For me, I don't need to listen, not to say listen, but hear the Attorney General's opinion, because each time we hear opinion from him, it's not what it doesn't benefit us. And you have some folks in this state that if you don't do things the way they want you to do it, then you are wrong. So he can come and sit up, but I won't participate.
Anybody else who has not spoken would like to speak? I just think the public should know too that as part of the new board, school board orientation, 6 new members received Freedom of Information Act information for an hour at the 2019 convention held it was early this year. I also looked into, I have this lit on my laptop as a bookmark, the Public Officials Guide to Compliance with the South Carolina Freedom of Information Act. That's available to us for $4 a copy, and that includes shipping, so we could get 11 of those for $44. I have no idea what this would cost, and okay, I'm just throwing some other ideas out there. Mr. Dowling.
I think the advantage to having a knowledgeable presenter come versus reading the document that I offered to send to the board free last fall, the advantage of having somebody come in is you get to talk about situational Q&As rather than hoping that a document or a publication covers what you want. What's presented at the State School Board Association's conference is a overview and does not begin to approach the type of issues that we're having here on the board around executive session, around attorney-client privilege, around confidential documents. Anybody who was at that presentation will not be able to say that those items were covered, and those are the items that are getting in the way of our doing business and moving forward on student achievement. Those things have to be solved before that's going to happen. So how can we turn our backs on the office of the highest law enforcement agency in the state and say, thanks, but no thanks? That just astounds me.
Okay, Dr. Wisniewski, Ms. Robey, Ms. Orszak.
I personally think it's a great idea, and I'm open to more education on this topic. I would like to ask Mr. Dowling if he would be interested in adding 2 components to the motion. One is that we direct the board executive assistant to coordinate the arrangement of the workshop and to come back to us with the cost before we actually, say, yes, the state, da-da-da.
Sure, that was implied in my motion because all I'm moving for is consent to an idea that we move forward, that would be moving forward.
So that was your intent to have those 2 things
yeah.
included? Okay, just wanted that on the record.
Ms. Orszak.
So
sorry, Ms. Robey and Ms. Orszak.
I was actually going to say the same thing as Dr. Wisniewski. I was wondering also what category in our budget would this come out of if there was a cost? That was just my question, but I do think it's a good idea, but I also think that we need to know upfront the cost.
Training. That's what.
I think the direct question was directed to Ms. Crosby.
It would not, it would be a training budget actually, so I think 531200, I think would probably be the number. Without looking at it, it would definitely not be travel, because that is actually board member travel. So it would be a cost in that range in a service category.
Ms. Orszak and then Mr. Campbell.
In the interest of time, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay, Mr. Campbell.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment that I don't see why we fight the fact that information gathering is a bad thing, and we're on the school board where we push information gathering by all the students. Students gather information, that's what people do. And they compare, they learn, and they update. And as a board, I can't understand us continually fighting it. I'll support this motion without a doubt.
Mr. Strickender.
Can we clarify again what the motion is? Did you modify
I just asked Mr. Dowling if he would be interested in amending, but then he clarified that his intent was for those two things to be a part of the motion, so.
Yeah, but intent and amendment, two different things.
Yeah,
Right.
I think you need to amend it,
Yeah, could we amend this to, so it reflect
what you said.
what you two agreed
You
to?
want me to, or?
I'll amend my motion to remove that the board approve moving forward to arrange a workshop with the Attorney General's office on the topic of open government, said arrangements to be conducted by the executive assistant, and final decision to be made by the board.
I'll second the amendment.
You didn't include cost though, and that was one of the things Rachel brought forward. You still didn't include investigating the cost.
Yeah, I don't see how it couldn't, but do
Well,
you want
arranging
the cost
to-
worded in there? Do you want the cost
Yeah, I
worded in
think
there?
the word arrange should
Well,
be replaced with
all right.
explore,
To
personally.
arrange a workshop with the Attorney General's office on the topic of open government, said investigation, including cost, if any, to be conducted by the executive assistant with approval required by the board.
Okay, and Rachel, that's good with you?
Second.
Okay. All right, any further discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? All right, motion carries 10-1.
And we're almost on time.
Don't say that.
No, we're not. Next on our agenda, we're already almost 20 minutes behind. ACE agreement and ACE representative. So Wendy, I think I believe it was Ms. Orshak who asked for the ACE agreement to be discussed or provided to the board members. And the question came up from Mr. Campbell, Earl Campbell, about could there be an alternate on the board of ACE as a Beaufort County School District board representative on Beaufort Jasper ACE. Could we have an alternate? Right now we have 3 who are serving in that capacity on the board of the ACE. And my review of the documents, I would say no, there can't be an alternate from what the documents say, because it gives very specifics about how that board is comprised. And I don't think you can have an alternate unless the board as a whole for Beaufort Jasper ACE decides that. That's my opinion.
There was nothing in the documents about the appointment of an alternate representative.
Exactly. So,
But in the past, we did have alternates. Because if a board member could not make it, then, because sometimes you may only have one board member from one district show up. And we have had an alternate in the past.
well, according to the documents, what's a quorum at the Beaufort Jasper ACE board meeting has to be 2 members.
There have to be 2 from each.
Exactly.
Right.
So, and there's no mention of alternate. So to me, it seems like the avenue to perhaps alter that or consider that would be when you met as the Beaufort Jasper ACE board. Would that be correct, Wendy?
We could have an addendum to our amended and restated affiliation agreement.
I don't think we can decide that on just our end.
We have to discuss it with them.
And Ms. Orshak?
So I have a question regarding the actual agreement and our compliance with the agreement. Let's see, it would be number 6, operations A, and that is on page 2 of the document in board docs. Well,
What's the title?
the title at the top is amended and restated affiliation agreement. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, so operations. I'll read it aloud. The districts agree that members of their respective boards who are members of the BJA's Board of Education and the BJA's board hereby appoint the Beaufort County School District Superintendent and the Jasper County School District Superintendent to provide for the general operation and governance, that's the word I'm questioning, of BJA's effective January 1, 2017. Now, a review of the minutes over the years since this agreement was signed would show that the board is still very much functioning, voting on operational issues. And so my question has been, what is our compliance here with this agreement? Again, the minutes can be reviewed. They are on the BJ ACE website, and I've taken some time to look at those. And they appear to be in conflict with what's stated here. So Dr. Rodriguez, I know you're new to this situation. You're just trying to get up to speed yourself, I'm sure, in this very long and complex relationship we have with Jasper County. Can you speak to this?
I really can't at this time, to be honest with you. I just can't. I haven't, have had enough information about it yet.
Understood. I respect that.
Being honest.
Yes. So,
Yep, no.
yes, Tanya.
I've been around a while. And I attend regular meetings at ACE monthly, generally with the superintendent and the Jasper superintendent, and generally the Jasper CFO as well. So we meet regularly. We have an agenda. Dr. Lavecchio provides that. He attends as well. And we go over a series of operational things, updates on student performance, student enrollment, decisions, operational type decisions that may need to be made, and then the group comes to a consensus. Items that need to be presented to the ACE board are brought before the board quarterly. I attend many of those meetings along with the board, present financials, budget, those sorts of things. So it is very active, and based on what I'm reading here, I believe that we are in compliance as far as the monthly. Now, of course, Dr. Rodriguez has just come on board, so we'll meet our first meeting coming up very soon. And
Next week on the 20th.
Next week. And and our policies are also, I help to update our policies to reflect the governance structure last year, that those were brought before the board as well, and so on.
Let me just clarify. I know that our meeting schedule may be in compliance, but what I'm questioning is the board is actively voting and making decisions on operational issues that are being brought to them. When the Beaufort County School District and the Jasper County School District struck this contract, it was very clear to us, at least that's how I was able to make an informed vote, that would no longer be the case, that the two superintendents would work collaboratively together. And that took out some of the challenging dynamics of the two boards at the time, is I think what was the intent behind the change there. But that has not been taking place, and I don't know what that does to the contract. Does it change the contract in any way that we have? Now I know, and Dr. Rodriguez, I know what you're going to say, but it is something that we really do need to look at. It's been going on since 2017.
I mean, really, the only thing I can say to you about that today is that I understand what you're saying, and I can't speak for what happened prior to me. I can just say that on August 20th, I'll have my first meeting where I'll be there. That's as much as I can give you at this time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes.
Ms. Orshag, I appreciate you bringing this up, because as a brand new ACE board member as well, I have been reviewing these documents, and I have seen it's not as straightforward as it seems, because yes, when you read the document, it says that the superintendent provide for the operation and governance of the ACE, yet the couple board meetings I've been able to attend, and they've not been regular. They've not been well in advance they've been changed, the dates. So I'm hoping, I was greatly hoping that as soon as Dr. Rodriguez came on board, that some answers to this will happen. Because what does that mean, the governance of it? What exactly does that mean when the board is taking votes? And Mr. Campbell, you as chair, I think it's worthy of a discussion. And so thank you, I appreciate the fact that you brought this up. And we do have our first meeting, I think it's the 22nd this week. And this is very timely, so I appreciate it.
Mr. Campbell?
The reason this happened is because the past board did not do the job that they should have done. The director have never been evaluated. The meetings was scheduled every 3 months. That is going to change. I believe that we should have a meeting every month. But we will discuss that at the meeting on the 22nd. So what had happened in the past was that agreement was made with Dr. Moss and the Jasper County former Jasper County superintendent, and now they have a new superintendent. So also we're going to have to sit down and discuss what we are going to have to do once Jasper County come up with their CAPE program, because they have a $10 million CAPE program that they're working on now. And we need to sit down as a board and discuss that with them also.
Mr. Dowling?
Mr. Campbell, as chair of the board, do we have your commitment that anything at all that is being done that is in conflict with the printed verbiage in the agreement be brought back to this board for?
I think the whole thing is in conflict. I think that we have, and that's the reason why I suggest that we have vote for to sit down and discuss all of this, because you have a director that have not been evaluated, and he want an increase in salary. So those are things that we have to discuss. But all that should have been discussed in the last 2 years, and it was not. And I was not the chair then. I just became the chair this year. And that's what we're going to discuss on the 22nd, to make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to do. Thank you.
Mr. Melfield?
I read this thing last night, and there were so many changes, so many adjustments as time went on. Yeah, until it's very difficult to follow where we are and where we need to go. But I'll tell you one point that you mentioned, Earl, that really sticks at us is Jasper's possible withdrawal from ACE. Because I don't see anywhere in that where that's addressed. It's, for the most part, it's where we withdraw and Jasper have the right to buy our end or whatever. But I don't see, if they withdraw, how we can continue to maintain, without assuming the whole cost. And that's not a part of it. I didn't see it. It might very well be in there. That's not a part of the document. But the other part of it is, is the governance and who does it and who have done it over the last 2 years. Even just the last 2 years, it looks like it's very easy who's in charge, yes.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't know how we clean it up. I don't know if two boards getting together will get it done, because, just the spirit of this board begs to believe that it's going to be a long.
Well, we are going to have to sit down and discuss this, because we didn't, how I found out that they were creating a CAPE program, I heard it in the street. And then Dr. Bird approached me one day and said, you know anything about this? I said, no. And then the last meeting we had, I asked the superintendent, Jasper superintendent, where she explained to the ACE board what they're gonna be doing. So she's supposed to be doing this on the 22nd. And then after that, then we need to sit down, the Beaufort board and Jasper board need to sit down and make a decision what we're gonna do with ACE, how it's gonna affect our K program, how it's gonna affect theirs. So that's something that has to be made.
Ms. Orshak?
So if you read the minutes from 2017 forward, they tell a story. There's one set of minutes where previous board member, Mrs. Kenton, who served on the board, raised that question. Now that this new contract is in place, this new agreement, how will we be conducting business? And in those minutes, and I don't know the date off the top of my head, but obviously you would start from this date forward. And I'm not certain all the minutes are comprehensive on the ACE website, but they're certainly worth a read. They do provide a good deal of background information. And in those minutes, it says, you know, the superintendents explained to the ACE board that they would continue to vote on matters that were required for a board vote. And beyond that, I don't have any details. Minutes are somewhat limited and they provide an overview. So, Mr. Campbell, I don't know if you were a serving member at that point in time. But anyway, so it's in there. The minutes do provide some background. I think the board was sort of, you know, counseled and received guidance from the two superintendents at that time, Dr. Moss, and I can't remember the gentleman who was the interim.
I think his name was Anderson.
Anderson.
Is that
Anderson,
okay?
yeah.
Well, isn't that the new superintendent?
Rochelle Anderson's the president.
She's the
Yeah.
president, but there
Yeah.
was an interim gentleman in there, and he worked with Dr. Moss, and they were really at the helm during this transition phase. Tanya can speak to that.
Don Andrews.
Don Andrews, thank you. Andrews, close to Anderson. So anyway, that's what I recall reading in my, you know, just looking through there and seeing what's what, so.
Well, I didn't agree with that because having a meeting every 3 months is not, it should have had a meeting every month. They went from 1 month to every 3 months.
Well, that was in the agreement that our board voted on. Yeah.
I didn't agree with that. And I still don't agree with it. And for the director have not been evaluated, you know, they dropped the ball.
So what would be the harm in having Dr. Rodriguez reach out to the Jasper superintendent and ask in writing what their plan is for their CAPE programs? I mean, I think that would be a start as to, I mean, they can't just suddenly have CAPE programs without their own CAPE programs, without some kind of plan. I mean, they must have something in the works, and I think it would be helpful to just have it in writing to us what it is, because that would help us with our decision making.
Right. Well, she's supposed to make a presentation on the 22nd at the ACE board. Dr. Rodriguez said he would do
Okay, so Ms. Fidget's next, and Mr. Smith.
I think the main issue here is the governance. Okay, so this is the main issue, the governance, and we really need to get a hold of that. As far as Jasper County building their CAPE program, I spoke to Dr. LeVecchio about this specifically. The Jasper County CAPE program is geared towards logistics. They have a Jasper port coming in hopefully in the next 10 to 20 years, and they want to be ahead of it. They want to be involved with the technology, the logistics, nothing that is currently offered at ACE. He did not see them as opposing. It is more of a supplement, okay? But I think that that's a side issue at this point. The main issue right now is the governance. Who's in charge? What kind of oversight do we really have of our ACE program, our CAPE, and how does it fold into our current CAPE program? And Dr. Rodriguez, I'm just so glad you're on board, because I feel that now with a permanent superintendent, I mean, this is a crucial part of our CAPE program. We need to know how it folds in, and we can move forward from here.
Mr. Smith?
Well, actually, she had a couple of my points. Thank you. And lastly, I was just going to say that From talking to some of to some of the Jasper County board members, there were some serious concerns as well, as some of what Mr. Campbell brought forth. But I think it would behoove us to have maybe a round table with us in Jasper, just so that we can kind of clarify on where we want to go, and also just kind of talk to create some relationships, because as we all know, relationships are everything. So, you know, I mean, why not understand our neighbors and understand where they're going at? And they may be able to tell us something that they have going on, and they may be able to feed off some things that we have going on. We may be able to feed off some things that they have going on. And I think that is a very important thing. I think that we should sit down at some point in time, possibly as board to board, and have some of these conversations as a whole. Mr. Campbell, I mean, as the veteran member here, I mean, I'm not sure if y'all have ever done it before, but I think that will be very something strongly to just to do moving forward, because they have expressed that to me. They would just love for us to just kind of sit down and talk and have a conversation as a full board.
Hold on a second. Mr. Dowling's next, then you.
I agree with Mr. Smith, but I want to doubly agree with Ms. Frederick, is that the governance is the key issue. And the underlying principle is that a contract is a contract and a contract. And whatever was signed in 2017 is still in force. If the board is not supposed to make operational issues according to that contract, it cannot until the contracts change. And I hope that's the guiding principle right now, the wording of the contract.
Mr. Campbell.
And I agree with Mr. Smith. We're gonna have to sit down with Jasper and talk about this, because if they pull their students out of there, and we pull our students out of there, then what we need to do? Understand what I'm saying? We're gonna have to make sure that we have to come up with a solution, because either we're gonna have to buy the building or Jasper County has to buy the building.
Mr. Strivenger?
My understanding is that those solutions were outlined in the contract as to who gets rights to buy it and how much. And I think that's in the contract. I'm trying to figure out exactly where we're headed with this. The governance is our concern, and that's going to be clarified when Dr. Rodriguez meets with his counterpart, and then he's going to come back and clarify that. So that takes care of that issue for us. That's as far as we're going to go on that one, right?
And then on the other issue that Mr. Campbell had raised about the alternate, I think I already addressed that has to be addressed on that board side, not just by us. Okay.
So those two things are taken care of. So I'm trying to figure out where we're headed with the rest of the conversation. I'm just trying to get us a little more efficient.
So Ms. Orchak next, then Mr. Smith.
My question is really specific. The governance is very clear in this contract. Couldn't be any more clear. It's the two superintendents. The board will remain, and basically all they're doing is meeting quarterly and receiving reports. That's it. So the job has changed dramatically for our ACE representatives over the years. So Mrs. Fidrich and Dr. Wisniewski and Mr. Campbell, you're there to receive reports. That's about it. My question is very pointed. We haven't been doing that since 2017. Are there ramifications for that? Are there? It goes beyond just understanding what the governance is. It's plain what it is. But are there ramifications for not having followed that? So that's
Mr. Smith.
Well, I was going to say, just to kind of bring it close to what Ms. Fidrich was saying, I was going to ask, would the board mind if we asked Mr. Campbell as the chair of the board, as the chair of the ACE board, to maybe ask the ACE board members, will they be open to having some type of roundtable discussion with us at a location, if you would mind, or you would want to do that?
We're gonna have to do that, not now, but in the near future.
Well,
We're gonna have to sit down with them to find out what is gonna happen once their program didn't become a reality. We're gonna have to do that.
Right, but I was just asking, would you be the liaison for that? Ask them, would they be open to that?
I don't have a problem with that.
I mean, as a board, how would you feel about that? Do I need to make a motion on it, or, you know?
No, I think that's fine. There's 3 representatives, and he happens to also be the chair of
Right, that's what I said.
ACE board. I think that's perfectly
The
reasonable.
reason why things are so messed up, they're supposed to have meetings every 3 months, and they didn't. A lot of meetings was canceled, you know? So, we have to straighten that out. For me, and also, a couple of members, 2 members of the Jasper Board, said they would prefer that we have meetings once a month. So I guess they don't agree with the agreement either, because these are 2 new board members.
All right, I suggest we take a 10-minute break.
Can I say something
Yes,
before?
I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand.
You know, it seems to me like the problem is a little bit more systemic than just the superintendent taking charge or taking control again. And it does matter what we're offering there and how much we're gonna put into ACE as we go forward, because that's gonna determine how they dialogue and where the conversation is gonna go, because he does have to have a clear understanding of our path and how ACE filters into our path going forward along with them, because if they strip all those courses or strip down the studentship, then how cost effective it is gonna be for us. That's gonna be the long-term thing looking forward. So I don't think it's just a matter of who's governing and what the governance is. I think we have to look, like yesterday, where we're going, where we're going for our end with ACE. And that's an issue that you know, I think Dr. Rodriguez understands and needs to understand right away, and that history is important, but you know, how we go forward is gonna impact us as well as them. And that coordination, I think, can't be underemphasized.
Dr. Rodriguez, would you like to say something?
What I have is not a further comment on this. If you were going to recess, I wanted to just provide board a follow-up update from this morning on Okatee prior to your recess,
Okay.
if that's possible.
Go ahead.
Okay. So essentially, the Island Packet has put out an article on this conversation this morning. What I didn't really see in here is that I mentioned that we were going to continue monitoring this and that we would make a decision later as we continue to interact with DHEC. And that's an important component for parents to understand. There hasn't been a unilateral decision about Monday morning for Okatee Elementary, okay? We're monitoring and we're continuing to communicate with DHEC, and we're gonna, as we get closer, we'll communicate with parents again this afternoon, and we'll communicate with parents over the weekend. But I want to make that very clear, because there's an article out here, and I want to make sure people understand that that is what we're doing. We're monitoring and we're keeping an eye on it very closely before we make a final decision. Additionally, there was conversation or a question about teachers that had reached out to a board member with respect to eyes watering at the end of the day and that sort of thing. And I mentioned that they had shared with me this morning while I was there that there was a fan, like a burning fan belt type of smell that they were smelling. And so we have some update information for you on that. Our maintenance team went out there.
Yes, this has been kind of a puzzle this whole week because we've had people investigating, but the smell's been in the air the entire time. This morning, there was almost no smell from the fires at Okatee. So when we were able to smell in the building and talking with the teacher, that kind of clued us that there must be something else, and they looked deeper. And there actually was a frequency drive on one of the motors that had some burnt wires that we believe is the cause of that. So they're right now repairing that. And so that smell from the outside kind of masked an issue we were having inside. Now that smell went away, it was clear it's something we need to look into a little deeper, and they've gotten a hold of that. So what we've had most of the week, early in the week when there was a smell, the whole building smelled, as the smell on the outside went away, or there was an odor. When I say smell, there was an odor. As it dropped down and went away, one hall continued to have it, and that's where we're having the teachers saying they had headaches and some other issues. And so we have resolved that. So we feel like that's been taken care of, and that was outside of the fire issue.
All right, let's reconvene thank you very much. Let's reconvene in 10 minutes. That will be 11:20, we'll say 7.
That was quick.
Your mic's on.
Thank you.
So she writes it up, but she doesn't write all the facts in it. That's the way she is. Yeah, I know.
That is surge.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, 10 minutes.
When it comes on, Other thing I was gonna say, we were out at the new assessment. Are you awake? And I got bit by a fire ant. Are you guys Well, and there's all that work over there, they're cleaning all the grass. That makes me feel much better, because I was like, I didn't think you could get it that fast. Okay. Yeah, it just makes me nervous to the beginning of the year, because like, I don't have.
Let's see, they have the agenda, but they don't have minutes.
I know, you know, you can't believe it, like, but no, so her EpiPen, like I had to get all her paperwork signed, and now it has to be signed by the doctor, and I have to get the doctor. Oh, I have them, I just, they should have their problem but getting it where it needs to be, you know, because she's out there, so her teacher needs to do it. She's a brand new teacher, who probably isn't been trained at this. Well, they're both remotes now. So Len's another one, the big one, and Len's which those are especially when you took violence class. They're going to have to have 40 kids which, you know, really.
The guy that was Dr. Andrews. Dr. Andrews.
Which that's probably the smallest classes they have here.
No, I knew about her show. I was at the department.
But they have more than that in the room, and especially the way they're doing it, it's like team taught. So this teacher has like social studies and language arts and something, and the other teacher is math and science. So they're going to be going back and forth all day between whichever subject they have to be working on. In Montessori, they decide. It's not just like, you know, from 10 to 11 you do this. So it could be, you know, you've got right. But
They don't sit in rows.
no, they don't. They sit on the floor, they sit there. It was neat, but the younger ones are really easier. That's right. Yeah, I don't know. She's a teacher. That's your one.
That already
It's been over. Yeah.
I don't know how you respond to parents.
I hope so too. I don't know. Must be returning all your emails, that's why we can't.
I haven't been bothered. Not too
You'll get a teacher's assistant trainer. I'm sure he got the parents involved. Yes. But, and probably more distant Mr. Collins too.
Amazing.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just another room. It's not like all big It's not bad. No, it was okay. She went
How are you?
Fine, how are you? Hey, ma'am?
Kiki?
I've been talking about this.
I am.
I'm just looking at it.
As
And
you'll see, we don't have any needs to be
we
met.
don't have any need right now.
They go through them so quickly. Our community is awesome, awesome, awesome.
It doesn't have a date. So these,
Everything that you see there
everything
has
there
been
has
posted
been
with.
taken care of.
Yes.
And but when I ask for open needs, there's nothing.
Right, I just posted two as I was sitting back there, so they'll be coming soon.
Okay.
But they go pretty quickly.
It seems we found food that I mean, you know, shoes for.
The items, yeah.
For $32. 35, Code Be Kind, $13.
Yeah, so they basically, what they do is we submit very general information. We've got a homeless child size 6 shoe that needs school pants or shoes or whatever it is. And they wordsmith it, so that story, they actually do that part. So it takes zero time for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we get these and then we hit on it, and it says
meet this need.
So we.
Yeah, I just
You just pay
Credit
for
card
it,
in there?
right? So basically, you're paying Amazon, and they send it.
They say how much they want?
That's easy. Yeah, and it's no cost to us, so yeah.
All right. Minnesota fishing.
We'll have a 2-hour-long conversation.
Let's go on ice cream.
That's great.
Okay.
Such something buffalo. This was buffalo.
No, that's great. I try to make sure I'm visiting everybody.
There was this
I agree, and I try to do that. I mean, I'm working here, which,
from
that's
our
the whole reason I said another, they have like one
Yeah.
subcontract. And it's out in the public now. About certified subs, but can only, or non-certified subs can only do for 10 days. Then they're gonna take a break and then,
To do that, because.
Yes.
Then it
Here's,
just so you know, it's out,
it's out in public.
out of the public.
Want me to explain why that happens, why that is?
And they also took a little shot at us. Maybe this will push us to do a higher.
You know, that's. I don't know how we broke it up. I think
Leave out the shot.
Let me,
And hopefully this will push us to make the higher amount higher, so just to cover their vacancies. You know what? My neighborhood, we would tell you where to put that.
and we don't do anything, we just say, oh, we don't need to fill vacancies, we just get stuff.
Fair enough, yeah. Yeah, that was their fault.
Yes, we do.
I don't
Right, exactly. Thank you.
I asked Robin asked me, she said, Molly, how many people are going to that conference this week? Huh? Actually, Robin asked me, and I said, and she said, not, but how many? And at that point, I had given her 3. I said, that's plenty for me, for them to bring back the information. I don't need to go to that one, though. That's the type, because,
I mean, unless you're talking about it.
and I know Mr. Elson, and it's just the type of stuff. And then this also bothers me, why, but it's sick.
I think you can get it up. You know, I just want maybe so end up
625. Okay, so I went back.
Could everyone please come back to their seats so we can get restarted?
It's education.
Thank you so much, Molly, and I was just thinking. Okay. So, okay. Look at this. Look at these numbers here. This is so nice. Okay, I don't know.
She'll put it on Word docs.
Okay.
All right, we're back reconvened. Dr. Rodriguez?
That's the.
So next on our agenda, we have a conversation around purposity, around mental health and crisis response, and that's the next segment. So the idea here with purposity is we want to talk. I'm not going to spill the beans on it. I'll let the team present it. But I just want to say it's just another way that we're engaged with meeting the needs of our kids, right? And I think it also the next piece here regarding mental health and then crisis response. So with respect to mental health, this is talking about the types of things that we are doing to support our students and meet their needs around mental health with our local agencies that we partner with and work with. This is on the front end, on the preventative end of things, right? The other thing is sometimes when you have a loss of life or a student in the community or anything like that, that affects schools and it affects the school community as well. And so through our crisis response plan that we have, which I have to say, unfortunately, I got to see it in action with respect to a student a couple of weeks ago. It's not the kind of thing you want to have to activate and put into action, but when it was needed, it was there. And I'm proud of the team and the work that they did in dealing with that. And so, because we're able to support our families through that. So, conversation, purposity, mental health, and then crisis response. Okay?
Good morning. Before I speak, we're going to show you a brief video about purposity, and then I'll tell you the good news about what we're doing for our students in our community. Technical issue. You got everything plugged in? You need to take the sound and plug it into this. Or just take this off, because you got everything already plugged in. If not, it's this cord.
Do I need to contact?
No, just hit play. Well, go back and hit play. It should work now. If you don't hear him speak, put that other cord in.
Did you know that there are 350 children this past year in Beaufort County that are homeless, and an unknown number of them go to bed hungry every night?
Did you know that in Beaufort County, every day there are children in need?
If you could help a child in need, would you?
We think so, and it's simple. Just download the Proposity app to your phone, and once a week you'll receive a notification about a need in our area.
It could be for clothing, food, or school supplies.
Read the story and decide if you want to help.
Making a difference in someone's life can now be done with the tap of the finger.
All from your phone.
Let's come together, Beaufort County, with a purpose to help our community members one need at a time.
So I am so excited to be here before you today to talk about Proposity. I think I'm gonna change my middle name to Proposity. Like, I've just been talking about it so much, and I'm just so excited to be able to bring this initiative to our community. I gave you a card while you were on break. This kind of gives a little bit of information about Proposity, but I'll share with you really briefly what Proposity is, how it's meeting the needs of the children in our community. This is a free app that the entire community can download, and it will be used by our school social workers, counselors, school nurses, and parent liaisons, as well as district staff, to be able to post needs of children in our community. I was talking to Mr. Geyer recently, just a few minutes ago, about the fact that the needs that have been posted already were met within 24 hours. So it's prior to the start of school, but we expect that once school starts, that we'll start to roll out more needs. We'll have more folks submitting those needs at the school level, and we will try to get as many members of the community to help meet those needs. I work with some of the most vulnerable children in our community, and oftentimes we have needs, but we're not able to meet them with the funds that the school district has or with our community partners joining us. We can't always run out and grab a school uniform top, but now we have Amazon delivering numbers of packages each day with items that the community has helped to meet the needs of the children that we serve every day. This is at no cost to the school district. The only time that it takes is for us to submit the need. Proposity and their staff actually wordsmith it, post it out to the community, and right from your phone, you're able to click meet this need and help our students. So I hope that you will join me in downloading the app, sharing the information. I have extra cards if you'd like to share it with your constituents, and I'm open to any questions that you have about Proposity.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you very much. I already previously told you that you're fantastic, but I wanted to publicly say that so that everybody knows how awesome this woman is. I downloaded the app, I think like a week or so ago, and just kind of looked around it, and just want to tell the rest of my board members, if you haven't yet, go ahead and take a look at it, and I'm encouraging people to download it. It's a fantastic cause, and I really appreciate the work you're doing.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Robach?
I also have the app, and I keep hitting and missing it. There are no needs available is what I keep getting. So that's a good thing. I'm not getting alerts. Am I supposed to get alerts when a need pops up?
You should be getting alerts, but what I found is that the number of needs that we have posted, which is about 20 needs in the last week, they're gone within minutes. I mean, it literally, once they push them out through Proposity, so somebody's getting notifications because they're meeting the needs rather quickly. But I will definitely let Proposity know that we have some members who have not been getting the notifications, and I'll make sure that they fix that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So I have a question that, for you to answer that I think they may want to know. So where did you learn about Proposity?
I learned about Proposity when I attended the annual conference that we have for the National Association Educating Homeless Children and Youth. We actually have a grant that was written to the state, a 3-year grant that paid for myself and another staff member here at the district level and some of our school social workers to attend. I learned about the app. I left in tears after that session. It was just so exciting to me because I know how generous our community is. It was exciting to me to be able to bring this back, roll it out in a way that Jim and his folks have been instrumental in making sure that the visuals associated with Proposity are appealing, and they really help to deliver the message that we as a community can support our most vulnerable children. We know that a child who doesn't have to worry about school uniforms, who doesn't have to worry about needs being met, can focus on what's most important, and that is getting the education that our staff are here to provide. So we're excited to see the numbers. When we launched the video last Friday, we had 157 users. In less than a week, we've got over 775 users. So we're very excited about Proposity and what it's doing, how it's generating a buzz in this community, and it shows that we are truly a community. We focus on what's most important, and that is taking care of our own.
Ms. Fidrich?
Ms. Winton, thank you so much, and Dr. Rodriguez, thank you very much for making that link. That was really very wonderful, and I am sure that if in the future that would also be linked to a particular portion of our strategic plan.
Yes.
You know, that they could actually, you know, cite which part of our strategic plan this would be linked to. So fabulous. I will sign up once I get home. Thanks.
Mr.
I
Scrivener?
didn't know about Proposity before I went. I needed to know that too.
Yeah, I just want to reinforce what Ms. Robine said. I also have gotten no notifications.
Okay.
And I check it every day.
Okay.
But
Keep
maybe-
checking, because I posted 2 needs while we were sitting here.
All right.
So keep checking.
My settings, yeah, that's what I said.
Kicks for Kiddos, is that what just went out there?
No, this
No?
should be, so they actually, what we do is we submit very generic information, and
Okay.
they kind of wordsmith it and make it appealing, so when you read it, it's something that you're like, oh, that sounds neat, I want to do that.
Yeah, they queued it up.
Oh, yeah, they do a great job.
Okay.
Much better than we would.
Yeah, because I don't see anything out there yet, but I just wanted to say, I expected to get notifications.
And I will make sure to email them. They've got, and if you or anyone else has any issues, hello@Proposity is the email address that they've given us to be able to send that feedback so that they can work on those issues.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
It's a great blessing to understand that you're bringing this forward with a great message, and this is just something that it goes to show you. We just sat and basically debated about what you came up and presented, not in particularly that one left this district, went to a conference and brought back something that we all on this board love and we like, because we already have Mr. Right here, he just showed me that there's nothing available, and we already have 2 other board members who have said that they've been on that website. So to me, once again, that is extremely good and it's awesome, and it moves mountains, and that's what we stand for. That's a great thing. Glad that you went to the conference and you were successfully brought something back that this district could use. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm proud to say we're the first district in the state of South Carolina, but I've already had other districts contacting us to find out how we launch Proposity, how they can use it in their community. Thank you, and Jerry is going to come up and join you, and we will talk to you about mental health and crisis response. Molly, will you pull up our PowerPoint, please? So in the interest of time, we've already sent you the PowerPoint, so we won't go slide by slide. But what we do want is to share information with you about how mental health services are being utilized in our community and how we are using it to tie in, using those same agencies to help tie in to the crisis response that we have. Molly, I think it's the one that Jerry sent to you.
I have it. 1 second, please.
While she's pulling that up, I will say one more thing about Proposity. We do have the cards that you receive. We've got multiple of those, so if you'd like some to take back to your constituents, to the businesses that you work with, agencies in the community, I'd be glad to share. And if anyone has any questions, I'd love to answer those.
So these needs that pop up on the website, basically, how do you get those leads?
So there are identified needs in our community for children enrolled in our school district. I was contacted this past Saturday about a family that had lost their home to a fire. They've got 5 school-aged children. We were able to submit the needs of uniform tops, pants, and shoes for all of those children. Unfortunately, it's a good thing she was a proactive parent, so she had already purchased items to go back to school. Unfortunately, the home burned down 2 weeks prior to the start of school, so she's got to start from scratch. But I'll be calling her this afternoon because I've gotten a delivery for some of her children already, and we expect that as the days go on, the needs that have been posted, they will be arriving here. So UPS has a smile on his face every time he comes because he knows that he's bringing something good to our community.
Wow. So let me ask you this too. So basically, when the need go out, basically you put down the size, or how does that work out? Or
Yes,
do
sir.
so do you pick the clothes, or is it the website?
Velocity actually does the shopping for us on Amazon. We have the ability to submit the specific item that we want, but they actually will do the shopping. So they've helped me out a lot because I've been a little busy this last couple of weeks, but I've been posting the need and they did the shopping for us. So this that I have here is 2 white uniform shirts. I just submit the size, the school colors, and they actually submit a link to the actual item that's being delivered here. So everything that you see on this table was for a specific student in their size. So it's what Proposity actually has done. It's a great app that they have. I love what they have put together, and they're a nonprofit, so they don't take anything off the top. The only cost is what Amazon charges.
So can community members, like, what if I know someone that's homeless and they might need a couple things? Can we just tell you that?
Yes, sir. You can tell me, you can tell the school social worker, counselor, school nurse, or parent liaison. So we wanted to make sure that there are folks at the school level that can submit those needs. They're in the building every day, so they learn about these families, and this gives them an opportunity to be able to identify what the needs are in the family. Anything that's available on Amazon, up to a cost of $250, can be posted on Proposity. So that includes, so I've already given information to the parent that lost her home in the fire. Once they move back in, we want to help furnish the home with items that will be under $250, because once they move back in, a sense of normalcy is needed for those children to be able to come to school every day and focus on what's most important, which is their education.
Along the same line, while you're waiting, so can you also tell the public how they can make donations off of, just, let's say, uniforms their children have outgrown, school supplies, blah, blah, blah?
So we've got school social workers that will be accepting donations throughout the school year. So definitely there's one assigned to every building. And for the few schools that we have that are serving multiple schools, just leave it with the front office and they'll make sure that it gets to the school social worker, who then distributes it throughout the school year to our students.
How about shoes?
We can submit shoes as well.
Well, processthebomb.com.
Thank you, guys. So, is this working? All right.
Is it on?
I'll turn it on. All right, so, really quickly, if you all had to guess, how many people do you think it takes to bring in wraparound services for a student in need of support? Very good. It just takes one. It takes one person to ask the additional question. It takes one person to say, something is going on with this child. I think that we need to talk to someone who can help. So as I said earlier, we've got school social workers, school counselors, psychologists, all of those supporting roles in the school that can help connect students to those services. So as I said, I won't go through every slide on this PowerPoint because in the interest of time, we want to make sure that you guys get back on schedule. But this just gives you an idea of the number of the multiple agencies that we work with to support our students and provide a variety of services. So this lists all of the agencies that we partner with. I know sometimes you don't think of the school district partnering with the Department of Social Services, but they have become an integral part of providing support to our students. They seek input from the school district once they've received a report on how we can support that family. So they make outside agency referrals for us. Sometimes they suggest to the family court some of the things that will help bring the stability that's needed for those children. Of course, the Child Abuse Prevention Association, when we have children that are in the Kappa shelter, that are receiving services through Kappa, we support those children, and then they also come into the schools and provide Aaron's Law education for our children. Another agency, mental health. As we know, the mental health needs in our community are growing every day. Coastal Empire has partnered with us to provide school-based mental health services. The Collaborative Organization of Services for Youth, COSY, is a multi-agency, so all of the agencies that are in this presentation sit on that COSY team. I sit on that team as well, and we staff cases every week for families in our community just to bring that sense of normalcy and provide the services necessary. Hope Performance Systems, they actually partnered with us last school year to be able to provide on the next slide, they've got a discounted rate for staff, and that does include children of staff members and also extended family members. So they offer that cash price in case you don't want to use your insurance. Another great partner that we have. Hopeful Horizons, they work with the school districts. They have clubs in our schools, and they also come in to provide school-based services as well. So the thing to remember, none of us can do this alone. Our school staff can't do it alone. The teachers in the classroom, while they do so much to be able to support our children, sometimes our children have needs that extend what the school can provide. So it's up to us to maintain those relationships, support our children, make the appropriate referrals, and ensure that we give them an opportunity to receive the services necessary to bring that stability back into the family.
Before we continue, many of these agencies were at our Back to School Expo last week. They're available for parents to engage as well. So it's really a good connection, really a good partnership that does exist, that they were even there last week. So.
And just one more thing, when we had the visual for the student that we lost this summer, Coastal Empire Mental Health actually brought out their Community Crisis Response Initiative staff members. So I was there along with 7 crisis members to be able to provide support to that school community. So it's really about the relationships that we have with these agencies and just making the phone call. Hey, this is the situation. They drop everything to support us, and we in turn do the same for them.
All right, Ms. Goodrich?
Ms. Swinton, I truly believe that the first line of defense to keep our schools safe is making sure that we have mental health counseling. No matter how many physical barriers we have, if we don't have an awareness of the mental health problems that exist within our school, then no matter what we put up. So can you just speak a little bit more about Coastal Empire Mental Health in-school counseling services? Who gets, is it for all of our schools? Is it just for our middle schools? I mean, can you just a little bit more about that?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. So the way that our partnership with them works, they
Can you
provide
talk into the microphone, please?
I'm sorry. They provide school-based mental health services for students who are actually a patient of theirs. So what we do is our school social workers, counselors, those helping folks, they make referrals. They help parents to understand what services are available. They can recommend different counseling agencies, and if the parent says, I'm comfortable going with Coastal Empire based on what you shared with me, then they will help walk them through that process. And then they provide the school-based services. But their services include individual, group counseling, family counseling, and then they also do medication management, and they have the student visit with psychiatrists. Sometimes that's in person or through telemedicine.
So they already have to be a patient?
Yes, they have to be an established patient with Coastal Empire.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Orshak?
So, Mrs. Fidrich really touched on something I was going to ask, how far can we go legally if we have, your predecessor said if we recommend they seek counsel, we have to pay for it. So we can't actually recommend a student, who's clearly exhibiting signs of mental illness. All we can do is advise their guardians.
That's correct. So what we try to do is you're right, we cannot mandate that a child have mental health counseling. But what we can do is have appropriate conversations with parents and help them to see how this can benefit their child. Sometimes parents just don't understand. There's a stigma associated with mental health. And what we want to do is help to erase that stigma. Our staff, we work with them very closely. I know Ms. Henderson works with the school counselors. I have the school social workers that are trained. We bring in Coastal Empire Mental Health. We talk about what those mental health symptoms look like and how getting the services, the appropriate services can be beneficial to the child. But you're correct, we cannot mandate. So what we do is we have a list of counseling services and we talk to the parent. These are some of the behaviors that we're seeing. Here is how you would benefit from helping your child with these different services and agencies.
And one follow-up question. Our teachers, our faculty and staff district-wide, are they given instructions on how to recognize the early signs of various mental illnesses?
That's something that we're working to incorporate this year. We actually participated in the new teacher orientation and trained all of the new teachers that participated in that. So what we're trying to do is help to get that message out. We're working both with our staff at the schools to be able to share that information during staff meetings as well. So we're working to get the message out more broadly than just the folks who actually do that type of work. So
Mr. Campbell?
I think Ms. Rorschach covered a little bit of what I was gonna ask.
I don't think your mic's on.
Yeah, it's not, you're right. Is it on now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. What I was gonna comment about is, you know, the online people, the people who were right there on the firing line are the teachers for the most part. And they were able to recognize a lot of things and I understood what you just said. So that was kind of what I have to address. We can handle a lot of the process by having the teachers be able to recognize certain things and intervene at their level. And a lot of times things go away, especially in light of the climate that we're in now in terms of our country. You know, teachers gotta figure it out a long time before it gets to that position. Yeah.
Mr. Strippinger?
There's an issue I just want to elaborate on a little bit, and that's the ABA therapist. I'm not sure I have a clear picture on whether we allow ABA therapists in the school or not. I hear two different stories, so I was hoping you could clarify that.
I would love to be able to provide clarification, but the only clarification that I could give to you is that it actually falls under special services.
Okay.
So those are for children who have an IEP, and the IEP makes a determination as to whether they receive ABA therapy or not.
Okay.
Ms. Walton?
Mr. Strobridge, I think I can respond to that.
Yeah, I can get up close.
You want everyone? Ms. Whitten is correct. It is handled through the special education department. And currently, we do not provide those therapists that come from the outside. But we do have a new special ed director on board, and that's one of the things that she's considering. So this time, next month, 2 months from now, we might be able to tell you that we do, but we work toward getting that service provided.
All right, so all of you who send me the emails on that, I hope you heard that answer. We'll have a better answer in a couple of weeks.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Henderson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jerry Henderson. I will be presenting on the crisis response counseling plan that we have in place in Beaufort County School District. As of this morning, combined students and staff, we have 25,466 students and staff. And one thing that I told the new principals a couple of weeks ago and the counselors a couple of days ago in regards to a crisis, it's not if, it's when. And on August 9th, when I met with the new principals, that was on a Thursday. By that weekend, we were addressing a crisis that resulted in the death of the passing of a student. And immediately, that new principal we had to assist her in putting a crisis plan in place. What is a crisis? It is something or unforeseen, serious incident or a tragedy. And the goal of the school crisis team, the district crisis team, and the community is to put interventions and strategies in place to address the needs of the students, faculty, and in addition, the loved ones of those involved. And I have sent you all a copy of this PowerPoint in addition to the district policy on crisis response. And as I mentioned, our goal is to address those adverse issues that may have a psychological traumatic effect on students. Research shows 25% of students have suffered adverse childhood experience. With 22,000 students That's almost 5,000 students that are sitting in the schools of our district that we have to be prepared to provide counseling to. The objective is to provide equilibrium and balance to a school when a tragedy occurs. That's the objective of the crisis team. The crisis team consists of, at the district level, the chief instructional service officer, Ms. Walton, because sometimes the tragedy involves an educator. So she has to be involved. The director of protective services, Mr. Grissom has to cooperate with law enforcement on times when the tragedy occurs on the school campus or within the school district. Jim Foster is pivotal in doing so to ensure accurate information is distributed throughout the community. Because oftentimes when tragedy occurs, there's a lot of rumors out there, and it's his job to ensure the correct information is distributed throughout the district and the county. Myself, as secondary, I work closely with the school counselors. They're pivotal in providing immediate response services after a tragedy. The special ed directors over the psychologists. As Ms. Swinton mentioned a moment ago, she has an awesome relationship with those providers out in town that have already been vetted. So in times of crisis, we don't have to worry about who do we call. They've been vetted and approved throughout the school district. The nurse, if need be, she has to provide triage for those and first aid for those involved in a tragedy. And again, the school psychologist. And you'll notice there's a flow chart. In the case a couple of weeks ago, I received a call on a Saturday afternoon after Jim Foster had been notified by the principal that an incident that occurred with one of her students that resulted in him passing away. That principal called me immediately there afterwards, and I notified members of the district crisis team. Now, incidents may occur that may not require the involvement of the district crisis team. On my left, you will see the school key contact person, and that is the principal. And there may be an incident that would occur within the school that only require the school crisis team. Unlike, for instance, a fight or something, it doesn't require personnel from the district to go to the school for that. However, there are cases, just as I mentioned a moment ago, when a death occurred with a student or a staff, it requires the district involvement because HR is involved. We have to collaborate and meet with that principal. In the case of that situation, I met with that principal on Monday morning. We planned on Saturday night. Monday morning, I was in our office along with members of her team preparing for a visual, preparing to counsel students, preparing to counsel staff members. Because when a student passes away, it affects everybody in the school. That student has friends. That student lives in a community. So we have to ensure we put interventions in place that will address those students' psychological needs so long-term trauma does not occur. And we assist that principal in setting up a memorial for that student. That student was very popular, so he had friends that was impacted greatly by that situation. And also the community, we included members of the community, members of the student friends, parents. They want to be involved. We're there to facilitate and to ensure that all of the students' community needs are addressed. Incidents requiring the crisis response counseling, death of a student, a staff member, critical incidents on the school campus, but also off the campus. This summer, we had an incident that occurred in a community in Beaufort that was tragic, and we had to get involved. Jim Foster asked me a couple of days ago, he said, I noticed at the memorial there were school counselors, as Ms. Swinton mentioned, counselors from Coastal Mental Health. Summertime doesn't apply when tragedy occurs. We're there regardless of the time of year. Once we receive that notice, and he asked the question, are they getting paid? Pay is not an issue. Well, we have to address those needs of the students, because if we address them when they happen, when that student or their friends return to school, it's less likely the adverse effect of that trauma is persistent. However, we're providing that continuous service if needed to those students and family. We go into the home and set up grief counseling for family members also. Again, school cluster level, it may involve only that school in regards to crisis. Again, we developed that crisis plan as a collaborative effort with all involved. And one thing that I would also like to mention, if an incident occurs and it involves a particular student at a particular school, we have to be cognizant of the fact that that individual may have siblings. So we have to address those needs also, as in a couple of weeks ago, that student had siblings in the school district. So in turn, we notified the principal and counselors and be aware. and reach out to the family now. So we cannot afford to wait till August 18th to be active and proactive in situations such as this. How will information be shared? That it may be, when an incident occurs in the school, written notification may be sent out to all parents so that to dispel any rumors or untrue information. Phone messenger, email, classroom presentation. What we do, we meet in meeting with the principal, we develop a script for the teachers. Because you think about it, there are some teachers that are brand new, this is a first time situation, and they're at a loss on how to address those issues. So if an incident occurs on a weekend and we meet with those teachers, we will meet with them an hour before the school day starts so we can go over the process and procedures in addressing students' needs. Again, we work with parents. We have a great partnership with Friends of Caroline Hospice who provide grief counseling. And they're there 24 hours a day. We have their phone number, personal phone and professional phone number where we can call them any time of the day, weekend. It doesn't matter, holidays. We've met with them on holidays to address students' needs. Other forms of communication. Again, the objective is to provide a safe learning environment so students can get back to normalcy. That is the key. And you can read that, you'll notice the role of the crisis team member, the principal, the teacher, school counselor, social worker, and school psychologist. Intervention is the key. The purpose of the intervention is to identify available space in the school when crises occur. And generally, that's the media center. We'll go there when crises occur, and that's a safe place for one-on-one counseling or group counseling for a student. What happens also is the school counselor would get that student's schedule in the case of a death and follow that student's schedule the entire day, because when those students go to a particular class and that student is no longer there, they're going to trigger trauma. So those issues are addressed immediately. Again, we inform this teacher, we give them a script. And one thing we do as a district crisis team, Ms. Swinton is modeling for me, something that is new this year. You can open up the items. So the district crisis team member, when we go into the school starting this year, we will have our crisis bag. So immediately, the members of the school will know who we are when we enter the school, to include staff members. When they see that lanyard, they know that we're members of the crisis team there to support and provide counseling for the students and staff and family members. 2 days ago, it was about 25, 30 of us went through PREPARE training. PREPARE training is a national model used to address crisis. And I think that was the third time the district has sponsored PREPARE training. So our goal is to ensure all school counselors, there was BMS in the crowd, and social workers. That was, and school psychologists in the last cohort that completed, I think, yesterday, on Tuesday. So it's a 2-day intensive training.
And it just makes sure that the PREPARE model makes sure that we respond to crisis in a succinct manner so that we are consistent in our delivery of services and that the interventions and services that we provide are continuous across the district. So we don't walk away from the crisis right afterwards and don't follow back up with those students. So it just gives us an opportunity to work with those students in a more succinct manner.
And the goal definitely is consistency. We have to be uniform in the service that we're providing, especially during times of crisis. And again, intervention. Initiate appropriate intervention, group counseling intervention, individual counseling. And it's also important to debrief. Over the last 5 years with the district counseling response team, we've had to revise those things that did not work so well. And when that team go into the school, within 24 hours, we sit down again with the entire team and say, what is working well? What do we need to modify? What issues do we need to address? How can we better support that school? So within 24 hours, we sit down again with the team. And also, again, definitely at the end of that first day. And we assist the principal and the family if they want to hold a memorial or something special. In the case of the young man a couple of weeks ago, there was a memorial held on the football field. And finally, something we implemented last year, I noticed when I worked at my last high school, that a staff member died, and there was no communication with the family. And in talking to Dr. Berg last year, I said, you know what, we need to have some type of correspondence come from the district office whenever a student or a staff member dies. And he agreed, and we drafted a letter that now anytime a student or staff member passes away, a letter comes personally from the superintendent. And Jim Foster and I collaborate, we'll get information about the individual, so that letter is personal and is tailored to that individual and is signed by the superintendent. Also, a week after the incident, an after-action report is completed by the school principal or a designee, and is kept on file at the school. So if ever an incident occurs, they can refer to that. But what I've shared with the counselors and the administrators, put your crisis plan in place now. Identify the members of your team. Identify the community members of your team. I know I've worked with Mr. Campbell on numerous occasions in regards to crisis team when I was at Well Branch. And we recently had an incident at the beginning of last school year that involved a person. And ironically, his son, who's a graduate of Well Branch, called me when I was about 2 miles away from the incident and ended up being there with them before even the emergency services. So I think right now we're in a good place in that the community, especially the educators, know the process and procedures. And again, former student giving me a call. And just like that, and then we started the ball rolling and getting those important people at the table to address the needs of that school. Any questions? And I will say our crisis plan, I've sat on the state roundtable for secondary for a couple of years. It's amazing to find out that numerous districts do not have a crisis plan. Bless you. And it has been used, now implemented at other districts at this time. Yes.
So let's just go around. We'll start with you, Earl.
Okay. I just want to thank you all for the job that y'all doing. And I would ask the superintendent to make sure that they attend the state of the school breakfast and they can give a brief presentation of what they did this morning.
David?
This is good stuff, you know, it's good stuff that all comes from the heart and has an effect. Do we track everything to make sure that, because we have a great process, I'm assuming we track it so that nothing ever gets overlooked, and there's a checklist or something that you...
So that's a part of, I'm sorry, tight corners here.
I know when you get a compliment, it's tough to get to that microphone.
So the compare model is what we've been trained in, and that's what we use to kind of guide that process to ensure that we don't overlook something, to ensure that we don't circle back with a student, to ensure that our staff members identify all of the students that we've seen that day, and kind of triage. Do we determine whether this student is at high risk? Do we need to follow up with them? Do we need to make an immediate referral? You know, so we make sure that we follow that prepare model. It's been instrumental in changing the way that we approach crisis. And this is kind of a result of it, making sure that our folks are identified when they go into the building and having those tips. I don't know if you looked at the back of that card, but it's right there at your hand when you need it, so that because sometimes a crisis situation, all of the training goes out the window, but when you've got it right here, you can remember the steps that you need to take. And that's an important part of why we do what we do. We make sure that we get the right folks at the table to be trained who are part of that school crisis team, as well as ourselves. We're committed to making sure that we as crisis team members get the appropriate professional development to be able to support our students and staff.
Ongoing professional development.
Thank you.
Yes.
Very impressive, very impressive. And I hope in the future you're underemployed, but I know it's not if, it's when, and I am completely convinced that you're ready to deal with it, and thank you very much.
Dr. Wisniewski?
So just a quick thing, and then I have to step out. But my mother-in-law is a former executive director of the National Alliance for Grieving Children, and they recently came out with a children's workbook for children to work through their grief. And I'd love to get you guys a copy if you don't already have one, so that you can maybe implement it somewhere. It's just another tool, and I used it with my own kids recently, and it's really fantastic. So I just wanted to offer that to you.
Well, we've already purchased coloring items and little notebooks that our children can use, so that'll be a great compliment to that. Thank you.
Boy, that's being prepared.
that all the school counselors every year get additional resources. When we met 2 days ago, they were giving again resources. And those resources, not only will they be put in their hands, that is part of upcoming professional development, so we can dissect that and answer any question. Because as I mentioned earlier, truly, it's not if, it's definitely when. But it has made a difference, I would tell you, in the 5 years that we've really put the model in place in how we respond to crisis in the district. And it leaves a lasting impression, not only on the school, all stakeholders, where they know. As a matter of fact, when we met with the family a couple of weeks ago, they said, we know that the community and the school is supporting us. And that was really rewarding. And for that new principal to hear that, she felt really good knowing that they already have that confidence that the district is here supporting them even in the summertime. It doesn't matter what day or hour.
Mr. Smith?
Well, I would just like to say, I have been able to see y'all basically go in and do y'all job at the situation that occurred at Wellbridge, and I was the board member at that time. And then here recently, I'm not sure how, but I did get a phone call about the crisis team and said some of the things that were going on. And it was by a pastor. I guess he was at an event y'all was at, and he thought y'all whatever y'all were doing was pretty good. So, you know, just keep doing what you're doing, and please, you know, when it comes down to crisis and situations of that magnitude, it is priceless. Because in a time of a crisis, that's when the world comes together. Don't matter what the issue is, don't matter how mad people are, don't matter if me and Dick just had a tough argument. When something comes about of that, we pull together, and that's just great to know that we have something that's ready to go and move forward in the case of a crisis. Keep up the good work.
I'd just like to say thank you. This is a great plan. I particularly like the lanyards. Having been in situations where people gathered at my school building on Sunday afternoons, when a crisis hits, whether it's a child, a student, a teacher, people gather at the school. That's their first, you know, for some reason, that's where they go first. And I really like the lanyards that show. My previous districts didn't have that. I'm gonna send them a note.
I'll send you the template if you want.
Great.
Anka, this is really reassuring. This to me is a fundamental, and I'm glad we have such a good handle on it and that we're prepared.
I'm impressed. I have one question though, and that's schools clusters, like Hilton Head, of course, I've been there, and all the schools are there. And I think you have a point there where you have a cluster key contact. Is there a tier of organization around a cluster in which, let's say you got a crisis that affects all the schools there? Is there a level above the school-based level for clusters?
In the case of a crisis, and I'll use Hilton Head as an example, we had a death of a student last school year. The incident occurred at one school. The point of contact within the cluster is that principal for those other schools that's supporting that cluster where the incident did not occur. And I would tell you, we met on a Sunday night. The principal where the incident occurred was out of town. She arrived, she called and said, Jerry, I won't be in town until around 9. At 9 o'clock, her school conference room was full. There was about 15 of us. And we worked into the night until we knew that crisis plan was in place. And those principals from those other schools within that cluster, they were there also. So it's the principal in those schools that are not affected. However, they're part of that team, and those counselors, those social workers from that team, they were there that Sunday night, helped developing that plan.
Thank you, ladies. Just quick question, the board members received the 18-19 manual, the CRC team notebook in board docs. Have we updated it for the 19-20 school year?
We're in the process of updating that right now.
Because the contact numbers are, you know,
Yes.
aligned with that.
It's updated annually, and it's,
Excellent.
yes.
Okay, and that'll be on our district website.
We'll ensure you all get a copy of it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all that you're doing to help our students and staff and community.
And this is just part of what these two ladies do, right? And that passion you saw here about this work is the same passion they carry throughout all their work. So really proud of them and their work that they're doing here for our kids and our school district. Next on our agenda.
Dr. Rodriguez,
Yes.
how about, I think they have lunch ready, and I was thinking maybe we should have lunch and then maybe have Denise, if she was okay with that, maybe start presenting at 12:30 while we're finishing lunch. Is that good for them?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Put in my box, so as we can pass along, maybe I'm the last one.
I think what I brought down.
Okay,
If you
great,
need more,
great,
let me know.
okay.
Thank you. Perfect, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. I put them in my office. I have generous patients that like, these are the Proposities app, and I have patients who would love to do this, that are retired.
I got hand back to all my friends.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, I know you're from me.
I thought you were Mr. Campbell. Sorry.
All right.
So what came up that I don't know. So yesterday, that we, since there was one form for the operations, if we were to add an agenda item, so I sent it to Robin, I think I forgot to. Yes. But he said it. It's board business. Yeah, I'll have to go back and she'll show me tomorrow what the email David sent. I could ask David. I don't think, no, I think just that you, we can ask David.
I think that will. So it's, I only highlighted one.
So what did you get there?
Oh, yeah, they're gonna be,
But then, you know, I'm just interested in
Right, and I brought up, so that if 11 people do this, we're gonna do $11,000 on the budget. So it's not gonna just maybe he was.
Yeah.
Yes.
I asked you a question, lunch?
Sure.
I was unable to. Bringing this I never met into the discussion.
Now, granted, half of this was your predecessor.
She certainly said that.
I guess that's why
We do have something about this. Okay, this is pretty good what we have right here. The only thing we do so really, that's what I'm waiting for. We gotta be real here. That's and I don't think they'll make mistakes. I think they'll come as professional, or they could be that charge like you all did.
Can I have a minute? So that's
It's like, I'm not going to any other stuff. Because I frankly, I would have somebody that's really interested in go to those conferences and come back.
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to testify since you had an interest. I knew you had an opportunity to create right.
I think in a job that
Just being but we understand some young man.
Why not three or two? And bring back the information. I don't want to commit.
I like to have it first. Yeah, I enjoy that.
I'm just saying that we have to live within a budget. And if we get to the point that we never go, no, there is no pre-out budget.
Yeah, we have a budget, but someone should budget out. That's the real, the ultimate question is versus what the regular commission is. And so what we have,
I mean, in my opinion, William, the conversation all the time prior to approving this budget, should have been having, that should have been part of that. We approved the budget, we have to live with it. Well, it was a majority, and that's the democracy that we live in.
You're exactly right. So that's why I'm still saying my question, I would change until someone shows me, but if you ask me once again, I think that everyone sharpens their skills, and everyone learns different. How I learn may not be what you learn. So that because how I learn is different. I mean, so there's
I don't need it.
I'm happy to.
No, there's more of this dessert. It's the carrot cake.
guy, he'll go get
It's the carrot cake.
You'll find yourself.
No, I'm not absolutely. Right. However, when we get to April, and there's no money left, and there's no money left, that's all my reason we have the budget. And right now, we're flush with money. We're flush with any travel money because no one is spending it. But it's going to come to a point where there might be something fabulous in February, and we have none because we've spent it all. And we can then just say, oh, let's go. I've been told many times I can't go to conferences with money. Oh, I was told for the past 18 years, many times.
I'm not buying that. You're the right person. I'm not buying it.
William!
I'm just not buying it. I'm not.
Yeah, you think I'm lying about my experience?
I'm not buying it, that's what I'm saying. I'm not buying it.
So you basically think I'm lying?
I'm just saying I'm not buying it, that's all I'm saying. I'm not buying it.
That's very interesting.
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. That's all I'm saying.
I actually feel like you're a pin. Yeah, because I'm telling you what I experience. Hey, Dick.
No, she had one dose. And
I did, and I did.
No, did you get another one?
Another one?
So,
Let me show you.
so we're very concerned for me. Means it's been so we have a large group of individuals that have not. In other words, I was you know, and what you're, when that happens, what you're depending upon her community, you're depending on everybody else to get things on community and then protect yourself. Which is great. So I hope you're not going to come on here, but it's funny, I saw police were out there. Which is when you're not making eye contact, but just in that communication thing. So, you know, CDC has said
He asked for information about your money, how it's going. So I responded, and then I said, "What's the information?" So
Yeah, you sent it to them about all the difference in
Right,
student
right.
service. Yeah, I saw that. I saw
You were of utmost high character. That is my opinion.
I said, "Okay, I'll do that."
Don't take it personally.
Very interesting.
How does he know what your experience is? Right? Yeah. Yep. What a
I mean, that's my experience.
I'm like, oh no.
He's, as you probably figured out, I've been talking to some of the other Republican folks about it, and they're saying, you know, a little early onset, maybe, or not early, but, you know,
Well, let's just
Right.
You know, I think this, that's what he said to me.
Yes.
So anyways,
No, we have
because he
to,
said,
we just have to make sure that we don't respond to those issues.
exactly.
Because they're such, they're local, and I don't want to overreact.
And when I talk to people, they just say, that's how I
Oh, yeah. We'll have a little sex agreement, and we'll spend it. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right.
all right. I'm gonna have her sign.
How are you?
Good. Just want to put that. I didn't get to include this. I didn't have enough time to get everything downloaded because I just found out about it on Wednesday and we were having our nurses meeting all that day. So everybody was spraying.
Could everyone please take their seats so we could restart the meeting?
Hey, and then in our beer, not eating. Thank you.
Dr. Rodriguez, we'll start with you.
All right. Well, next on our agenda here is an update on immunizations, and so we have Denise Unruh here who's going to lead us through that.
Good afternoon, how are you? Welcome to the beginning of the school year. Karen Stoddard's here too. I am lucky enough that she has been helping me this year. She started as kind of the district nurse. She works at Right Choices and then goes out in the afternoon to help all the nurses. And since we have 4 new nurses this year, we're really, really busy trying to get them trained and ready to go. The paperwork that I sent you was all the information we have on our websites and that we give out, and the law. The letter I just gave you is the TDAP letter. It's got English on one side, Spanish on the back that I just put on your desk. I'm sorry I didn't get that download. I just wanted you guys to be able to see this is what we started sending out in April of last year for the rising 6th graders for TDAP this year. We have all the information from DHEC is on our website. My nurses have been working hot and heavy trying to get me the updated immunization numbers of who's compliant and who is not. We normally have 45 days to do that. We have a report due on October 3rd, which is the 45th day, to DHEC with immunization numbers. From those immunization numbers, the forms that we send to them is when they contact me and they come and do audits at certain schools. Last year, they were kind enough to let me know which schools they were auditing, because in the past, we have a high problem with non-compliant students and following through and trying to get them in. So the information I kind of want to share with you guys, it is the law, and the law is no superintendent of an institution of learning, nor school board or principal of a school, and no owner or operator of a public or private child care facility as defined in section 631320 may admit as a pupil or enroll or retain a child or person who cannot produce satisfactory evidence of having been vaccinated or immunized so often as directed by the Department of Health and Environmental Control. Records of vaccinations or immunizations must be maintained by the institution, school, or daycare facility to which the child or person has been admitted. Kind of highlighted that for you guys so you could see that.
The book, we do DHEC training every year. It is required. The book that we, this year, it's a lovely purple color. It also gives us all the rules, and under section 4429-180 of our state, it also says the Department of Health and Environmental Control shall monitor the immunization status of each child who is enrolled or retained in a licensed child care facility or registered church, religious daycare, or school, and all immunizations or vaccine records to ensure that their required immunizations are complete as recommended and routinely provided by the Department of Health and Environmental Control. Also on this form, it says a South Carolina certificate of immunization must be presented to school or child care officials upon admission as required to document any subsequent immunization required by the department. School and child care officials shall keep a copy of the certificate with the child's personal record. So now that I've quoted the law, let me tell you kind of what we do. We issue a 30-day special exemption, which I tried to download, but I had a huge problem doing it. But this is what a special exemption looks like. It is the same across our state. We have them in English and we have them in Spanish. This can only be issued one time for a student's entire time in the same district. So if we have a transfer student and they come in, we give them this 30-day waiver so that they can come and bring that to us within that 30-day. And the next year they go to get a TDAP and they don't have it that first day of school, we can't give this again legally by law. Okay? It's a one-time thing per the state. So we have decided as a district to become proactive. So in the spring, we start our immunization initiative. We start sending out that letter. We start robocalls. We start emails. We start, one school does text messages. And we do this throughout the summer. They also, and the data specialists are awesome at doing this part. They know which calls are dropped or maybe the number's been changed. So they give that information with the nurse. They go back through that and start calling those parents. We have at this point several non-compliant TDAP numbers, but they have dropped substantially even since yesterday. We've got 291 students across the district that are going to be in 7th grade that still have not gotten their immunization, even though we've done this due diligence and sending everything out. So we're working hard. We've contacted VIM and Hilton Head is coming to do a TDAP clinic on Monday at Hilton Head Middle. And VIM is Volunteers in Medicine, in case you don't know that. They've been kind enough to come and do that free. We quickly got a permission slip that I copied from a different district and sent in all the TDAP, what the TDAP is, both in English and in Spanish, and the side effects, everything that you would get if you went to the physician's office and got that. So all that paperwork has been included. We already have 11 permission slips signed at their back to school day yesterday, Stingray Day. So those students will be getting that, and I know Amy has been adamantly working with her data specialist and bilingual liaison, calling all those parents that did not come yesterday and trying to get them signed up, the ones that are missing. At Bluffton Middle, our numbers have dropped from 145 down to 44 in one day. What we do is there's an immunization registry called SkyApps. We have access to go in there. What happens is they may go and get the immunization at their pediatrician's office or at DHEC or at CVS and just forget to bring it to us. So before we call any of these parents, we're going through that. And we do that not just for TDAPs, for all pre-Kers, for all kindergartners, and for all transfer students that are coming in and having those immunization records transposed at the health department. So what should be a drop in the bucket for the nurses is always, how would you say? Overwhelming and trying to do the right thing. However, we did send you that memorandum that's kind of in the air. When we initiated that memorandum to have the 2740, which is, can you find that in that book? And I'll show you the picture of our South Carolina 2740 form. Once we initiated that, Kirsten from DHEC and I talk daily because we're trying to get extra immunization clinics going. She said her numbers from spring through summer were up substantially of children getting in and getting immunized. My nurses, with the numbers that they have given me over the last few days, the non-compliance numbers have dropped substantially. A good record of this is last year at this time, this day, River Ridge Academy had 200 non-compliant students. Today, we have 22. Because that law was enacted to have that South Carolina immunization record on file. That's what that has done. So it's helped the nurses, it's helped the district, and Kirsten said, you know, we're doing a positive for our community, getting these children in and getting them immunized to protect. Our number of medical exemptions right now, without the new enrollees coming through, are 30. The number of religious exemptions are 265. So if we get an outbreak of measles or chickenpox or anything that is reported to the Department of Health, we have to have knowledge where those children are, which classes they're in, if they've crossed, if they've spent any time, and we have to let the DHEC know, and all those recommendations that we have to put children out for 6 weeks because they've been exposed and their parents are unwilling to get them immunized. Those are the reasons that we are so adamant about making sure we know which children are immunized, which children are not. In the past, those catching up non-compliant kids, I'm going to be honest with you, are falling through the cracks because we don't get all their immunization records, and we, as nurses, cannot transpose any foreign language immunization records. It has to go through DHEC. They have people on board to do the Spanish ones, but any other language goes up to Columbia. So there's a little bit of a leeway, and that's why we're given those 30 days. Questions on anything I said, and then I'll go on. We do have clinics scheduled through DHEC right now, August 9th, the 23rd, September, sorry, I wrote them down on my piece of paper, September 6th, 13th, and 27th. I talked with her today because we've been working all week trying to get a separate Tdap clinic for Bluffton area. Unfortunately, Charleston will not send an extra nurse down to help them, so she's going to let me know if they can get any more days. Those days are already booked with students coming in. She knows it. We did offer to come and volunteer. However, since we don't work for DHEC, they won't take our help as volunteering. Now, VIM, on the other hand, will allow us to help volunteer. And we have already offered that. Several nurses are happy to go and do that and help them with whatever items they need. I know Amy, when they're coming, she's actually going to be doing all the records and SciUps that day for these students. And we'll print them out and have them in their folders. One of the other initiatives we put in place this last year is several of the pediatricians' offices are supposed to be inputting all these into the South Carolina Immunization Registry. However, they have not been very compliant. So we have several handwritten immunization records. So one of the things we initiated last year, all the seniors had to be inputted, so the nurse worked diligently trying to get all the seniors in. All the middle schools had to have the 8th grade students inputted, and all the elementary schools had to have the 5th grades implemented before they moved up this year to their new schools to help that nurse lessen that load with the immunizations. Those are not the only ones we do, but we work backwards. We work backwards from the 5th down, and we work backwards from the 8th down, and we work backwards from the 12th down. Now, I will say, because River Ridge has a nurse assistant, She had all 1,200 of hers in before the end of school. They rocked it. I mean, and other schools have done that too, but that's one of the initiatives we're doing, and I want the seniors to have a copy of their immunization record, because they have to have that for college. And I get, every year, in the years past, I get calls and we're digging through records trying to find them. And this way, they have access to it, it's in the registry, and we've made them a copy for their diplomas. And that was very important for us, for those seniors to have that, because they have to have that when they go to college.
Mr. Stripiker?
Thank you. On the immunizations, this is just Tdap, this, what you sent us.
That is.
Just Tdap, but we track all the immunizations, is that what you're telling me?
We track all of them. We have a different letter that actually has all the immunizations listed on them, and if you're missing an MMR, a varicella, a DTaP, and a polio, those are the 4 that are required for kindergarten. Those are checked, you get a letter. If you're new to the district and haven't been, we give you a 30-day exemption. However, we still have to follow the law. So if the parent turns in an immunization record, there's an expiration date on the top if they need another shot, another immunization. So we've gotten them where it expired 5/1/19. So they're supposed to have gotten it done by 6/1/19. So that child is then non-compliant from June till now. So we have really pushed back trying to tell them they have to be compliant with the law. Now, any new students, they get a 30-day exemption right away.
And the law covers all of those immunizations you just spoke of?
Yes, sir. And we sent you a list of what is required immunizations.
Okay, and the parents that do not comply, what happens to their kids?
If they do not comply, what we do is we have a list and we keep a tickler file on all those non-compliant kids, students that don't have them. If we see that they're due on September 1st, on August 1st, if we were in school, we start calling them. However, even though it expires on September 1st, they have 30 days after that day. So on 10/1, if we've called, if we needed to have the bilingual liaison call, we've sent emails, sent letters, and we really call and we try to talk with them. And we always say, this expired, you need to call today and get the appointment because DHEC is backed up. They're backed up 3 to 4 weeks, and especially over the summer. When we tell them, please make that appointment. We have the list of VIM, we have the list of DHEC, we have the list of all the pediatricians and their phone numbers. However, all the pediatricians in Beaufort Jasper Comp Health require those students to be their patient before they will give them any immunizations. DHEC charges $13 per immunization to the max of $39. So if you had a new kindergartner and they needed those 4 shots, they would only pay $39. Now, that being said, they work really hard with the parents that maybe can't afford the $39. And they don't like to put that out, but they work really hard with all parents trying to get their children immunized.
And if they don't get immunized, and I'll tell you where I'm coming from. I'm coming from special ed parents who are suspicious of vaccinations.
If they're suspicious, DHEC provides 3 different options. First of all, a medical exemption can only be written by a doctor, and it is truly they're maybe immunocompromised or they had a severe allergic reaction. There's a reason. So those children will remain in school, as well as the religious exempt students. Those have to, the only way you can get a religious exempt in our state is to go to DHEC, and they have to make a religious exempt. The parent brings that in, then they don't get any immunizations, and that's where we have the number that we have, so we can follow that in case we get an outbreak in our one of our schools.
Okay, and if the waivers are not followed and they don't follow up. I'm trying to find out
On
what.
30th day,
Is there
we
a-
put them out of school.
That's what I'm trying to.
And that's the law. That's not ours law, that's not the district law, that's the state law.
I got it, I'm just.
And I can tell you, the students, when we do that, guess what? In 2 days, they come back and they have that immunization. They may be yelling at me on the phone because I tell the nurses just to send all those phone calls to me so that they don't have to deal with those. And I explain to them, I give them all their options, and I say, I'm sorry, we have given you, numerous, you've had the 30 days, we've told you, and for those TDAP students, they've had since spring all the way through the summer to get it.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how many students could possibly not get an education because there's a philosophical or
Well, they can get a religious exemption at the department.
religious is different than philosophical, right? You know what I mean?
I know, but that will be the only way that they could have a
got it.
philosophical in our state.
Yeah, I got it. I went through the draft era, so I know the rules about about the religious. I'm just seeing if any students are denied an education because their parents would not, or did not believe vaccination.
I'm going to be honest with you. I really push vaccines because I truly believe in them. I believe in them protecting not only their child, but we have almost 23,000 students in our district. I am responsible for all of those students, not just the unimmunized. And so we really do that. However, if a parent wants that, they just have to go to the Department of Health and Environmental Control and they will get that.
Mr. Campbell?
Yeah, have you noticed any pockets of, our demographics that are not being immunized on a consistent basis? Are they coming from the same area, same people? And is there a way to address that from the ground floor, from the community standpoint, as opposed to, what you've stated already?
Okay, so, for example, we noticed that there were, with the Latino community, there were some cases like that, okay? I reached out to some of the contacts that I've made in the community on the ground floor, engaged them in communicating and helping spread the word about what has to happen. She spoke about them
Volunteers in medicine.
being at a particular site to assist with that. So they're part of the solution and getting that word out. I think that's what you're getting at.
Yeah, I think you understand the dynamics of what I'm talking about. They now come to that official deal.
Yeah.
That official deal represents some type of, exposure that's not necessarily acceptable, to David's point, from a philosophical standpoint.
I can tell you the number of TDAPs that are at Hilton Head Middle. It's half Latino and half other ethnicities. I can tell you at Bluffton Middle, it's a little over half for the Latino, the rest other ethnicities. May River is our biggest high school this year. Enrollment was like 1479. We are sitting with a huge, we have 113 special exemptions out right now on the students that were new and enrolled. And one of the things we in doing the memorandum that you saw is that we get everybody involved at the school helping with that. So the special exemptions can be signed by the nurse or the principal or the data specialist or whatever authorized person in that school. And they can follow those special exemption and then give the 2740, which is the South Carolina immunization, to the nurse. We know in DHEC, Kirsten Bryan has been phenomenal at working. She is the head of the DHEC in Bluffton. We have a higher need in the Bluffton area than we do the Beaufort area for immunizations at this point in time. So DHEC has put more concentration on trying to get, although they have a nurse that will give immunizations in Beaufort, we have one that is there in Bluffton. She is there more than she is in Beaufort because the need is higher in the Bluffton area right now.
I think Dr. Rodriguez addressed that part of concern.
Thank you for all your hard work. You've obviously put immense effort into this issue, and it's going to pay dividends, I think, for the safety of our students and staff. And I'm with you, Denise, 100%. I would very much encourage everyone to get immunized unless they're truly allergic or have some medical reason not to
We think the
immunize.
benefits are lifetime.
They are.
And we're passionate about it. These students to the nurses all have a name. You know, so if you get immunized as a child, when you're pregnant as an adult, you've taken care of your infant baby. This is so important for the health and well-being of our students.
It is, and we will make sure for this next spring for the TDAPs and for the kindergarten students that we actually make a bullet. I'm gonna have a document in each of the schools and the principals and the data specialists that we do the same thing at each school, because one school did text messages. I don't know any other middle school that did text messages, but I mean, that's kind of really a great idea, because you see it pop up on the phone. I've had parents tell me today that they don't ever listen to those robocalls. And do you know how many robocalls we've done? They just don't listen to them because they get too many of them. Or, hey, I have 2 older kids, so, you know, I just don't read that newsletter. Do you know how many times it's been in the newsletter? Okay, we've sent the letters home. So we're gonna brainstorm over this winter and see what we can do that will fit for all students to really get them in to get immunized before school starts.
I mean, now you're back to where I was addressing, because the methods you're using, some parents not gonna be addressed.
So we'll tweet it.
The total education of all the population is very significant in terms of keeping everybody healthy. And that's why the ground floor gonna come up, because the robocalls and all that stuff will hang up. It's just another person that they don't wanna hear.
Yeah.
And,
And I understand,
yeah.
so any ideas are welcome. Yeah, and whatever we can do to benefit the children in our community and make it safer for all of them, please, that's what we're here for, safety, health, and well-being of these students, and getting them through school. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, I was just gonna say, as well as Dr. Guard said, was that you ladies, please continue to do the good job that y'all doing, because listen, you can tell that not only you take pride in your job, that you love your job, and you're like me, you're very passionate. Sometimes I get a little passionate when I speak to people, like, oh God, but listen, your passion is a little different than my passion. My passion is a little loud, but listen, you can hear from how y'all present and how precise y'all are about every measure of this. Y'all are very passionate, and I appreciate your hard work. Please continue doing it, because what you do does matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, I almost came up here and said, the next update is on immunization of technology.
Whoa, that's some new stuff.
That's new. Next one. So next, Christine Robinson is gonna give us technology outcomes and conversation around the technology plan. I know that's something that you've been waiting to hear about for a while, and so we're ready to share what we have. Okay.
Good afternoon, how are you guys? While Molly's getting the presentation up, I think I've met almost everyone, but for those I've maybe just met through email, I'm Christine Robinson. I'm the Director of Instructional Technology, and I apologize, Mark Chohan is not here with us today. He's had a family trip planned for about 6 months, and with not knowing these dates, I told him, you can still go have fun. I'll do your part. So, we're good to go?
It's loading.
Okay, perfect. Well, I see it on that screen too?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So, a little bit while she's doing this, a little bit of background about myself. I was a classroom teacher up in the upstate of South Carolina in Oconee County for 8 years, and then moved here about 8 years ago. Well, I'm starting my 8th year, so 7 years ago, and been in this role since I've been here. So, all right. So I am going to start by just showing you a little video that we made last year, just kind of outlining some of the things we're doing in the district. It does have a focus on training, because at the time that's why we made it, but I just wanted you to see some of the training that goes into a lot of the technology usage we have.
Could you do that?
One more time. If not, we can skip the video for the sake of time. We're a little behind schedule anyway. Here in Beaufort County, we put a mobile device in the hands of every student from kindergarten through 12th grade.
Show me the answers.
Students use these devices to research, to create presentations, to collaborate on projects and documents and presentations. They also use software to help enhance the learning that they're doing in the classroom.
Introducing my students to technology now is going to help them later on, because technology is the way of the world now. It's our future. It's the way the culture is starting to evolve, and everything is starting to be built around technology. So that answer is right.
We know that we are preparing children for the workforce, for college, and for beyond. We want to make sure that they are ready to figure out ways to be successful in those environments. Can you sign in with your Google account?
A lot of times when we do training, we're teaching the children how to use the technology safely. We're also showing them how to communicate effectively using technology.
Ooh, that's a good fact right there.
When we look at the profile of the South Carolina graduate, it emphasizes skills that students are going to need to be successful, no matter what the technology they have in the future.
Oh, I see what you're saying, just listed.
Yeah, they're listed. We offer a variety of technology training for our teachers and students, so they can learn the skills that they need to be able to problem solve, to be able to use the technology to find information, to create new things, and to collaborate with their peers to be able to be successful in the classroom and in the future when they leave us, whether they go to work or to college or the military.
They will have to work together because they're collaborating.
The different tools that we train teachers on, some are web-based, some are softwares that are on student devices, and some of them are subscriptions purchased by the school district, some of them are free tools. So we really mix in the resources that we have from the school district with things that are available out there for parents, teachers, and students to use for free as well.
The teachers really appreciate the fact that we come in and we cover these aspects with the children, and we give them an opportunity to practice with real life tools, and they get to produce real life projects that utilize it.
You have to remember that this is only a tool. It's not for learning. It's just taking the information and making the children apply what they're supposed to learn.
And so it directly impacts the learning in the classroom, because what the teacher is teaching, the technology tools are going right with it, reinforcing it and giving a new way.
One of our apps that we use is called ExactPath, and ExactPath takes their map scores and it generates a path for them to continue to increase their skills that they may be struggling in at that moment.
Because the technology changes so quickly, they need to learn the skills to be able to think outside the box, to problem solve, and adapt to any new technology.
This type of professional development is very important for teachers because it is going to give them the tools that they need to give their students the tools to be career and college ready learners and to be 21st century learners.
Go to the one that says top 10 facts, so Goss facts for kids.
I saw you laughing at Miss Hill. I got her right before she retired. I was like, I need you. And she was one of those that we did a lot of training with by the end, you know, definitely was utilizing it. All right, so if you think about how schools were originally created, you had to go to school to be able to get information. The only people that had that knowledge were the teachers. So if you needed to learn about history, you wanted to learn about science, you had to go to school to get it. And even further ancient times, people would travel hundreds and hundreds of miles and pay lots of money to go learn from just those few people who had the knowledge. When I was in high school, my parents didn't have a lot, but education was really important to them, so they saved and even had monthly payments to buy us a set of encyclopedias. And so then at the time, I got to learn outside of school also, so that was kind of how my generation started moving outside of just learning at school. And then now our students have this, that has all that information that we've ever been able to get from others in the past, plus all this hardware. Some of you recognize some of this. In the palm of their hand or in their tablet that they have with them. So it is really important as we are thinking about how our students gain information and have access to information, what our role is in helping them learn that and how to learn how to do it safely. So just to get you thinking a little bit, did you know Facebook has 2.4 billion active users? If it was its own country, it would be the highest populated in the world, 7 times the population of the United States. That's how many users are on Facebook. And you can see by this chart, over the last 16 years or so, the population has steadily increased. But if you look all the way to the right, the amount of devices that each person has, the average person has, is 6.5. And some of you might be thinking, oh, there's no way 6.5. But if you think about everything in your home that's connected to Wi-Fi, you'll probably agree that that's right. So think about your smart TVs, your phones, tablets, laptops. Thermostats now are connected to Wi-Fi, your Alexas, the gaming stations, all that's connected to Wi-Fi. And this is from 2012. I tried to find a more recent one, but I like this article the best. So these numbers have definitely increased, but in 2012, almost 1.7 million cloud-related jobs went unfilled. Just think 1.7 million went unfilled. So we are now in the classroom preparing students that are going to go into this workforce where they don't have right now a lot of those skills to find them. So we are trying to help prepare those students. So this is the last little bit of facts before I get into the plan. So Google, it's the #1 search engine. You all probably knew that. Most of you would think that Bing or Yahoo would be second, but it's not. Anybody have a guess as to what the second most popular search engine is? I heard somebody say.
Yeah.
So what's that?
YouTube?
YouTube, perfect. Yeah, oh, good job, Molly. So YouTube now is what kids in our classrooms, they don't go to Google, they don't go to Yahoo, they don't go to Bing. If they want to know something, they go to YouTube. And why do they go to YouTube? Because it is their peers, it is other people that have created these videos and published them, and they are learning. I mean, some of you, maybe you fixed your washing machine by going to YouTube and figuring out how to do it. That's how our kids learn these days, is they are learning from each other using the technology and the resources that they have. So, but all of these things do take skills to learn, like we talked about those jobs not going filled, and our superintendent's roundtable for the state partnered with the Chamber of Commerce to create this profile. You've probably seen this in other presentations. This is the profile of the South Carolina graduate. And as you can see, there's a focus on the knowledge, skills, and the characteristics that South Carolina students need to have when they graduate. It mentions problem solving, creativity, communication, collaborations, global connections, and of course technology is the tool that they use to help build all of those things. So the vision for our current technology plan is kind of visualized here. So in a nutshell, it's a focus on using technology to facilitate student achievement, create engaged 21st century learners, promote college and career-ready graduates, teach safe and ethical use, communicate effectively, participate in problem-based and collaborative learning, and to create leaders in a global community. So to accomplish this goal, we create a plan every 3 years that we use. In this presentation today, I am going to kind of outline those objectives and the dimensions. It is a very long document. You probably, if you don't have a printout of it, it's in the board docs. It's 13 pages, and I didn't want to read 13 pages to you, so I'm going to go over the highlights of each dimension and how we met those goals and some of the evidence that we have there. So I'm going to start with dimension 1. and we are working currently on our plan. They're changing the format, which is a good thing, because they kind of box us in when they give us this technology template to create our plan. The State Department tells us what the 5 dimensions are, and they even tell us the objectives we have, and then how we meet those objectives are up to us. So they are creating a new template, which is good, because we need to be able to create, one thing we've learned is we need to create some better measurable goals that we can determine whether we are meeting those objectives. So they are sending, whenever they finish that template, to us, and it will be due in February. We are working on some of the data pieces that we plan to use as we make that plan, but they haven't given us the template yet. All right, so yes, ma'am.
Question before we begin, so I can follow along. We have a copy of the plan itself, 16 through 19, and then we have a separate document which I believe addresses the outcomes. Now, do the outcomes show the progress from 16 to 17 to 18 as the plan lays out?
It is more of a general kind of summary. It does not have it separated out by year, because most of it is ongoing. So really the only thing that is annual are what we review in the usage reports and things like that, and the needs assessments and the surveys we do. But as far as the type of training, it's kind of continued. So no, I don't have it broken out year by year. I just pulled out the table, and I have the objectives on the left, then the action steps, and then the evidence that we use over the 3-year plan.
Okay, Christine, as you take us through the plan, will you let us know if it's possible, as you're going through the evidence, which objectives it aligns with in the 3-year plan, so we can follow along? So in other words, yeah, page 1, technology dimension, learners and their environment. So where can I'm going to go to my technology plan, and what page would that be on?
I don't have the plan right here in front of me. It is copied and pasted directly from it, so I can, if you don't mind me looking over your shoulder. It should be,
Excellent,
right
thank
here.
you.
Yep.
That'll just help me follow
Yeah, no
along a
problem.
little better.
So I just, because that plan gives such small little orders, I just thought it'd be easier to make it long and kind of do it on this. So this is copied word for word, the objectives from the plan. I just put it in a little bit of an easier document for you to follow. Does everybody have that handy? Okay. Probably a real thick staple.
It's this one.
It's this one. Hold on, I think it might be it's with all of this, because all of this looks familiar, so it's probably at the end. This part right there. Yep. Starting right there. All right, and again, for the sake of time, because if I presented this line item by line item, we would probably be here all day, so I did just do a summary. But if you have questions, you're welcome to ask me as we go, or if you want to wait till the end and we can ask them, that is okay too. So the first dimension is a focus on the learners and their environment. So this is basically all of the hardware and the software and the access and the network that we provide to our students, the infrastructure. So we do put a mobile device in the hands of every student in kindergarten through 12th grade. So every student gets a mobile device. We select those devices on what is most developmentally appropriate. So we put iPads in kindergarten through 2nd, just because of the mobility and the touch features is best for them. In 3rd through 12, that device works best for those students, and they are doing testing, and so they have to have those laptops to do testing from 3rd grade up. There are exceptions for special populations of students, for example, special education. Some of our students that don't have those fine motor skills, even if they're in 10th grade, if it would suit them better to have an iPad, we will give them an iPad. So we just determine that based on what the needs are for each student. Every classroom has the interactive panels, much like the one behind Dr. Watts there. There are a couple of schools that still have Promethean boards, and we are in the process starting in September of refreshing all of those. And so by the end of this school year, all of our schools will have the new Boxlight panels, with the exception of May River, River Ridge, Bluffton L, and Hilton Head ECC, because they got new Epson projectors when the schools open, so they still have fairly new devices, and then they will be part of the third round of refresh. Every classroom also has an audio system that connects to a teacher microphone, and that also connects to the computer so they can project their video and any audio that needs to be displayed there. And then there's also a Wi-Fi access point like these here in every classroom, and that is, as of last year, that was an upgrade, so there's one in every classroom so that we have fast connectivity in every classroom. You don't have several classrooms sharing the same connector there. So to ensure we have a safe learning environment, we do several things. One, we provide internet safety training to all of our teachers. We do that during the first week of PD, so even as we speak, we have several of our tech coaches in our schools that are doing this training with them. 100% of our staff by the end of this week, unless they had to miss because they were sick or something, and we do make them make that up, will have that training on network security, safety, the phishing, the malware, anything that can be harmful for our network, as well as the cyber citizenship part. So how to treat people online, how to make appropriate posts on social media, what to post and what not to post, socially and about the students, because we're very careful about teachers posting things about their students on social media also. We have a very intensive content filtering for our students, whether they're at home, and our staff actually, whether they're at home or at school, it runs through those content filters, so it monitors and makes sure that they are not able to reach the inappropriate sites. And then we have the See Something, Say Something app, so if students are feeling like they're being bullied online, then they can or face-to-face, they can turn it in through that app. And then one of the new things that we've done this year that has been very effective is we run a report. I say we, most of this is in Mark Chohan's shop on the technical side. They run a report every night of what the kids have searched, if there's anything inappropriate. So there's a bunch of keywords that will flag if it's inappropriate searching. And that report is given to the principal so they can follow up on it every morning. And it's not just things like pornography and weapons and drugs. It is also concerning things like suicide or bullying, anything like that. It will also report, and the principal can then follow up with the students and the parents if needed. All right, any questions about the first page before we move on? Yes.
Yes, thank you. I'm going back to objective 1.1.
Yes.
And in the plan itself, not the outcomes, in the plan, it states that there are different data sources that you're going to use to determine, evaluate the plan, such as MAP scores, report cards, surveys, so on and so forth. So the outcomes that you're sharing with us are I guess I see that they're more of what's in the plan. Have you evaluated whether this plan that's been in effect for 3 years increase the level of academic achievement? Right. Do you have any data to support whether the plan has worked? Because that's going to inform your next plan, right?
Right, and we will talk a little bit, in the way that the state laid this out, it is kind of confusing, because in the instructional capacity part, we will talk a little bit more about software and the usage and things like that. But the data is something, the achievement data, I'll just be totally upfront, has been something that is quite a struggle, because there are so many factors, and I've worked very closely with Daniel Fallon in trying to evaluate the usage reports and the data, and we see that for high schools, we have had an increase in graduation rates. We've had an increase in, tardies and absences. We've had, an increase in EOC scores, but we've also, besides integrating technology, started a later start time. We have gone to block scheduling. Right. So Daniel has advised me to be very careful on talking about how the technology itself has impacted the achievement. Did you want to say something else? I'm sorry.
No, you're on target.
Because there are so many factors that to be able to say technology is what has caused our graduation rates to increase. Of course, I would love to say that that's the cause. If you look at the students that have done credit recovery, and because they have been able to recover those classes virtually that they failed, that could be a reason why our graduation rates have increased. But then, go ahead.
No, I think I would just add that this is a part of a host of things that happen and occur, right? And so, you know, it's a piece of it, it's a learning accelerator, if you will, right? But to draw that connection that this is the reason this went up or that went up, it is a little more difficult to get.
Mr. Stripinger?
Two things. Where did the BCSD goals come from that are listed? You know, like the first one is Beaufort County School District will facilitate high student achievement, blah, blah, blah. Where did they come from?
We created that based on a recommended statement that the State Department gives us, where they say for learners in their environment, the devices, the software, and hardware should facilitate high achievement. But we did create those with the guidance, but we created those.
I'm just trying to hook in that with other goals.
Right.
I'm trying desperately to get us to get everything lined up.
Yep.
And now secondly, to address the evidence, and I've been hearing this for 4 years, I've been asking the same question for 4 years, it's complicated. It's difficult for me to, I understand all the variables, but it's difficult for me to justify spending quite a bit of money. Technology is a lot of money. When we have to use impressionistic results and say this was just part of it, and you know, we're kind of sure it helped and we really feel good about it. That's really hard to justify. So that's just a comment. I know you can't answer that.
Well, and part of, hopefully, you know, part of our goal is not just obviously we want achievement to increase, but what we want even more is for the students to have the skills that they need to be successful when they leave here. And so without giving them the access to the technology and the ability to be able to use the technology to collaborate, I mean, all of us are doing it right now. We're sharing documents, we are emailing, we're communicating. And so it's kind of twofold. Yes, the achievement's part of it, but even greater, I think, is giving the skills they're going to need to be successful when they leave.
Well, that would be reflected in college and career ready scores. I'm going to continue to push and push and push on that to try to get us, in fact, I'm going to make a motion at the end of this to get us to somehow isolate the effect. I do understand your position.
No, that's fine, and I would love some feedback on some ways that we could better measure those things.
Yeah, well, and that's what I'm looking to you for. You can't do that to me.
Well,
no, you know, I'm just saying we have to somehow get that discipline in, so we can have measurable results.
and I do agree, in this plan, it does lack measurable goals, and as we move forward in writing our plan, we need to do a better job of writing goals that we can measure, that, like the college and career readiness and
Some way, yeah, before we spend the money, which is going to be the basis of my motion, actually. And this is for the state, we do this for the state?
Yes, the State Department requires it, and they give us, I mean, it is, if you looked at every district's plan, it's gonna have the same red heading, blue lines, the same, I mean, it's very, and we're hoping that when they give us the new template, because it was supposed to be due July 1st, but they sent out an email to, I think Terry Bennett's the one that got it and said, hey, we're pushing this back, and we'll send you the new template. It's not due now until February, so we're just waiting until they send us a template, and then we'll start filling it in.
All right, yeah, I just wanted to establish, we didn't do this for ourselves, we did this because the state required it.
Correct, but it needs to be done.
Oh yeah, it's great,
Yes.
I love the template, actually, I love the headings and everything. I'm not sure I like the fill-ins, but I really love the headings. So, yeah, it's a good idea. All right, I'll wait to the end.
All right, Ms. Orszak?
Just a process question. I've got a year's worth of accumulated questions on this particular matter. Do you want us to hold the questions to the end? I don't know how we should approach this, Madam
We have
Chair.
5
Please
dimensions.
direct us on
We have
this.
lots of 5 dimensions, and that was a short one, so.
You direct us.
Well, it seems the more efficient way to do it is to let you finish your presentation and then answer questions.
And I think some of the questions may be answered as I go, because it does, here it talks about communication and collaboration in objective 1, but it also, again, in the instructional capacity, talks about that again, and I'll address some of the ways that we do that with students. So maybe some of it will be answered as we go.
For me, if I may, one more follow-up. I'm not interested so much in this plan as to how we got there, but what were the outcomes and how were they measured? I think Mrs. Fidrich's comments stating that what you presented for the board is really sort of a reiteration in the specific methods we use to deliver those objectives. But I'm really looking for, and have been requesting, the outcomes. So most of my questions will be pointed in that direction. I'm not certain that this document that you've put a lot of great work into actually responds to that request. But thank you.
No, and there are, some of the data that we use are needs assessment data, surveys that we've done with teachers, and some of that is, I'll have some snippets up here. I mean, if you want the long, full documents, I can always provide those also. So when we get to that point.
So keep going.
All right. So Dimension 2 is the professional capacity, and this is all the professional development we do for our teachers, our school administrators, and our students. We use the ISTE standards, and in the plan it says the NET standards. The ISTE used to be called NETS, now they are called ISTE, so that you'll hear me refer to it as ISTE, but it is the NET standards that are listed under Objective 2. And ISTE is an international organization of educators that pretty much makes the decisions and plans for how technology should be integrated into schools. And they have 3 different categories, one for students, one for teachers, and one for leaders. And so for students, it outlines the things that students should be learning and know how to do using technology. For the educators, it just defines the skills that the students need and the pedagogical insights, and then for the administrators on how to be leaders in a digital age and how to model and what to look for when you're going into classrooms. So we use that as our guide for the training that we do. So we're very proud of the training that we do. We do have a great team of people that leads training. We have 7 technology coaches is what we call them, and they go in the classrooms and they do training with the teachers. And I'll talk a little bit more about that, but I also want to talk about the other things that we're doing. We have a cohort that we have a teacher every year from each school that meets with us monthly to just help build leaders within the school. We've done Google certification with them to help build up their skills. When we meet with principals monthly, it used to be bi-monthly, now it's going to be monthly, we do technology training with them to help build up their skills as a leader also, and talk to them about what to look for when they're going to the classroom. What are the teachers doing? What are the students doing? And how to make sure that they are using it the right way. We work with our school media specialists, or as you might know them as librarians, and we are building them up as educational technology leaders also, so they have somebody in the building that can be a go-to since we don't have a coach in every school. Teachers are also required to, by the state, to get complete a technology proficiency. But they allow the districts to decide how that's done and then just let them know, a little checkbox, whether they're technology proficient. So what we require is 30 hours over every recertification, which is 5 years of technology training. They usually get that within about a year, but we require 30 hours, and then they have to submit a lesson plan that does incorporate those ISTE standards. So you can see here, this is us. Some examples of us presenting at a Summer Institute and Best Practices Day. The educational technology coaches lead most of that, and then they also do the training in the school. So it might be during a planning period, before or after school, but the most effective way that the coaches do the training is in the classroom. They will team teach or co-teach with the teacher and actually either model or teach that lesson for them, making them a little more comfortable with that. And how do they decide what to train on? It's by request. We do needs assessments, or when we get new panels. So like the panels, we've gone in and we trained every teacher on how to use those. So it's really just the newest technology, and then whatever the teacher needs out there, or whatever new software we have, they go in and train. We do a survey every year with the teacher. This is the one that we did in February of this year. And you can see here that 81.8% of our teachers, and we had a little over 800 respond, which was a good response. We don't always have that many that respond when it's an optional survey. But 81.8 agree and strongly agree that integrating technology is important for the success of their students. 81.7, so they feel they agreed or strongly agree that they were confident in their ability. And then 83.5 agree that the training that they do get from the technology coaches is helpful and relevant. So this is good data for me that the teachers are getting what they need. Obviously, the couple that said disagree and strongly disagree, are they the ones that just didn't want to do training and were forced to be there that day by their principal, or was the training just not good? But we do use this data and we look at it to help us plan how we do our training. So dimension 3 is the instructional capacity, and we are very committed to providing a learner-centered instructional environment that does include the technology, and we give the teachers and students access to standards-based software. We make sure the environment is safe and secure, and we do get input from stakeholders when buying new software or hardware. There are 2 packets in your little handout about the district and school software evaluation process. So if the schools want to buy software, there's a process. Or if the schools want the district to consider a different software than what we're buying district-wide, there's a separate process for that also. But we do have an extensive process for buying software. A teacher can't just go out and buy whatever they feel like. They do have to get it approved. And whenever we buy something district-wide, some of our big ones that we'll talk about in a minute, like Edgenuity, Newsela, Rosetta Stone, ExactPath, there is a very extensive district evaluation process that we go through to make those decisions. And that final approval on that is done by the Chief Instructional Services Officer. But the software the purpose is for many things. Obviously, it's to kind of help supplement what the teachers are doing in the classroom and give that extra access to standard support. But it also helps teachers to be able to differentiate, because a lot of students have different learning styles and different needs, and teachers can, using the same software, give different assignments to students. So they're kind of learning at their own pace and at their own learning style. And it's a way for teachers to quickly assess what their students know. So instead of collecting 25 tests and having to review them, they can get quick data and have a dashboard there to make their decisions as they're lesson planning and moving forward on that. So this is, let me go back up. This is a list of our district core software. There's a few other ones that are really small ones, like a little typing program. I've listed here the big kind of heavy hitters, the ones that are the core software that we provide to all of them. I put a short description in the grade level. I also have in there just a snapshot of the usage for these. And again, I just did a snapshot for the sake of time. I could go over, every subject area and USA Test Prep and what that looked like and what the usage was like. So I don't think that's, the best use of anyone's time. But there is a snapshot. If you want to look through those usage reports, and if you have questions, I'd be happy to answer them as we go. But we do evaluate these annually, and several of them are 3-year contracts. A couple of them are up this year, so we will be reevaluating whether we continue purchasing them. We will use the usage reports. We will look at, we will meet with teachers, we will meet with principals and students to find out how those things are working. But the usage reports and the teachers' feedback on what they think. Because sometimes the usage reports might be high, but it's because they're kind of being forced to use it, but they don't like it. So we look at all of that when we make decisions about moving forward with software. So this is a snapshot from our ClassLink database, and ClassLink is the single sign-on launchpad that we use for all of our applications. The students sign into one platform, and then they have access to all of their software programs. So Google Classroom is at the top, 1.7 million launches. That is teachers and students. And this is no surprise, because this is what they use to, teachers post all of their resources, they post all of their links, all of their homework, and then the students, again, will post and turn their assignments in online. It is like similar to a Blackboard, Collaborate, where colleges use for students to, take online courses there. So it is our online platform for all of the sharing of documents. Google second, that's Google searching, so that's the students searching for things. What I think is really powerful is number 3, PowerSchool students are now, this is where the students are monitoring their own progress. So they're checking their own grades, they are keeping up with how they are doing and kind of owning that instead of, I used to have to go through all the collected papers and try to average them myself and hope I knew what weights the teacher used to do that. But this is a snapshot of that software. We also surveyed our students, and you can see here, this is the elementary survey, and of the almost 2,500, they do agree that technology provided by the schools is helping prepare them. So they believe that the future and the job they're gonna have, that the technology they have in schools is helping prepare them. And it's similar for the middle and high schools. A little more said agree than strongly agree, but definitely all kind of on that side of the table there. So in addition, I'm sorry, I'm skipping ahead. So we do try to provide a lot of different and unique technology to our students with special needs, because some of them, the technology that we're using on the tablets are not necessarily developmentally appropriate. I wanted to share this video with you. This is Milo, and they use Milo in classrooms with students with autism to help. Well, I'm not gonna tell you. I'll let you watch it because they describe it a lot better than me.
What school do you go to?
Say hello to Milo, a robot helping autistic students at Michael C. Riley and Buford Elementary Schools.
Now, show me what you look like when you're happy.
Milo is programmed to help autistic kids develop better social skills.
Really difficult for them to hold a conversation, to start a conversation. It's like it's there, but they have difficulty getting it out. So Milo is teaching them how to make eye contact. He teaches them how to initiate conversations, how to start, say hi. When you're leaving a conversation, what's the appropriate thing to do?
The key to Milo's success is the way he's programmed to interact with the students.
I think Milo is relatable for the students with autism because, one, I know most of my students today are obsessed with technology, and so whenever they get in front of something that they find fun, they're already going to be into it. And with my students with autism, they find it extremely relatable because he's got a very soft-spoken voice. He's very, very simple. He explains things realistically.
Milo is consistent versus a person who has different inflections in their voices, different gestures, whereas he's just consistent, he's the same each time.
Milo can also be connected to an iPad, so he can interact with students through educational videos and games. Parents say their kids love working with Milo, and they're seeing major social improvements.
I've noticed her practicing her facial expressions more, which I know is something the robot works on with her. I've noticed her stopping and thinking about her words before she says them, phrasing them more in a greeting or more in the ending of a conversation, trying to engage you more in a conversation than she used to.
He's able to express himself better, when you ask him a question, he gives details. He's even able to tell you how he's feeling now. And he doesn't yell out as much when he gets frustrated. You can hear him saying, when I get angry, I stop, I listen, I think, and stuff like that. So I'm excited.
The teachers are also excited to see the students using the skills Milo is teaching.
I can tell they're really repeating it and taking it in, and then I'm seeing it go that step further where they're beginning to carry over the curriculum that's being taught and using it appropriately within the classroom or, with their teachers and peers.
The two Milos were obtained through the Robots for Autism initiative by the South Carolina Department of Education. It's a program designed to help support the growing number of autistic students in the state. For Beaufort County School District, Ron Lopes.
Thank you for playing with me. Hi.
All right, so in addition to the hardware or in the software, we also are required to do our testing online by the State Department. So these are the 4 assessments that we do online, the MAP testing, SC Ready, SC Pass, and then the end of course tests. So as we continue to make moving forward for our next plan, we do meet regularly, not just when we're doing a plan, but we meet regularly with the technology visioning team. We have recently added students and parents to that group so we can make sure, I say recently, at the beginning of last school year, to make sure we get their input also. But we meet with them typically quarterly. we try to do it before our leadership meetings, and then meet with them to get their input on the purchases and the software and the hardware, the training, and then what's working well. What are those complaints that you hear a lot? What are the things that you are hearing from your students as we go forward to make those decisions? So Dimension 4 is a focus on support capacity. Actually, I think that was, so there's a couple slides in this one here. The community is supposed to be 4, and then the support is 5. Skip. All right, I'm going to, it's on your document, but not on the slide. So the community connections here, we communicate with our learning community, which is our parents, our students, our community members, through the district and school websites, they share the news, calendar, announcements, awards, recognition, also social media. A lot are sharing through Facebook, through Instagram, Twitter. We also use School Messenger, and that is the way that the schools communicate with the parents. Any important announcements, information. That was the robocall that Ms. Unruh was referring to earlier. And they do, some of the schools I know do set those up to do text, because I know I received texts at one of my kids' schools about announcements and things like that. But also with the community partnerships, we partner with the public library. For students that don't have internet at home, they have a set of hotspots. They're called Khajiits, where the students can check those out from the public library, and it gives them free access to Wi-Fi at home. And the public library still has some, so they're not all checked out, but anytime the social worker or a teacher hears the student doesn't have internet and is not able to get it, they can check those out from the public library and have internet there at home. And they also use a content filter on those, so if they're using their home device, it also filters it. Our local internet providers, Hargray, Comcast, Spectrum, they also offer discounts to families that are on free and reduced lunch. They can get internet for $9.95 at their homes. It is not the highest speed that I would love for them to have, but it is at least free internet and enough to do the programs that they need to do on their tablets. We also support a lot of the schools when they request it on parent nights to help get the parents signed up for Parent Portal. We do have 2 people on our team that speak Spanish, so they can go help the Spanish-speaking families get set up on Parent Portal so they can monitor their students' grades also. All right, and then Dimension 5 is the support capacity. And so here is a snapshot of this is 16, 17, 17, 18, and 18, 19, the support staff that we have. We did have 8 technology coaches, 23 support specialists, 2 support specialists, and those are the ones that are in the schools, the technicians that are working in the schools to fix the technology when there are issues. There's a supervisor north of the Broad and south of the Broad that oversees that, and we have a help desk and systems engineers here at the district. Y'all probably gone to visit Dominique and Tina and Donnie when you have help and need help, and so that's that group there. So to evaluate whether we are meeting the needs of the teachers and students, our principals do classroom observations, we do classroom observations, we send out teacher and student surveys, we do review achievement data to look for trends, and we review the usage reports for all of our software to see what the students are using and make decisions. Even this year we cut about 8 of our courses in USA Test Prep because we had very low usage, so we do make those decisions based on cutting things if they're not being used, or adding things if we have a lot of requests and we don't have something there to support it. We are constantly evaluating our teacher technology proficiency, and then we also have that technology visioning team that meets with us to help us share what's going on in the schools to make decisions as we move forward. So there's a couple things that we have learned from these evaluations that are kind of crucial as we move forward. Obviously, from our surveys, we see that the teachers believe technology is useful, students believe that it's important. The teachers say they benefit from training, but we always have requests for more. But the last 2 are things that we have heard often, and you might have even heard some of this, and that we are working on, is teachers want a better way to monitor what their students are doing. So when they are in front of the room, obviously we are encouraging them to be mobile, but there are times that they just need to stand there and they need to interact with the panel. Is there a way that they can see what their students are doing? So that is something that we are working on, finding software that will help us, the teachers, be able to see what their students are doing on their tablets. And then teachers have asked us to limit the number of resources instead of having so many resources to really try to find those couple that are really useful. And so those are our next steps. We're going to evaluate a mobile device monitoring software. We're going to conduct a software assessment and formalize the method and timing of our software purchases. Right now we have several software programs that we have 3-year contracts for, but they never end at the same time, so it seems like we're always evaluating, so getting on a better process for a refresh cycle for software. We have, with all of the security concerns with malware and phishing, and you've heard of all the people ransoming files for Bitcoin, we do need to do a security assessment. I apologize, Mark's not here to talk about that, but I know that's a need they have. And then the last one, for myself, to establishing a timeline for evaluation surveys, assessments, checklists, and continuing with that training. All right, throw them at me.
All right, should we just go around? Probably the easiest thing. Sure. Go ahead. But I think you shouldn't ask all your questions. Let's say two questions to start. Pick out your most important two.
I can't possibly ask all my questions. First of all, Christine, this was an excellent presentation on how we've implemented our objectives, but I cannot underscore my disappointment enough that this is not a presentation on outcomes. Let's start with my first question, and they're all over the place. Can you define who makes up the Technology Vision Committee on page 3? And does the Technology Vision Committee differ from the Ed Tech team that's referenced on page 6?
Yes. So the Technology Visioning team, we have actually it's okay. So we have members from the district office. We have myself and the technology officer. We always have someone from special ed and data services on there to make sure that we are, getting their representation. And we typically do not have anybody from the educational technology team. I represent the technology coaches on that team. We usually have 3 to 4 principals, 3 to 4 teachers, and instructional coaches, parents. Sorry, I'm going fast. I know you're writing. Students, and media specialists. So we try to make it a wide range. The educational technology team is not, I represent them on the visioning team.
Okay, so who makes up your Ed Tech team?
I have 2 coordinators, one that manages most of the usernames and passwords. We talked about that ClassLink Launchpad. So manages all the usernames and passwords and making sure everyone has access to everything. And then my other one coordinates all the training. So I have 2 coordinators. And then we have 7 technology coaches that go in the classrooms and do the trainings.
And what's the primary difference between the two groups? The Technology Vision Committee, which seems quite large. Which of those 2 nails down which ed tech products we're going to use and makes that recommendation to the Chief Instructional Services Officer, who has the ultimate authority to sign off?
The visioning team is a group that just comes in and meets a couple times a year, and we usually have this long list. Let's talk about how Google Classroom's working. Let's talk about how the different, so it's a more casual kind of group where we just sit and talk in an open forum and talk about this different software programs. So it's more of a discussion that we use to help decide, okay, what are our next steps? Then when we want to buy software or hardware, we have an evaluation team that will include not necessarily the same people, but we will have a principal, instructional coaches. If it's social studies, we'll have our social studies coordinator. If it is for special education, we'll have our special ed director there. For the big software programs on this sheet in your packet, there is a list of who is included on that team that will review the big software. So like iReady, the Edgenuity, we have a team that, for example, we might ask Mona Lisa Dixon because she has a high usage in Edgenuity. So if we're looking for a program that's going to have curriculum, we might ask Mona because she has high usage to serve as the principal representation on that team.
Okay, so ultimately it's the evaluation team that takes all that input. I don't know if this is correct, stop me if I'm wrong, gets all that input from the Technology Vision Committee that has parents and everybody and their uncle. And the evaluation team determines and makes a recommendation to the Chief Instructional Services Officer, who says, we're gonna get Edgenuity.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And the ed tech team is just another
They just do the,
input.
they implement, whatever
They
purchases
implement.
are made, they do all the training with the
Okay.
teachers. They're not decision makers. I mean, they might say, hey, I really like this, but they're not a decision maker.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
There's only one decision maker, the Chief Instructional
Correct.
Services Officer. Okay, thank you for that. Now, the plan, just one more.
Yeah, that's fine.
Then I'll go for second round. The plan was signed by the superintendent, our tech services officer, and yourself, the director of ed tech, back in 2016. Did the board approve this plan? I can't recall if
I
you
don't-
voted on this
I
or
don't
not.
think so. I don't remember bringing it forward to you guys. I know, it's not required, and at the
Yeah.
time, it wasn't as common a practice for us to bring that to you, but I definitely will do it this time.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just, I don't recall it, but okay, thank you.
You're
I'll
welcome.
wait for round two.
Got 1,000 questions, but that's limited to. I'd like to make a comment that, I think there's a way to provide us with a certain amount of outcome as opposed to the generic use. I mean, who's using it, and how often they're using it, and their feedback on it versus their outcome, based on, and I'm looking at a couple of things you said, is some teachers might want to use it, others don't want to use it. Well, how does that relate to their outcome in the classroom? And, are we encouraging them to use it more? Or are we encouraging the ones that's using it more and not getting the results to use it less? We gotta know those things, and I'm sure that's not your domain, but this is some of the information that I'd like to see come back from this particular presentation. Everybody, I understand this is the definite direction we have to go in because of technology. Technology is being used throughout the world. Now, how are we gonna get it phased into our educational process with some type of efficiency and be able to measure that efficiency?
Right.
Just putting it out there is not enough. And I think we can have some cross-references within our our set to determine whether we, further investigate or continue to use or discard. And I don't see those numbers coming forward. We need numbers to look at that. And Milo, I just wanted to comment on Milo. State-driven, and we have two. Is that because of the expense?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I want to say that mine was around $40,000 or somewhere in that price range. So I think that's probably why we have two, and they were given to us by the state to use.
Given to us.
Yes.
So we haven't even
Correct.
invested in Milo at all. Well, those are the kind of things, and I'm always concerned with the state mandate because it's usually an average and at most minimum, but usually average in terms of what our state averages are, the mean, what folks can afford throughout the state. And Beaufort County, we treasure ourselves to become the world-class school system that we've always pushed. And we have to think a little bit beyond the state basic requirements. So those are my comments, not necessarily questions.
Thank you. I've got a much better idea now about what you've done and how you do it. But the third column evidence, I've got to, just so that we're working off the same vocabulary, because I don't want to be misconstrued, okay? I would consider the evidence thing as very soft data. There's no cause and effect relationship. student A get into Clemson, but we don't know how much technology helped that, whether it would have happened without or without it. Student B goes to technical school. We don't know how much technology helped that. The student C gets a real good hospitality job over in Hilton Head Island.
Right.
We don't know how technology helped that. So we have to go on faith then, that's helping. So since faith is expensive in tough fiscal times, I would like to know how much the entire program from 2016 to 2019 has cost in terms of equipment, training for staff, the significant support staff that I saw a supply on, so that we can see how much that faith has cost us, because we don't know what the return is on it. And then I would like to know beyond that what the projected annual costs are. Who can tell me that?
I don't think anybody will have that answer for you right now, I'm guessing.
Okay.
But I
Can
think
we-
that's something we can bring back to you.
Can we get a promise that we'll get that answer?
Yeah, that's a request, we can look into it and we'll sure we'll do it.
I think many of these objectives were kind of processed. We'll provide, we'll do, and so in those, you gave evidence that met those. You know, that you did do that. Now, there's no measurement about their effectiveness, but that wasn't written in the objective. It just says, we'll provide. When we get to number 1 of the learners and their environment, I think that one, 1.1, is like probably 3 goals in itself if they were written as SMART goals. And I think, did I hear you say this came from the state and you were following the protocol provided by the state? Is that accurate?
It's not verbatim, but they said one has to be learners in their environment, it has to be hardware and software, and how you will provide that. And I think honestly, the State Department is probably, you know, I don't know how they want things to be standardized so it's easy for them to read and look at and for them to be able to evaluate also. And honestly, the State Department never asks for an evaluation. In the past, it has been a checkbox kind of thing. So moving forward, we do know that we're hoping the new template they gives us, even if the template is similar, I think we can still write the goals and more measurable means so that we can provide the numeric outcomes and measurable outcomes that. And I can provide,
I think you have more specifics, right?
I have a lot more, but it's hard for me to share, usage reports for USA Test Prep. We have over 30 courses in USA Test Prep and, 20,000 or 18,000 students use USA Test Prep. So how much data do you want? And I guess that's kind of where I will need some direction for. If you want me to come back with some numbers and some data, what type of data are you looking for?
Well, speaking with data, regarding the data, I was going to say something else next, but in reply to that, I would think that we, before we institute a software, or, we have a baseline for where our students are, then we know those particular students, how frequently they used that product, and then the end result. So then we could draw a line saying students that used Exhibit A started here, they used it faithfully, determined whatever that is, they used it with fidelity, and at the end, they ended here. And then we might be able to make an assumption that that was an effective piece of software that contributed to their learning.
I think, you hit the nail on the head when you're designing a plan, right? And you design those objectives in that plan, right? If it's tied to will ensure that students use technology or will promote or will provide, right? Those are different things than when you step up above that and you look at the goal that says you're looking at specific achievement, for example, right? So in the design of the plan, the design of the objective should be written in a way that's more measurable, that you can get to those things.
Totally agree. Yep.
And I think that's what I stood up here to share, but you hit the nail on the head. So.
Mr. Smith?
I'm gonna go last.
Well, I won't say that. I won't say that.
I've been in the evaluation technology business since the 1970s and into the education part of it since the 1990s. We're in the middle of a revolution. Not the start of a revolution, it's not the end of the revolution, but a revolution in learning with technology. And it's very, very difficult when you're in that middle of that revolution to make an assessment of the improvement that technology brings. Because to do that really, to get the kind of values or increases in achievement that you're looking for, you almost have to have a control group that doesn't have it. And you track them over a period of time. And oh, by the way, they all have to have the same learning styles, same demographics, and all of that to make a true evaluation of what you gain. Technology's moved too fast for that. We don't have that. And just wait. Just wait till artificial intelligence comes on board. The other problem is that testing has not kept up with the learning technology. We are still requiring people to take tests, closed book, based on memory, and that's not the way the world works anymore. Your memory is in your phone. So this is really hard business to try to say definitively that if we spend X number of dollars on technology, we'll get Y amount of outcome. It's not, I'm sorry, but it's not going to be that way. What is, we can take a look at is, are we ready when we graduate from the school to go into the world that exists today? And so I have a real issue with trying to be that definitive. Now, having said all that, today I got an email, and so did Mr. Earl Campbell, from a parent who says, I was at Robert Smalls Middle School, or International Academy, and I was told there's no textbooks. It's all on a laptop. It's all on a computer. And I'm a parent. How do I help my child? And so I texted him back and said, I'll come talk to you. But that's some of the problems that we're going to have to deal with, is not only dealing with how our kids are achieving, but how our parents are helping or coping with an education system that's entirely different. And he's mentioned his math, and I had the same problem with my grandson. You don't teach math the way I learned math. And if I don't have a textbook, I'm having problems. So this is not easy business, folks.
Colonel Guy, I would completely agree with you. Completely agree with you that you cannot draw that straight line from technology to student achievement. However, when you have a plan, you need to have measurable objectives. We are talking millions of dollars that has been spent on technology in this district for years. And it is absolutely the way of the world. That, collaborating, those are the new ways of teaching and learning and so on. So I want to thank you, first of all, for working on this plan. The outcomes were not done every year as they were said they were going to be done. So you took it all at once, and once we decided not to go forward with the audit, you've provided lots of evidence of trying to trying to achieve the objectives. I thank you for that, and I think that was a very critical step, very critical, because unless you evaluate your own plan, you know, I'm sure that, Ms. Robinson, right now, you're looking at what the next plan's gonna look like. And that would not have been the same if someone had come in and told you.
It's true.
It's very true. It would not have been the same if someone had come in and said, you know, this is not right, you know, so on.
How not to write something.
Right, right. And so I think this is really crucial. And I thank you for that. And I do want to call out, your instructional coaches are fabulous. What they offer to the teachers in the classrooms, to the students, the co-teaching, the professional development, they're fabulous. They really, really are. So thank you for that. I am, like I said, I'm really looking forward to the new plan, so I just have one basic question for you. Did this plan work? And how do you know? Did this plan work, and how do you know?
I think based on the way that it was written, kind of like Dr. Rodriguez said, we will ensure that they have access, we will ensure that we provide, we will ensure that we, you know, facilitate those parts of it work. Do I think that in hindsight, we could have written goals that were better measured and that, yes, absolutely. But do I think that the work that we have done that was outlined in this plan has worked? Yes.
In an attempt to move us forward, I tried to compose a motion that would kind of encapsulate what I think we need to do in the future, regardless of what we've done in the past, although I do appreciate all the work you put into this. So
David, can you wait until everybody gets to speak? It just seems like, well, because nobody's... Yeah, because like Earl hasn't said anything yet.
I just, if the board is, or the public, thinking that we spend too much money on technology, maybe what we should look at doing like other districts, not in the state of South Carolina, but in other states, they let the student use this, use their own technology and equipment that they have. So, you know, I don't know whether that is the concern or not. So, that's all right.
I think one of the things I've heard about when you're using different types of technology or bring your own device type of thing is that the device that you can have a classroom with 30 different devices, right, or 20 different devices, and then the support in order to keep that work going in a classroom. Somebody has to know and be functional in 20 or 30 different, you understand what I'm saying? So that typically is the argument on against the other one. The others, there's pros and cons with whatever it is, you know, we're doing. But that's one that I've always heard about.
So I have a couple questions. So I'm curious, in Palm Beach, everybody has the same problem. I can't imagine that there's not a school district in the country that does not have this problem. How do you measure the effectiveness of the millions and millions that we spend on technology? There has to be some kind of, you know, out there in the education world, a discussion about this, and then you have your own personal experience, and I'd like to hear that.
Yep, so with respect to Palm Beach, they, in their technology plan, a lot of it was written around the type of products that, or programs that we were purchasing for the system. Some of them, you know, for different grade levels and that sort of thing. We definitely looked a lot at usage, around usage. And that helped us determine whether we were going to continue with those products. We had feedback from educators as well, from classroom teachers about their use of that and their perspective on it. All of that tended to go through a technology committee that would make recommendations moving forward with either the existing technology or additional technology. In Palm Beach, we were not a one-to-one district. We were We did purchase laptops and iPads and things like that, but we were purchasing carts of things and then transferring them around the building. 193 schools, 193,000 kids. So that was the methodology used there. I'd have to go back and, to answer your other question, I think I'd have to go back and do some research on what model is out there to do an effective evaluation. But I still contend that whatever plan you design and whatever objectives you put forth within that, has to be a part of that thought ahead has to be done in the beginning, right? So that when you're at the end, you have the measures that you're looking for. I think that's part of it. That's part of it. I see a lot of the measures that were in place here were around providing things or those kinds of things, and that's different. That's different. And Colonel Geyer, I think, brings up a relevant point about where we are in the state of technology, and that it changes every day. There was a time when I knew more about technology than my kids. He's 14, right? He grew up swiping, right? He was born swiping, right? So if he's watching, now I have to ask him questions, okay? So, some of the time. So anyway.
And just to kind of piggyback on that, I did reach out to, we meet quarterly with, other directors in our role across the state, and they are, like you said, are all having these similar kind of things, and usage reports are one of the things that they look at often. And yes, there are going to be a couple teachers here and there that I don't like this software, and it does happen, but the majority of the teachers, based on the feedback we've gotten and the surveys we've gotten, the software that we have, there's only a few that are like, I really don't like this, I want to use this. Like, kind of like, if I told all of you had to drive a Honda, a couple of you are going to say, no, I want to drive a Toyota, because it's just teacher preference and what you're used to. But the usage reports are what a lot of them are using to measure whether the students are using it effectively.
And I think some of that feedback from teachers is really important in the process, because when you're dealing with technology, the end user is essential to have that information from the end user, right? Because that's where the rubber meets the road, right? So that input from teachers is really critical, and if they're using it or if they're not using it, and if they're using it to comply with a regulation that says, at a school center that says you will use this, or if you're using it because you feel it's actually benefiting your instruction.
All right, I think we have to let David, because I don't think you really asked questions, did you?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
My whole thing was to make a motion, which I think might address some of our issues, certainly addresses my issues. I move that no instructional services, programs, services, or technology be purchased or renewed without anticipated impacts articulated beforehand. These anticipated impacts should be specific, measurable, and time-bound. Further, the actual results should be monitored and compared to the anticipated impacts, and that comparison should be reported to the board on a regular basis. This is just moving forward. I think that's where the rubber meets the road. When you're buying it, you need to say how you're going to evaluate it.
All right, we have a second from Mr. Geyer, so discussion. All right. Joanne and then Mel.
First, I'd like to see the motion. Oh, there it is. You submitted it in advance. Very smart. Thank you. Thank you for that. All right, so I've got more questions that will help me come to that decision there. I agree with Dr. Rodriguez. This is just a comment. Most, if not all of this plan, the objectives are built upon expanding technology. We will provide, we will offer. It's almost in every single objective. We had a significant technology expansion, just as our previous superintendent was entering. And so I was going to say that myself, Dr. Rodriguez, thank you for pointing that out. It's kind of hits you right off the page. So in keeping with Mr. Strippinger's motion, in the existing plan, okay, and it has to do with measurable results. That middle column, possible data sources to be used for baseline and ongoing evaluation and the end of program report. They're very specific, listed out there. So at the time, did anyone question those and say, yeah, they're not going to yield reliable results? Who signed off on those and said, yeah, we can use these? Was it a committee? Was it only the 3 individuals that signed the document? Where did they come from? So if we're going to approve Mr. Strippinger's motion today, I need to understand a little bit about how that process worked in the past.
So the things listed there are recommendations, of course, given by the state, and yes, and some of those are measurable. We did look at student achievement data, we did look at, the usage reports, but at the time, it seemed like, yes, of course, we're gonna see great achievement, we're gonna be able to compare, but then, as far as, did we think that they would be hard to use? I think the answer is yes, because it is hard to find that causal relationship with the achievement data, that we reviewed.
So how can we better that process? Mr. Strippinger put an excellent motion on the floor, and it requires measurement, okay? It's really, and it requires board oversight. So how can we better that process if we just accepted what the state offered us and we did it knowingly it wasn't really going to yield any sort of reliable information? I want to support this motion, but how are we going to do it better?
We have 2 other people ahead of you. Okay, so it was Mel and then Mr. Dowling, then you're back in the queue. Okay.
Oh, can I speak for another 30 minutes? Well,
No,
first
sir.
First of all, Colonel Guy's statement was absolutely correct, and that ought to drive what we're looking for from this particular unit of our process. I mean, the things that the motion addresses is really a little bit beyond her scope. I think that goes back to instructional leader and the superintendent. But in terms of what I expect here is how many teachers were trained, how many you anticipated being trained, how many, what I'm talking about, how many people use those instructional things. I don't necessarily care about where the numbers went because there's so many intangibles in that calculus until you're not going to be able to see it. And we need to think about it. It's like this. It's like textbooks. That's your technology ought to be thought about like textbooks, like the
Or
textbook
pencil.
era. Yeah, or pencils. If everybody had a pencil and a textbook, then we expect a certain amount of education to be produced. And that's what I'm looking for when I say quantitative. I want to know how many teachers you're talking about. You said ensuring and providing, but who did you provide it to out of the possibilities?
Right.
And when you tell us that as a result, you anticipated providing it to 98% of the students, and you did, then that's what we're looking for from you. And an instructional leader has to drive where you're directing that and whether the results academically is coming from that. Because technology changes and changes too much for us to sit and anticipate 3 years ahead of time where the result's gonna be, especially with the other calculus, the other dynamics. Students, which type of students are using it? Do they have access? There's so many things. But we can address
How many?
how we are providing it. And
Well,
how
and
that's.
that is data that I can
Yes,
get you.
that's what I wanted you to have for us today.
Mr. Dowd?
I'd like to address a part of the motion, but first I'd like to address a comment that was made. A comment was made that some people on the board think we're spending too much money on technology. I don't recall hearing one word about that. To ask how much something costs is not an accusation that too much money is being spent. And I would prefer to see in that motion some kind of cost-benefit analysis or cost of implementation be included in what they have to do to recommend a purchase. In the computer industry, if we were contemplating a revision to a product, we would have to show what the revision would do, but how much would it cost to implement that division, that improvement. And sometimes the cost to implement it overrode the smaller benefit that it would get. So we have to think of cost. You can't separate cost from education. It's part of the education business, okay? So let's deal with the cost up front rather than 6 months later saying, whoa, why are we spending all this money? Or why did we spend all this money? Let's ask the question before we spend it. So David, would you accept a friendly amendment to include anticipated impacts and costs, excuse me, and costs? Excuse me.
Sure, I don't think that changes the import of it.
No, I'd just like to see the word cost in there.
Yeah, that's a decision-making thing. I just want this articulated ahead of time. But whoever makes the decision, which would be us around budget time, probably does need a cost benefit. So we could add, if you, I will, anticipated impacts and cost is fine with me.
I'll second that.
Vote.
Huh?
You would like to
I have
say something?
kind of a question about the motion. It says instructional service program. I'm assuming you mean instructional technology programs, because there are a lot of instructional service programs that are not necessarily technology related. For example, paying for ID, paying for helping, instructional services helps fund Leader in Me. Those are just instructional programs that are not instructional technology. I just want to make sure I'm reading.
Yes, ma'am, this motion is aimed higher than you.
Okay, that's all that.
This is aimed at the very highest level.
Mr. Smith?
As I sit here and I listen to this conversation, and I listen to how we dissect this thing and how some of us are reading to it, I was looking forward to something along the lines of the board goals as well as the achievement gap. Because the technology that we're bringing in and things that we're bringing in, the board #1 goal is achievement gap. And I was looking for something along the lines of how, not only just would be measured, but how also would this help out to improve the achievement gap. Because when we're spending this kind of money or when we're making anything so we can end these programs should be geared towards lessening the achievement gap so that it's not going wider, that it's coming closer and closer. And I just didn't hear anything in particularly to the achievement gap. And I just was kind of hopes that we would put something in there along the achievement gap as well, because that is the board #1 priority as far as I can remember. And I mean, yeah, getting technology, but getting these programs, they have to have a reason. But these programs, we could be getting programs to 5 programs, but I'm with the board being our #1 goal is the achievement gap. I think something needs to be in there in reference to the board goal, and that's the achievement gap. That's just how I feel about that. You know, it's good to have these programs, but our goals need to be heard.
Ms. Orshak?
Just a clarifying question, articulated beforehand in the first sentence, to whom? The board, the academics committee, district staff, who are we articulating it to?
Whoever accepts the justification for the purchase. I would hope that eventually that would be the board when we do the budget.
That's not.
But before that, I don't know, if it's the instructional services office, whoever makes the final decision needs to see, you know, that articulated impact. Why are we buying it? What do we think it's gonna do for us? And then they make a decision. And then the board reviews the results and says, you know, we didn't get the results. I'm just trying to get a discipline.
So, all right, so here's a process question. So when the committee that vets these various ed tech programs, or whatever the program is that we're purchasing, are they articulating to the chief instructional services officers, this is why we want to buy this? Is this process already in place?
It is.
It is. But the important piece, I think, from Mr. Stribinger's motion is that the board is going to be updated on this on a regular basis.
And that it be specific and measurable and time bound. And I don't think that's being done right now.
I think that the.
If it is, I'd be happy, and then you could just show us that. But everything I see is kind of nebulous.
We don't have, when we purchase, we don't say, you know, by this date, we will expect to see this usage. We have not put those parameters on there before, so.
Mr. Dowling?
No, that's okay.
So I think what we should do is we should first vote on the amendment with just end costs. So if you feel, so that will be our first vote, is whether or not we're going to add end costs into the motion. I won't read it again because it's long and it's projected up there so everybody can read. So all those in favor of adding end costs to this motion, please raise your hand. Motion carries 10-0. So now we go back to the original motion, or excuse me, go back to the I guess we'd say the amended motion, which is the entire thing with the and costs after the impacts. So is there, do we need to discuss that further, or are we ready to vote? Mr. Mel? Oh, you're ready to vote?
I already voted.
Okay. All right, Mr. Smith?
Well, my question is once again to my colleagues, how are we moving forward with this in terms of the achievement gap? Anyone, I don't care.
Go ahead.
Well, I certainly anticipate that with Dr. Rodriguez's leadership and the new oversight of the curriculum instructional department, that every purchase we make will have the achievement gap in mind.
Ms. Orshak and
Just to summarize, this doesn't give the board any special authority for purchasing, none of it. It just keeps us in the loop, basically, on a more detailed level. That's all this does. That's an easy vote for me.
yes, go ahead, Mr. Malcampbell. And do you want to? And then David.
I'm expecting that in keeping with the board's agenda, Will, that everything we purchase have the achievement gap in mind and cultural education in mind in this day and time. So, yeah, I'm expecting that when we get that third Milo, he might be black. You know, that's the trend.
Is that a motion?
That's the trend. All I'm saying is that to answer the question, we have to rely on that instructional leader to push her agenda to us. That also includes the achievement gap.
Mr. Stribinger?
Actually, I thought one of the Milos was of color.
Yeah.
To answer your question, Joanna, this lays the groundwork, I believe, for us. I think this is a fundamental thing that has to be done so that when we get to the budget, we can start asking these questions the next time before we approve. So I think the next budget cycle, the board will be in position to say, wait a second, cost benefit doesn't look right. It's not hitting our goals. We're not going to approve that. You did not convince us that we should spend that money. So that's my intent.
I would also to help answer your question, Will, about the achievement gap. To me, this is more casts a much wider net. It casts the net to all the students, not just those students that are in the underperforming category. And so I think personally, I think that's included in here, and that's the way I'm looking at it. I don't think they're excluded at all. I think they're very much part of this. Mr. Dowling?
I agree. There's a correlation between spending money wisely. There's a correlation between spending money wisely and having it positively affect the achievement gap. It doesn't have to be stated.
Mr. Smith?
Well, my thing wasn't about rubber is for the unfortunate. Once again, I just want to draw the board's attention back to our bold goal, and one of our number one goal is the achievement gap. And I just sat there when the question came to me the first time. I passed and I listened to my colleagues, and I just didn't hear anything about the achievement gap and everything that we do. Right now, me as a person, as a board member who sits in this seat, I'm trying to base some of it off the achievement gap. That's all.
All right, we ready to vote? Where did Mr. Mel? Well, he already cast his vote, really. Okay, are you guys all right with if I say he casted a yes? I don't want to be. Okay. All right. All those in favor of the motion as it reads and it was amended with AM costs, please raise your hand if you're in favor. All right. All those opposed? Abstention? I didn't see your hand.
I didn't raise my hand.
So which?
Last one.
So Nell, were you in favor of this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But what's yours? Yes. Okay. So the motion carries unanimously.
I just have a question for the record. David, when you amended that to add cost, who seconded that?
I did.
Did you
Yeah.
second it, John?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I had it right.
We good?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We adjourn.
Not yet. I also want to say that just as a, we had no public comments submitted between 2 and 2:30, so we don't have any public comments. So now we're ready for the summer reading presentation.
So, one of the things I was excited about when I got here and started on July 1, on that first day, I traveled around to about 3 schools and got a chance to see our summer reading program in action. And so, got a chance to interact with our kids and with our teachers. So just to share a little information about our summer reading program, Ms. Dahl.
Is it the top button?
It's loading.
I'm sorry?
It's loading.
She can't see it.
Oh. Good afternoon, everyone, and I'm delighted to be here to share what we did this summer with our summer reading program students and the outcomes of that program. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the learning components of it because it will relate to the results that came about as a result of the program. So, okay. Hang on, guys, sorry. No? Go ahead. Can you advance it for me? Must be there. Thank you. So just a few basics to tell you about. We did 16 days of summer reading program from June 7th to July 3rd. We are required to provide 96 instructional hours of literacy during that time. We had about 1,449 students. We have actually the largest program in the state of South Carolina. And we go above and beyond the requirement of just providing for third grade students who are struggling with reading and writing. We actually take it from kindergarten through fourth grade. So I'm excited and delighted that we can proactively help students that are showing early signs of needing that support. The other piece of this that I think has been so successful is that 71% of our teachers who have taught in previous years came back to teach again. And this has gone on, this is starting my 6th year in this capacity. And so for the last 3 years, we've had probably somewhere between 2/3 and 3/4 of the teachers come back. So that provides a lot of continuity for the students as well. And for the first time this year, we had ELL support, English Language Learner support at every single site. So that was huge too. We had 17 sites. The only site that shared this year was Hilton Head. Hilton Head School of Creative Arts and IB were at the same site together. We're also delighted that we have so much community support for this. We have had United Way of the Low Country and AmeriCorps volunteers for the last 3 summers. This year we had 35, and they were at various sites throughout the school district. We had therapy dogs at River Ridge Academy, and for the first time ever, we had a partnership with the Beaufort County Public Library. Again, we are the only, so far, hopefully this will change next year, we're the only school district that had that partnership with the public library during the summer reading program. So we're excited about that. They had the mobile truck with books come and visit sites. We wanted to encourage that reading above and beyond just the school day. And the kids really loved it, and it was just a very fun thing to do with the students. They also came to the different libraries, like the Well Branch Library and Sodexo, would show up with their food truck, and so it really was a family event for the kids. So, next slide, please. Thank you. So the pieces that help, I think, make this so successful is we really look at both grade level objectives and standards to see what we need to work on, because we want our kids being on grade level. But we also look at the intervention piece as well too, to help them where they need that. And we provide high interest books, beautiful books, a lot of them newly published. So the kids were really excited about having those books. And again, the focus looking at our data and seeing where we need to provide additional support, such as with questioning or inferencing or any of those pieces. We wanted to really target what the kids needed to work on. We had goal setting, because it's very important to know where you're at and where you need to go and how you need to get there and that sort of thing. So that was a weekly conference with the students, and oftentimes more than once a week. We did independent study and research. I've done a lot with, another hat I wear is my gifted, talented piece, and so it's really important to have kids find a passion, learn about it, and go forth. So this helped with with our students during summer reading program as well too. We also did provide access to the media center, classroom libraries, computer lab to help support some of that independent study and that whole process of research. And then reading beyond the school day, of course having the partnership with Beaufort County Public Library, and then also the students being allowed to take the books home that they were learning from. And then we celebrated that last day with celebration of learning. So the students would share their research projects with their families. They would talk about the books that they read, and oftentimes would talk about how they would go home and read to a younger brother or sister, you know, along the way. So if we could look at the next slide, one of our primary resources this year was called the Ramped Up Read Aloud. Melissa Murray is here. She provided a lot of the training for the teachers to utilize this resource. It's a wonderful resource, and the books that were selected go along with this. So there was very targeted focus. There was vocabulary involved, different types of comprehension strategies before, during, and after, talking about author's craft, why an author might have written a book, getting the kids to really think about what they're reading, and then extension ideas to go along with that. And next slide, please. So these are just a few of the books. Each student got 8 books by the end of the summer reading program to call all theirs. Most of them were hardbacks, and again, gorgeous illustrations, fiction, nonfiction. They love talking about the books. I remember when Dr. Rodriguez, when we went out to visit the site, that the kids were talking about which were their favorites. And so I think just inspiring that love of reading. If you could go on to the next slide. So I mentioned that we focus on those things that are grade level. The books were grade level for the different students, but we also want to focus on that intervention piece and really, really honing in on exactly what will help these students be more successful with their reading and writing. So we use level literacy intervention by Fontes and Pinnell, and this aligns with the pre and post assessments that we use that are approved by the state with Fontes and Pinnell, and I'll show you that the results of that in just a moment. But this provided time when teachers were working in small groups with the students to focus in on very specific areas that needed attention. And this allowed the United Way volunteers or AmeriCorps volunteers to also work with small groups and have those kids practice reading to them or have some conversations about the books while the teachers were working with the particular interventions. So these are already in our schools, so the teachers are very familiar with this, and it's a wonderful resource and support again. Okay, if you'll go to the next slide. The other thing that we have done too is goal setting. So the students choose, they talk about a personal goal, but they also look at a learning goal. And that learning goal relates back to what they really need to focus on. So they're continually reflecting and analyzing how they're doing with certain goals, and they rate themselves. And this is part of the teacher conference that occurs at least weekly. So they rate themselves 1 to 4. 4, I did really great, or 1, I didn't do so hot on this. But they also have discussions about what can I do better? How can I help myself be a better reader, or be a better writer? And so this piece is a component that we've done for the last 3 years now. Okay, next slide. So I mentioned the independent study, and oftentimes, even if you're a struggling reader or writer, sometimes you have something you're really good at or you have a very strong passion about. And so we want students to find what that is, because oftentimes that can become a career in the future. And so they looked at, they would select something that they were interested in doing, and we really worked on the process of research, not here's my thing on sharks. You know, it was the process and how you go about formulating a good research question. How do you know the information you're getting is valid? Organizing, categorizing things. So with our younger students, kindergarten through 1st grade, they often did a class bonus, something that they might want to work on. And so the teacher would actually model these pieces with them. So they all worked on that together. Okay. So results. So we had 1,579 students who received the enrollment forms. They went home to the parents. We had 1,449 actually attend, 130 opt-outs. Parents did have the option to opt out, this according to the state guidelines as well too. But the overall average attendance rate, 82% of the kids who actually attended were present. And so our results with 15 to 16 days, only missing 1 day or having perfect attendance, 47% of them fell into that category. 12 to 14 days, 12 being like 75% of the time, 34%. So you can see that was about 81% of the kids had really, really good attendance. Next slide, please. So I wanted to look at the results in different ways. So we looked at it by grade level. I looked at it by different groups of students because we're talking about closing the achievement gap. And so I wanted to see how this looked. So we served kindergarten through 4th grade, and I'm just so excited about the kids that are in blue. Those are percentages. They grew at least 1 level with the Fontes and Pinnell from pre-assessment in the spring just before school was out to the post-assessment that they took that last week of school. So for instance, 2nd grade, 82% of the kids grew at least 1 level, which it depends on the grade level, could equate to 3 to 4 months growth. So a lot of them grew 2 and 3, and a few even grew 4. So it's just having that really focused time, developing that love of reading, having teachers who love working with these kids because they keep coming back and wanting to teach. The orange are the kids that maintain, so their level didn't change, but they didn't lose any ground. And then the gray bar are those kids who regress. So say they went from a level L to a level K or something like that. So by grade level, I was really excited about this, and especially the second grade because of their graders starting Monday. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So I wanted to look at some of the different demographics, and so I just went in, we pulled student data based on what was in Power School for their different areas. And so American Indian, Alaska Native, a lot of these students are also indicated that with Hispanic as well too, and I have some more information on that. Asian, the Black African American, 75%, the white, 77%, and then we had a small group of 2 or more races, and so their numbers were quite high for that. So on that, you see the percentage at the top of the bar, and the actual number of students in those categories are in parentheses. So again, really good growth. And then in Power School, if it said yes for Hispanic, that's the first information that you see there. Our ELL population, English language learners, and special ed 504 students. We only had about 3 or 4 overall that had a 504 plan, so most of these are special education students. So again, very nice growth. So the students, our 3rd grade students who scored that not met 1, that category, we had 149 total. 119 of them attended summer reading program. Most of them had what's called good cause exemptions. So they have a special ed IEP, or they're English language learners who have been here less than 2 years. Or they went and took the MAP assessment right after SC Ready, and they scored the minimum of 177, which would be considered a good cause exemption. If they've been retained, that is also another good cause exemption. But the bottom line is do we believe with these interventions in place or our programs in place, will they still be able to be successful in 4th grade? So that's the key that principals have to look at when they're looking at retention or not. We did have 9 that were retained in 3rd grade for this next school year. Okay, next slide, please. So our 3-year trend, this is the 3rd year that we have used the components that I explained to you earlier. And so from 2017 to 2019, we have grown incrementally in the students who have grown at least 1 or more level, according to the pre and post assessments. The maintain has been fairly consistent, and regression is very small. So next slide, let's look at our next step. So how are these kids going to do when they come back to school? That's the big key. So last year, when I looked at the Fontes-Pinnell, fall Fontes-Pinnell and the MAP assessment, 63% of the kids maintained or grew 1 level over the summer. So that was very good news. So I'm anxious to see how they're going to do again this year coming up. We look at start analyzing the reading data, particularly for our 3rd grade students, starting from day 1, and then making sure that whatever intervention, whether it's through MTSS or whether they have an IEP or they get English language support, are those interventions in place to continue to support them to improve their reading skills? And then just using what we've done over the summer and continuing that into the next school year. So we also have our summer, the kids are getting their library books from the Beaufort County Library here in a few days. I think the boxes are arriving now, so they will have that as part of their reward for continuing to read across the course of the summer. And the final slide, for your viewing pleasure later, because I know you're probably tired, I wanted to share with you, these are all links. This is the partnership with Beaufort County Library. It explains how that worked. And I have to thank Melissa Murray, who is back here, because she was very instrumental in getting that partnership up and going, and she has been my right arm through all of this, working with getting the books together, finding those great books for our kids to have. And then the rest of those hyperlinks are the YouTube that Ron Lopes did, various things that we did during the course of the summer. So first day, the bookmobile visiting, our volunteers. Red Cedar had a theme, Camp Read Some More, so they had s'mores for a celebration. And then one of our examples of a celebration of learning with the parents there, the literacy luau at Buford Elementary. So overall, I'm very pleased, very excited. We want to continue to grow our readers. So any questions?
Mel Campbell?
Out of the possibilities of students, how many did you serve? What was the percentage? 1579 out of how many?
We serve 93%.
93%. That's great. That's a great thing. And I suppose we're going to continue that.
Well,
the time.
one of my other.
Up to us.
Yes. Actually, one of the things that I have, I'm glad to see Terry Bennett here, because with the funding piece of it, a good bit of the funding comes from state funds, federal funds. There is a Read to Succeed amount that we get from the state. I think some of that's going to be cut back for this next year, but we still hope to be able to provide the same quality. We may not be able to have as many kids, but hopefully we'll continue regardless. It just may not be as large.
We have to commit ourselves, and speaking as a board member now, to continue this program and try to squeeze the other 7% into this program. As long as we have 93% of the students willing to participate over the summer months in a reading program, I don't think we can, underestimate the importance of that.
Yes.
I can guarantee you reading is absolutely significant to success in changing that achievement gap for all students.
Ms. Orshak?
A couple of questions and a comment. One of the best presentations I've seen on reading was one that Mrs. Murray had done a while back, and she brought forward that the district was investigating the whole language versus phonics, and teaching our teachers and which methods are best for which students. Are we continuing with that discussion?
She loves to talk about that.
Thank you for the nice kind words. We are continuing with that. Very excited. I actually initiated a presentation this morning at one of the schools. So we're taking it by a tiered approach. So we are making sure that we have quality phonics instruction for our Tier 1 students for that little bit of time each day that we talked about when I first came. And then we also we have 6 schools very actively piloting or working through this Tier 2 support for the students. So yes, that is a big goal for us.
Excellent, thank you.
You are very welcome.
And my other question is a technical question, possibly a legal question. When we have our students who are mixed race or, mixed multi-ethnic backgrounds, how do we classify them? How do we determine how we classify them? I had a parent recently, questioning this and how we approach that. How do we? I don't know. How do you determine if you have a mixed race student? How do you classify them as?
They self-identify.
So it's done on a form when they register for school?
Yes.
Right, I don't think we make that determination, they make that determination.
So, okay, all right, so it could be, so when we see these numbers, sometimes they, could be a little different than they actually are displayed, correct?
Yeah, so when the parents enroll their students, it's done, it goes into Power School, but that's, when they enroll, they're the ones that.
Self-identified, thank you.
Ms. Goodrich?
You said there were, what, 17, 19 instructional days? How many?
There were 16 instructional days. They went from 7:45 to 3:05 every day to get the 96 instructional hours in. And then they also had a 30-minute enrichment block. It could have been art, music, dance,
Yeah.
that sort of thing.
So my question then is, I know that F&P testing, I mean, it can be a laborious process. So did the students bring with them their spring F&P result from their classroom so that the summer reading teacher just dove right in for their level of literacy? Or did they have to take the time to pre-assess at the beginning of that?
Yeah,
You know what I'm
good
asking.
question. No, we went with the pre-assessment that the classroom teacher did at the very end of the school year as the pre-assessment.
So their post-assessment was their,
Was-
the classroom post-assessment was the summer reading pre-assessment?
Yes,
Got it.
correct.
Okay, then the second question was, is this part of a larger literacy plan? And so, is that literacy plan on the district website?
It is. It's revised each year, so the new one is not up yet, but it will be in any minute, because
Okay.
the revisions are complete.
Okay, so this is just part and parcel of that entire literacy plan of how we address literacy across the district. Great, thank you.
I have a couple questions.
Sure.
Thank you very much. I mean, as Mr. Campbell already pointed out, I mean, having good reading skills is critical for any student now as a student and also later in life. So I just need a little education about, you definitely said that for a second grader, the way they were determined to fall into this program, I gather, was if they got a MAP score of 177 or less, which meant they were in a not met category?
So for third grade,
Yeah.
when that can be considered as a good cause exemption. However, that MAP score has to, or that assessment has to take place after the SC Ready assessment has been done. So they would take SC Ready. If they scored in that not met one category, then we can go back and assess them using MAP. And if they score that 177 or higher, that can be considered a good cause exemption.
So my question, maybe a little, you can make it a little clearer for me since I'm not an
Sure.
educator. So how did they qualify to enroll in this program? You said they were like 1,500 plus students.
So the schools that came up with it, they would look at the MAP data, the Fontes and Pinnell data, and so if they were already showing some concerns about where they were, the schools made the the schools were the ones who made the list up for the students who attended. Now, the third grade ones who scored not met, they were supposed to, they're required to be there. A couple of parents did opt them out, but but if they ended up with that 177 or higher, then that would allow them to move on to fourth grade if the school said, yes, we think they're ready to be in that.
So were there ever students that enrolled not based on what the school or the teacher said, but the parent wanted them in there? So is that allowed?
We haven't done that in the past because we really wanted to just make sure that we were getting those kids who had those needs. I mean, it's certainly something that could possibly be considered, but then again, we just want to make sure we are serving those kids first and foremost as a priority that need the extra support.
And then one last thing, you said that there were 9 students retained,
Mhm.
and I think that was only the second graders that were going to go into third grade.
The third grade, the
Yeah.
current, third graders, they're gonna stay in third grade.
Okay,
So
third
I
graders.
didn't do all the
Yeah.
retentions across,
That's
I
fine.
just did that.
So was that already determined before they went through this program, or did this have any effect on whether a child was retained or not?
Yes, so at the end of the program, the principal and the teacher would meet and have discussion to see if this was something. Now, if they did not come or just, that could certainly be grounds for retention. But there was a discussion, actually there's been discussions throughout the entire third grade year with the parents from the get-go. By the end of the first quarter, a letter goes home to all third grade parents just to explain to them the importance of SC Ready and the impact that it can have. And so that's why the whole intervention process is so critical from the get-go in third grade.
Okay, so did any student that did well in this program, did that prevent them from being retained? That's the other way to ask the question.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I apologize if I didn't answer that correctly for you or answer it succinctly. But yes, if they show growth and the bottom line is that will this child be successful going to 4th grade? And if the growth was shown there, yes, then they make the decision to go ahead and move them on.
Ms. Robine?
So I just want to make sure that the students that we're talking about, that we're looking at their SC Ready scores, they were the current 4th graders who were in this program, because we don't have the current SC Ready scores for the 3rd graders that were enrolled. Those scores have not been released yet. So the group of students that we're talking about were the 4th graders who, in their 3rd grade year, they had the not met on their SC Ready, correct?
So when SC Ready is given, within about a week to 10 days, Daniel Fallon gets a report back from the state of those students who scored the not met 1. So we know early, we don't know what their score, we just know that they scored in that category. So those are the kids that we need to look at very closely. And so many of them had already been enrolled in summer reading. The schools had already said, okay, I think we may have a student here who's going to need this. And many of them had already been enrolled. We do run into situations sometimes, particularly if it's a split family, like somebody may have custody of the child. So, we have those sorts of extenuating circumstances from time to time. But I have to say that most of the kids were already identified.
All right, thank you. And are we ready to recess until 9 a.m.?
Yes.
All right.